Chapter 951, White Hair. Class Skill, Harvest. Description: allows the user to extract and devour the soul and blood essence of a target, converting them into nourishment for self or others. Functions: a essence extraction. Draw out blood essence as a concentrated source of vitality and energy. A soul devouring. Consume the soul to restore spiritual reserves and reinforce the soul. External nourishment. Transfer harvested energy to external targets. A memory extraction. Absorb a target's memories, experiences, and knowledge. Limitations. Targets must be dead or unable to resist. A memory extraction is not guaranteed to be complete or coherent. Excessive or rapid consumption without refinement may cause instability or mental interference. Michael raised an eyebrow as he read through the panel. The description itself was not what caught his attention first. There's no mastery level. This was not the first time he had seen something like this, but it was rare. Extremely rare. Most skills followed a clear structure. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, and beyond. They could be trained, improved, and refined. This was one of the reasons Awakeners still held an advantage over cultivators even when stats gained from leveling up started to lose their importance compared to the early stages. The greatest advantage was still the rank advancement quest. All Awakeners needed to do was polish their rank ability to its peak, raise their rank level to the peak to gain the qualifications to accept a quest, complete the quest, then advance. Could not be called easy, but compared to cultivators it was considerably better. After all, just because a cultivator sought advancement did not mean they would find it. Awakeners still had a much better time, though with their own set of difficulties. Michael leaned back slightly in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly against the armrest as he thought. Skills without mastery levels came with a different set of rules. Either their limits were tied directly to the user's understanding, control, and application, which could count as an advantage depending on how one looked at it, or they carried inherent fixed limits. Just like the detect skill. That skill could only reveal information on targets up to 20 levels above him. Anything beyond that was reduced to question marks no matter how many times he used it. He was unsure which category Harvest belonged to. Interesting. Michael's attention shifted back to the description itself. It's a bit predatory, but that was expected from a dark class. Still, the skill reminded him of something familiar. Lily. The moment the name surfaced, a connection formed in his mind. Lily's law had the ability to absorb essence to strengthen herself. At a glance, the two looked similar. But Michael could tell they were not the same. Not quite. His law allowed him to copy the abilities of his undead. If he wished, he could replicate Lily's method through that. But this skill seemed structured differently. More systematic, perhaps. Of course, the difference might not be significant either. Neither he nor Lily had spent enough time with their laws to truly grasp their depth. Everything they had done so far was surface level. Their main advantage was the foundation that made them dominant compared to their peers. There was still a long way to go. Michael shook his head slightly. In any case, it should be useful. His gaze settled back on the panel. Unfortunately, there was nothing suitable nearby to test the skill on. There was shoujo, but that was a near-demigod existence. Michael's expression turned slightly serious, and he dismissed the thought immediately. Using something like that for experimentation felt not just wasteful but dangerous. Even in death, a creature of that level was not something to treat lightly. One wrong step and whatever backlash came from it would not be trivial. It was like how one could not be careless around a dead snake, as even minutes after death it could still poison someone through pure instinct. Michael leaned back fully into the chair and closed his eyes briefly. I'll wait a bit then. There's no need to rush. He felt it was better to test the skill on weaker targets first, grind up his proficiency, then gradually work upward. There was also another reason. Michael planned to have Jester devour the consciousness of the dead shoujo. The intelligence of strong creatures was no different from that of intelligent races. The main difference was their race. As a legendary stage creature, Michael felt shoujo should carry valuable memories. Who knew, it might even have a treasure cave somewhere filled with numerous valuable things. A creature of this level should have lived for at least a few centuries, so the possibility was not unreasonable. Through those memories, Michael would also be able to determine whether there were any other dangerous beings or places within the Everlong forest. He doubted anything more threatening than shoujo existed in that region, but it never hurt to be cautious. The thought of treasures and valuable knowledge made Michael too restless to continue sitting quietly. After placing his storage ring inside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, Michael in his Aurora body went to seek out Jester. Or rather, he made his way to the living room while using his connection with Jester to summon him there. "You called for me, Master?" Hearing the familiar voice, Michael, who had been relaxing on the sofa with his head tilted back and eyes closed, brought them down to look at Jester. He had sensed the undead's presence even before it spoke, but only bothered to lift his head once it did. What he saw next made his breath pause. Jester was akin to a complete replica of Michael. His features were nearly identical, from the shape of his face to the structure of his jaw and nose, as though carved from the same mold, only slightly less matured, making him look like a junior relative. But there was a visible difference now. Jester's long hair, once a uniform jet black, now carried visible streaks of white woven through it. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 952. Naughty Undead. It fell freely down his back, slightly disordered, lacking the natural flow and vitality that Michael's hair possessed. His eyes, a familiar shade of green, were the most telling difference. Where Michael's gaze was sharp and alive, Jester's appeared dulled, as though a thin veil had been drawn over them. However, that was not the biggest difference about Jester compared to a few hours ago when Michael had last seen him. After evolving, Jester had leveled up to level 68, 3 levels higher than Michael had been before his own opportunity. Now it was 10 levels lower. Just what had happened? Michael's brows furrowed slightly as he straightened in his seat. "What happened to you?" His voice was calm, but there was a clear edge to it. The change was too obvious to ignore. Jester, however, did not react much. His expression remained as composed as ever, his posture straight and steady despite the visible changes. "I made use of my law ability," he replied. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "It would seem I bit off more than I could chew." Michael's gaze sharpened immediately. He recalled the details of Jester's law. Law of heavenly revelation. A law that allows its user to perceive the hidden structure of fate as an interconnected web of possibilities. Through this, the user can analyze how events, choices, and outcomes are linked, enabling accurate foresight. By applying calculation and precise control, the user can subtly influence these pathways, guiding events toward desired results. Michael remembered that the cost of using this law was that it demanded essence from the user. For ordinary calculations, it was manageable. Had Jester gone ahead and calculated something outrageous? Thinking of his choice of words, it seemed very possible. "Explain." Jester inclined his head slightly. "As Master is aware, my law allows interaction with fate. Prediction, interference, redirection. All of these fall within its scope." Michael said nothing, letting him continue. Jester continued without hesitation. "However, the range of my ability is currently too limited. During the last test with Master, I was only able to perceive those 2 individuals because they were within my sensory range. My calculations were anchored to what I could directly observe. That is a severe limitation." Michael did not interrupt. "Putting aside personal use, such a restriction greatly reduces the value of my law to Master. If I must rely solely on what I can see or sense, then its application becomes no different from an enhanced perception ability." "So you tried to bypass it?" "Yes." Jester nodded faintly. "I dug deeper into the structure of the law." His voice remained even, but there was a subtle shift beneath it. "Using direct sensory input is merely a crude method. It is not the true form of interaction." "Then what is?" "Connections." The word hung in the air. "Fate does not require proximity," Jester continued. "It requires linkage. A target can be calculated through identifiers tied to them. A memory of their appearance. Personal item. A name that carries recognition. repeated interactions. The more defined the connection, the higher the accuracy. Such as the soul tie between Master and I. Michael's eyes narrowed. A faint, suspicious thought surfaced in his mind. Jester. His voice lowered slightly. What did you do? Jester seemed to catch the shift in Michael's gaze. I would never harm Master. His tone remained calm, but there was a clear firmness behind it. Michael waved a hand lightly. That's not what I'm worried about. And it truly was not. Between his rank, his class, and the nature of his control, the possibility of his undead actively seeking to harm him was close to non-existent. Jester inclined his head slightly, then continued. When I sensed the soul tie between us, I grew curious. Michael said nothing, but his eyes remained fixed on him. So I followed it further, Jester added. A brief silence passed. And Jester's dull green eyes flickered faintly. When observing Master's fate, I noticed something unusual. Michael's expression did not change, but his attention sharpened considerably. There were many possible paths, Jester said, but one was different. Different how? Brighter. The word was vague. It stood out clearly from the rest, Jester continued. To me it felt like a great opportunity. That was my initial conclusion. However, despite its brightness, it carried instability. It had a high likelihood of not occurring naturally, as though it required specific conditions to be realized. That made Michael's expression shift. What did you see? When I attempted to observe further, the cost increased significantly, Jester said. Even passive observation began draining a large amount of essence from my original body. The strain extended to this vessel as well. Jester went on. In the vision, I saw Master. You were speaking with another figure. Another figure? Yes. Jester's tone remained steady. However, I could not perceive it clearly. If I could not see it, then it is either bound by a special fate or exists at a level beyond my current capacity to observe. Michael did not respond immediately, but the odd expression on his face became more pronounced. Jester continued. That figure was connected to the bright fate I observed. I could not determine its identity, but I confirmed its relevance. Go on. I saw Master engage in battle with that existence, Jester said. Michael's eyes narrowed. And you were victorious. Silence. Then, Jester shook his head slightly. That is where the vision became unstable. I could not see what was gained from that outcome. I could not trace the result any further. Michael's expression remained strange as his gaze stayed fixed on Jester. So you decided to interfere? Jester nodded. I attempted to push that fate forward since it appeared beneficial, but the cost exceeded my expectations. Michael let out a slow breath. Clearly, a brief silence settled between them. Jester, Michael called out quietly. You're quite a naughty undead. Chapter 953. Evolving Lily 1. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Michael leaned back into the sofa, his gaze lingering on Jester, but his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. In the past year, there had only been one existence he had never been able to fully understand how he felt toward. That was Jester. Things had certainly improved after Jester became his undead, but Jester's nature made it difficult not to find him unsettling at times. Jester did not act against him, but it acted for him in ways that even Michael himself would hesitate to. Michael knew for a fact that if he told Jester to protect someone other than his family without further instructions, and if the person could still live without their limbs, Jester would do exactly that for the sake of efficiency. As long as the task was completed, the method was secondary. That could be seen as a good or bad thing depending on who was judging, and every time Michael found himself unable to lean firmly in either direction. Like now, a fight with a creature close to the demigod stage, and yet when Michael thought about the outcome he could not bring himself to feel anger. At most he was somewhere in between. Fate is really a dangerous thing to control. If someone like Jester at his current level could already do something like this, then what about those at higher levels? Michael did not believe Jester was the only being with this kind of ability. The thought brought him a quiet, creeping unease. Was it possible that at some point since he became an Awakener, some of his actions had not truly been his own? After all, if a level 96 monster could be nudged into fulfilling a certain fate, what could be done to someone like him who was considerably weaker? Everything suddenly made a strange kind of sense. Shoujo was not stupid. So why had it continued fighting even after realizing he had 4 legendary stage undead? Even if it had been initially confident, the moment it fought the Drakeblood to a stalemate it could have disengaged, and Michael would not have been able to do much to stop it. And putting the monster aside entirely, were his own thoughts truly his own? Michael knew himself well enough. He was not opposed to risk, but he did not like taking excessive ones. Even knowing he could handle legendary stage creatures, he would not have chosen to target something at level 96. He would have gone for something weaker which would have given less experience over time. In the end, Michael could not bring himself to be angry. Jester had acted on his behalf, and the outcome had undeniably benefited him. Still, having good intentions doesn't mean you can act like this freely, Michael said, his voice calm but carrying weight. Jester straightened slightly. You went too far this time. I won't stop you from using your law, but be careful with it, especially when it involves me. His gaze sharpened faintly. And next time, don't use it on me without telling me if you can help it. Or, at the very least, inform me if you notice something. The reason Michael did not forbid Jester from using his ability entirely was because he recognized that depending on the situation, things could work in his favor again. There was no reason to destroy the road completely. Jester lowered his head without hesitation. Yes, master. There was no resistance in his tone, only acceptance. Then, after a brief pause, Jester added, if I continue to study my ability, I should be able to communicate with Master regardless of distance. Michael's eyes shifted slightly at that. Oh, that level of connection should not be difficult to achieve, Jester continued. The soul tie between us already exists. It is only a matter of refining my control over it. A faint hint of satisfaction appeared on Michael's face. Jester truly was a treasure, even accounting for everything else. Good, Michael said simply. But as that thought settled, another quickly followed. If someone else tries to act on my fate, can you stop it? Yes. For beings within my current capacity, I can disrupt external influence on Master's fate to a certain degree. Michael felt a subtle sense of relief at that, but Jester did not stop there. However, if the opposing entity is significantly stronger than me, there is little I can do. The satisfaction from before faded slightly. Unfortunately, the only immediate way to boost Jester's power was through another evolution, and Michael did not currently have enough evolution points to initiate one. At epic grade, the next evolution would require considerably more time and resources to arrange. Michael set the matter aside and turned his attention back to Jester's condition. You'll recover, right? Yes, Master. My original body will require time to recover the expended essence. However, this vessel possesses sufficient regenerative capabilities and will return to its optimal state within a few hours. Michael nodded faintly. And your levels? Jester paused briefly before answering. I may recover a portion of what was lost, but returning to my previous peak will not be possible through recovery alone. That will require fresh cultivation. Michael paused for a moment. That's fine. As long as you recover properly, that's enough. In any case, if Jester needed more power, all he needed was time. What mattered was that Jester itself had not suffered any irreversible damage. In any case, that's not why I called you. Jester lifted his head slightly, attentive. Michael briefly stated his intentions of having Jester harvest the dead legendary stage monster's memories for information that could prove beneficial. Shortly after, Jester was placed inside the storage ring together with Shoujo's corpse. 3 days passed after that. On the 3rd day, Jester finished devouring the deer's memories, but that was not the most significant thing happening on this particular day. Today, Michael was finally going to evolve Lily. Is this world really inside that ring on your finger? Lily's voice carried clear disbelief as she looked around, her eyes moving slowly across the vast purple expanse. As the Federation had released more information about supernaturals, she had heard of storage rings. But was something so small truly capable of holding a world like this? Michael, who stood beside her, let out a soft chuckle. Amazing, right? Lily did not respond immediately. Her gaze remained fixed on the surroundings. The sky above was not truly a sky, yet it stretched endlessly, painted in shifting shades of violet and deep indigo. There was no sun, and yet there was light. This is ridiculous. I thought it was just for fashion, Lily muttered under her breath. That made Michael laugh. To Lily, the ring had always just been another accessory. After all, compared to everything else about him, a ring hardly stood out. Just yesterday she had found out that this big brother of hers had tattoos on his body. Though she felt they looked beautiful and mysterious, feeling a little mischievous, she had reported to her mother, only for both of them to return and find a spotless, clean-skinned Michael. Lily did not know how he had done it, and after a good scolding from her mother, she had begged him to share his method, to which he refused. This guy loved keeping all the good things to himself. Lily continued observing the surroundings with suppressed excitement. Compared to the kind of environments she subconsciously associated with Michael's abilities, this place was unexpectedly beautiful. Michael walked ahead at an unhurried pace, a faint smile on his face. He found her reaction amusing. In truth, this was not the first time Lily had been brought here, but it was the first time she was conscious enough to see it. The last time, she and Aunt Mia had been knocked out cold by Jester. He could have taken her to the damaged coffin of the Forgotten instead, but that place was probably not suitable for ordinary people to stay in. In terms of environment, this was the better choice. Over the past few days, Lily and Michael had gotten over their initial awkwardness, and their conversations were no longer stiff. After observing enough, Lily finally turned her attention back to Michael. "You said you wanted to see me for something." Michael nodded. For a brief moment he hesitated before speaking. "Do you want power?" Lily blinked in surprise. Then her lips curled slightly. "What is that line?" She looked at him with a half-amused expression. "You sound like a low-budget villain." Michael did not respond. He just looked at her. Slowly, Lily's smile faded when she saw there was no joke in his expression. The air between them grew quieter. After a few seconds, Lily exhaled softly, her gaze lowering slightly before lifting again. "Yes." This time, there was no humor in her voice. "I do." She did not rush her words. "You and Jester are very strong." There was no jealousy in her tone. "It's great, having people like you around." Her fingers curled slightly at her side. "But I don't like it." Michael did not interrupt. "I don't like feeling like I can only stand behind you," she said quietly. "Like no matter what happens, I'll just rely on you to deal with it." Her gaze met his again. "I don't want to always be the one being protected." There was a brief silence. Michael studied her for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face. "It's fine to rely on me." His voice was calm. "If not me, then who are you going to rely on?" Lily did not respond immediately. "But," Michael added, "wanting your own strength isn't a bad thing either." His smile did not fade. "If anything, it's better." That seemed to ease something in her expression. Then Michael tilted his head slightly. "By the way," Lily blinked. "What?" Michael's smile turned just a bit more playful. "Didn't you always want to know the secret behind this?" He gestured lightly toward himself. Lily stared at him for a second. Then her eyes narrowed. "Your face." Michael did not deny it. "Wait." Her expression shifted. "You're telling me." Michael just smiled and said nothing. Lily was frustrated by his air of mystery. Chapter 954. Evolving Lily 2. There was no one who did not desire beauty. Man or woman. No one enjoyed watching themselves grow old, losing opportunities simply because they were not considered attractive enough. Whether people admitted it or not, it mattered. And Lily was no exception. She was still young, but she liked beautiful things. It was just a shame her mother limited so many of her actions. Every time Lily even hinted at wanting to try makeup like some of her classmates, she was immediately shut down with the same line. "You're too young. Too young. Too young. Too young." Lily had heard it so many times her ears were practically bruised from it. It did not help that ever since Michael's face had become well known, her so-called classmates had suddenly become very vocal. "Are you sure you're related by blood? That face is too much. He's too fine." Lily still did not fully understand what they meant by that. What did they mean, too fine? And were you related by blood? Was she not fine too? She might not be some overwhelming beauty, but she was definitely cute. And she was only 16. What did they expect her to look like? In the end, she could only comfort herself with her grades. That was her final defense. While others spent their time worrying about appearances, she focused on her studies. That had to count for something. Unfortunately, reality was not kind. First place in class? Jester. Second place? The class beauty. Third place? The class's recognized handsome male student. Lily could only cling to fifth place with Jester's help. Not even top 3. If Michael knew all this, he would snort in disdain and call them country bumpkins. Putting aside that they were too young to be focused on such matters, what beauty could they possibly have compared to elves? Even elderly elves looked like they could still model. This was not even being a country bumpkin. They were universal bumpkins. "You're really annoying, you know that?" Michael raised a brow slightly. "Because I look good? Don't say it out loud." Lily snapped immediately, her ears turning slightly red. She crossed her arms and looked away. Anyway, she forced herself to calm down. Her gaze slowly returned to him, more focused this time. "What's your secret? Not that I particularly care about it, but for your sake I'll accept it." Michael let out a brief laugh before his expression settled into something slightly more serious. "There's one thing you should know first." Lily's posture straightened instinctively. "What?" "It's going to hurt." The curiosity in Lily's eyes did not disappear, but caution quickly followed behind it. "Hurt how?" Michael shrugged. "All I know is you won't forget it easily." "That doesn't help." Lily's lips twitched. Her pain tolerance was not low. Thanks to Jester's training, she had endured quite a bit already. But that did not mean she liked pain. Especially not unknown pain. "How painful exactly?" she pressed. "A worthy kind." Lily went silent. That was not exactly reassuring. For a moment the two of them just stood there. Lily's expression shifted slightly, hesitation creeping in. She liked beauty. She really did. But pain was another matter. She looked away briefly, clearly struggling with herself. Then she looked back at him. "Fine." Her voice carried a note of stubbornness. "I'll still want it." Michael raised a brow slightly. "Oh." Lily lifted her chin a little. "It can't be that bad." Even as she said it, there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. But she did not take it back. She also did not believe Michael would hurt her for no reason. If he said the pain was worth it, there had to be a reason. And more importantly, this was probably connected to his first question about wanting power. If she acted scared now, would that not be the same as admitting her earlier answer had only been words? Lily did not want to put on a weak front. Michael's smile softened slightly. "Good." As he spoke, a bead of blood appeared in midair. "Stay still," Michael said as he positioned the blood bead an inch before Lily's forehead. This was a very small drop of his blood essence. However, it was not blood essence from his original body in Aurora, but from his body in the land of origin. In a few months, Lily was going to attempt her first awakening ceremony. If Michael said he had no expectations, he would be lying, but he also knew how rare the opportunity was. It was why he had devised this plan. The body in the land of origin had been shaped by the origin will, or whatever governed the awakener system. Merging Lily with the blood essence of that body might produce some unexpected results. He did not have much faith that it would, but it did not hurt to try. In any case, his blood counted as an extraordinary material capable of strengthening Lily's foundation regardless of the outcome. After casting the taming skill on Lily, Michael proceeded to the next step. Human with extraordinary material detected. Consume to evolve. The difference between this method and simple merging was that merging only combined the targets to create a mixture, and though it might strengthen the individual, it was not an evolution of the self into something higher. Michael did not want to simply merge his blood with Lily. He wanted to evolve her. Get ready, Michael said to Lily. But before she could react, he had already activated his talent to initiate the evolution. The moment the command was given, the calm purple space around them trembled faintly as mana surged from every direction, rushing toward Lily. Lily's eyes widened as she felt it first brush against her skin. H. Before she could finish a word, the mana crashed into her. Her body lifted slightly off the ground. A bright light burst from her figure, swallowing her whole in an instant. It was blinding. What? Lily tried to move, but her body no longer responded. Then, from out of nowhere, a sudden pain enveloped her entire being. A sharp, tearing scream ripped from her throat. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 955. Successful Evolution. Last day of the month. Requesting votes. Michael's hand tightened unconsciously. He was not some cold, detached existence. Seeing Lily scream in pain made his heart ache. Even having watched countless undead evolve before, doubt crept in slowly. What if something went wrong? Even when he had evolved Ace, a fellow human, he had not felt this anxious. Back then he had been able to tell himself that if Ace did not survive, it was simply his destiny. He could not bring himself to feel that same relative indifference toward Lily. Her screams continued as the surge of mana around her only grew stronger. Minutes passed. Finally, the violent surge of energy began to slow. The blinding light that had swallowed Lily's figure started to dim as her screams faded. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as Lily's figure was finally revealed. She lay on the ground, motionless. She passed out. Michael exhaled quietly. The tension in his chest eased slightly. Copying the trait of his undead healing worm, Michael slipped a bit of vitality into Lily's body. 5 minutes later, Lily opened her eyes. Her lashes fluttered slightly before her gaze focused. For a moment she stared upward at the purple sky above, confused. Where am I? Her voice was weak and laced with disorientation. Michael, who had been standing beside her, felt the last of the tension in his chest finally release. Then, as if nothing had happened, he crossed his arms and spoke casually. What? A little nap was enough to wipe your memory. Why are you so dramatic? Lily blinked at the familiar voice. Her pupils shrank slightly. The haze cleared from her eyes as recent memories came rushing back. You! She shot up to her feet in one swift motion. That was so painful. Without hesitation, Lily lunged at Michael, who stepped aside lightly and let her fist cut through empty air. Lily did not stop. She turned sharply, her body moving almost instinctively as she followed up with another strike. Michael's eyes flickered slightly. Interesting. He shifted his weight and avoided the second attack just as easily. For a brief moment, the two of them moved across the space in quick exchanges. To the eyes of an ordinary person, their movements would have been difficult to follow. As they exchanged moves, Michael quietly observed his cousin's post-evolution state. Her strength had increased. That much was expected. High humans were significantly stronger than ordinary humans. And then there was her appearance. She had received the full standard package. Green eyes, long hair. Her skin had taken on a faint, refined pallor, almost luminous under the purple light, giving her a mysterious quality. Michael's lips curved faintly. At the same time, he could sense a small, condensed core of life force within her. This was the mark of Aurora's night path. A life seed. Lily had now fully stepped onto it. Lily, on the other hand, did not seem to have immediately noticed the changes in herself. At first, she simply wanted to hit Michael. But as her next attack subconsciously fell into the patterns Jester had drilled into her over months of training. In the end, seeing that she could not wipe the smile off Michael's face no matter what she tried, she gave up. As expected, her cousin was still very much out of her reach. Michael watched her for a moment before speaking. How do you feel? Lily opened her mouth immediately, clearly ready to complain again, when her expression shifted. She turned to look at her hand and felt the immense strength running through it. She moved her limbs and could tell immediately that something had changed. Also, her hair. Why was it so long now? This. She looked at Michael again, this time with a different expression. Michael did not give her time to question him and instead had her trained to control her new strength. Only when he was satisfied did he let Lily out of the storage ring. Not without a few words first, however. He did not want to speak about his talent, even with the considerable influence he now held over Lily through both the taming skill and his blood. But as her older brother, he felt he needed to say something to assure her. "I'll always be here with you. And for you." Even Michael, who had been through a great deal, could not help but cringe slightly at his own words. So he did not give Lily a single moment to respond before sending her out. After finishing with Lily for the time being, Michael shifted to the other important matter of the day. The memories extracted from Shoujo had taken Jester 3 full days to process. Since Jester was still inside the storage ring, Michael went to find him there. Unlike the previous time when he had Jester relay information in pieces, this time Michael had him transfer everything at once. Because he also wanted the memories from the demonic supernatural, they spent an entire day exchanging. It was not a comfortable process. Receiving another person's memories directly was different from being told about them. The information arrived with context and sensation attached, impressions that did not belong to him sitting alongside his own thoughts and requiring active effort to keep sorted. 1,000 years of shoujo's accumulated experience combined with several centuries from the demonic supernatural was not something that could be transferred cleanly or without effort. By the time they finished, Michael sat quietly to recover and sent Jester out of the storage ring as well. Jester, on the other hand, after returning to the real world, immediately went to seek out Lily out of curiosity. Though the distance between them during the time she had been in the ring was not small, Jester's considerable senses been able to reach their location. Unfortunately, he was unable to observe the full process, having received a brief warning from Michael. Upon finding Lily, whose room door was open, Jester saw the girl absorbed in her own reflection in the mirror. She was so taken with what she was doing that she had not noticed him at all. Chapter 956. Treasures. Though the thought of Shoujo's treasure cave sat at the back of his mind with quiet persistence, Michael set it aside temporarily. The more immediately useful matter was the demonic supernatural's memories. A full digestion of everything transferred was not something he could accomplish in a short period. This would take time, possibly weeks of gradual integration before the more obscure details became reliably accessible. But skimming through the surface layer was manageable. Tomorrow or the day after at the latest, he needed to be back at the academy. Going back empty-handed when he was sitting on a catalog of demonic faction intelligence felt like a waste. Michael began organizing what he could reasonably present. It was only after sorting the information he intended to bring to the academy, Michael turned his attention to Shoujo's memories. To be honest, in terms of overall value, Michael placed the demonic supernatural's memories higher, despite Shoujo being considerably stronger. A good part of that assessment came down to the fundamental difference in what they were. One had been a human, the other had been a monster. All roads led to the heavens, as the saying went. However, the saying that what was meant for one was not necessarily meant for another also held true. A monster would probably benefit more from Shoujo's memories than a human cultivator of the same level would, and vice versa. In fact, as long as the level was high enough, benefits were always present, but compatibility was very important. This was why Michael valued the demonic supernatural's memories more highly. They carried cultivation insights, hard-won understanding of progress that Michael could potentially apply or at least reference in his own path forward. That said, Shoujo's memories were far from worthless. The possible treasure was the most obvious reason. A creature that had existed for 1,000 years had to have left behind something worth finding. After a while, Michael had composed a list of suitable locations and information to present to the academy upon his return, along with a reasonable account of how he had come across it. With that settled, Michael turned to what he had genuinely been looking forward to. Just because he placed the value of the demonic supernatural memory higher did not mean he looked down on Shoujo's memory. A moment later, a look of excitement appeared on Michael's face. "It seems I made a mistake. This, I need to see it." Michael had gone in hoping for a treasure cave but preparing himself for the more likely alternative, that Shoujo would simply have knowledge of locations holding resources rather than a directly accessible personal hoard. The demonic supernatural's memories had followed that pattern, pointing toward places rather than things in hand. Shoujo was different. The cave was real, and the value of what was inside was immense. The other thing that stood out was the confirmation about the Everlong Forest's power structure. There was no other legendary stage monster in the forest. Michael was not particularly surprised. The Everlong Forest was vast, but a mountain could only contain one tiger. Two powerful creatures with no relationship would only coexist in the same territory under very specific conditions. Either the location was too valuable for either to abandon, or they both answered to something higher than themselves. Shoujo had answered to no one. Since there was an ownerless treasure waiting to be claimed, Michael did not hesitate. His body in the land of origin was already moving before he had finished the thought. Michael appeared in midair above the Everlong Forest, the familiar dark canopy spreading out below him in every direction. He picked a direction based on what Shoujo's memories had given him and disappeared. A short while later Michael stood in front of a small hill with a large opening carved into its face, wide and somewhat natural looking. This was where Shoujo had lived, where its immediate treasures lay. What struck Michael first was the complete absence of any security measure. The previous overlord of the Everlong Forest had apparently operated entirely on the assumption that its own existence was security enough. However, Michael was cautious by nature. Though Shoujo's memories stated it had left no security measures in place, Michael still summoned the rank 4 demonic supernatural regardless. A tattoo appeared on Michael's body, and from it ash came forth to form a humanoid figure before disappearing. The two of them made their way into the cave together. The passage led downhill, the angle gradual at first, then steepening as they went deeper. After a while the passage opened. Michael stopped at the threshold and looked out at what lay ahead. A large clearing spread before him underground, illuminated by bioluminescent grass growing in patches along the walls. The layout reminded him immediately of the underground space where they had found Rin living metal. Michael stepped inside and looked around slowly. Surprisingly, this space bore more than a passing similarity to that secret realm. Around Michael were scattered bones of varying sizes. Some belonged to beasts, others were harder to categorize. They looked human, but it was hard to tell. Other races existed in the land of origin after all. It would be difficult to tell what was what through bones alone without clear distinguishing features. Having an understanding of Shoujo's methods, the current sight was not surprising to Michael. As for his feelings regarding how an ordinary deer had reached its current level, Michael could only reflect that truly, no one who lived above a century was simple. Or perhaps the more accurate saying was that no one who reached the legendary stage was simple, regardless of species or origin. Michael did not know exactly how long his own path to that level would take, but he believed it would not require 100 years. He was technically only one rank away, and even at his current stage he was far from simple. The same could be said for Rin, whom Michael felt should not stop at rank 3 either. Michael moved through the cave space and let his thoughts drift back to the memory that had caught his attention most during his review of Shoujo's past. The human Shoujo had devoured a decade ago. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 957. The True Opportunity. From Shoujo's memory, Michael could tell they had been equal in strength at the time of the encounter, with Shoujo taking the narrow victory. But what had made this particular human stand out, both in Shoujo's memory and now in Michael's attention, was his ability. The human could transform into a gigantic snake carrying a faint but unmistakable trace of dragon bloodline. Except through special means, only a bloodline warrior could achieve something like that. Michael had only encountered 2 in the land of origin. One was a member of the Lionheart royal family's extended lineage. The other had been Rue, the prince of an empire, the Black Serpent Empire. Putting aside the name, for some reason the figure in the memory gave Michael a familiar feeling. It reminded him of Rue. There was a resemblance between the two that he could not simply dismiss. In the surrounding territories there was said to be only one power that possessed legendary stage beings. That power was the Black Serpent Empire. Surely there was no direct relationship between who Shoujo had killed a decade ago and the prince who had died by his hands, right? Even Michael was not entirely convinced by his own reassurance. In any case, this figure was also connected to the greatest treasure Shoujo had accumulated. The treasure had already existed before that encounter, but the legendary human's contribution was what had elevated it into something truly remarkable. Michael turned to look at the center of the clearing. There was a pool. It sat in a natural depression in the stone floor, roughly circular. The liquid inside was not a single color. It shifted between deep crimson, dark gold, and something closer to black at the center where the concentration was highest. The colors layered rather than mixed, each visible at different depths. The pressure it emitted was considerable. Michael felt it the moment he crossed the threshold into the clearing. At the same time, there was an allure to it that was just as powerful as the pressure. Not only could Michael feel it, he could sense the desire coming from the undead standing beside him. Perhaps if Lily had been there instead, she would have already been trembling from instinctive greed. Michael knew what this pool was. The Foundation blood pool. Whatever shortcuts Shoujo's method had provided, they had left gaps in its foundation that raw strength alone could not fill. Shoujo's two longest periods of stagnation had been the transitions that required something its method could not shortcut. One was the breakthrough from the grand stage to the great stage, which required one to comprehend a law. The other was the step toward externalizing that law into a domain. Neither could be consumed from an external source, unless one had abandoned the idea of forging their own path entirely. Fortunately, the gaps left by the shortcut method could be repaired. This pool was Shoujo's method of doing so. Starting from the peak of rank 2, whenever Shoujo devoured a creature, he only took 70% and directed the remaining 30% into a blood pool. The pool was not simply filled with blood. It was the concentrated essence of those creatures. It was said that demigod supernaturals, as long as a single drop of their blood remained, could not truly die. Michael did not know how accurate that claim was, but it spoke to how significant the essence contained in the blood pool actually was. To a certain extent, it was more accurate to call it an essence pool. As Shoujo's own level rose, so did the threshold of what entered the pool. At its current stage, everything added in recent centuries had come from legendary stage opponents. And then there was the legendary human from a decade ago. Shoujo was not a creature that sought life and death combat casually. In fact, almost all legendary stage supernaturals operated the same way. Michael had enough evidence of that. The dignified rank 4 demonic supernatural had fled from a rank 2 Michael in hell without hesitation to preserve its life. The Amarazi elder on the 15th floor would have escaped if not for beginning's near-suicidal choice to hold it in place. Creatures that had spent so long reaching their level did not risk it lightly. For Shoujo to have pursued that fight, the potential gain had to have clearly outweighed the risk in its calculation. And it had been right. The legendary human's essence, mixed into the pool alongside everything else, had transformed it into something qualitatively different from what it had been before. The dragon bloodline, however diluted, still carried a trace of the true dragon bloodline within it. It was more accurate now to call it the Dragon Foundation blood pool, or the Dragon Foundation essence pool. Shoujo's ambition had been to use this pool to ascend to the demigod stage. If not for Michael's existence, Shoujo might have succeeded in shedding its identity as a deer entirely and emerged as something closer to a dragon. There was also a reason Shoujo had been particularly drawn to creatures with special blood or rare essence. Ordinary essence, even from powerful creatures, could only improve the pool's quantity. But special bloodlines, rare affinities, and beings carrying concentrated fortune or unusual foundational qualities improved the pool's quality. A pool refined by even a handful of truly special essences produced a foundation capable of supporting a higher ceiling at the moment of breakthrough, not merely repairing existing flaws but actively elevating what the breakthrough could produce. This was why Shoujo's ability to sense fortune in blood had become so central to its hunting strategy over the centuries. It was not simply greed or appetite. The legendary human a decade ago had been the most significant find in centuries. And Michael, from the moment Shoujo's senses had registered what he carried, had represented something beyond even that. Even without Jester's interference, it would have still attacked Michael eventually. Shoujo had been only a step away from the demigod stage. If it had succeeded in devouring Michael, combined with the blood pool it had been accumulating for over 500 years, it might have genuinely ascended within a century. Unfortunately, thanks to a certain undead's scheming, its greatest opportunity had become another man's treasure. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 958. Some coincidence. I think I was greatly mistaken. Michael muttered the words quietly as he stood before the pool, the pressure and allure of it washing over him in steady waves. When Jester had spoken of an opportunity, Michael had assumed it was the experience points and the level gains. It was only now he realized he had been looking at the surface. This pool was the real opportunity. Thanks to his encounter with Shoujo and everything that had followed, he was now only a step away from attempting a breakthrough to rank 4. One level was the only thing standing between him and the qualifications to attempt the next advancement quest. One should know that barely a week had passed since his rank 3 advancement. Less than a week from advancing to a new rank to standing at the threshold of the next one. Michael did not dare claim he was the sole unique case in the entire universe. But in the universe, there should not be many with a progression speed comparable to this at his particular stage. The stronger one became, the slower progress moved. That was not a personal limitation. It was simply how cultivation worked at a fundamental level. The gap between each stage grew wider. The resources required multiplied. The comprehension demanded deepened. What could be crossed in months at the early stages required years, then decades, then centuries as one climbed higher. Perhaps the heavens granting longer lifespans to stronger beings was its way of compensating. What a jackpot! Now that I think about it, it was Jester's luck that he wasn't able to fully see my fate. If he could have divined this, a loss of 10 levels would have been a light cost. Michael exhaled slowly. The question now was not whether this was significant. The question was how to use it without wasting a single drop. The answer was not complicated. Use it on an undead. Whether through merging or evolution, any undead in his legion would benefit from a pool of this quality, and as their master it was a boost to his collective strength. The question was which undead qualified most. Michael thought it through honestly. The pool's nature was specific, which meant the undead who could absorb it most efficiently were the ones with the closest affinity to what it contained. That narrowed it to 2. Lucky, and the undead drake blood. Both were dragon-adjacent creatures. Drakes, strictly speaking. Lucky was rank 3. The drake blood was rank 4. Michael considered it from both angles. If he went by emotion, the answer was Lucky. Lucky had been with him from the beginning, had grown alongside him through everything, and the thought of what this pool could do to it was genuinely exciting to consider. There was a real possibility Lucky's race would advance to epic grade. However, a chance at advancing to epic grade was not particularly tempting enough for Michael to base his decision on. If it had been anyone else, for long-term considerations they would have chosen Lucky to receive this rare opportunity. However, all Michael needed to do was accumulate evolution points for about a week to give Lucky an equivalent opportunity through his talent. He did not believe his talent would fail to boost Lucky's bloodline significantly. The Drake blood was a different calculation entirely. It was already at rank 4. Advancing to the peak of the rank was unlikely from the pool alone since foundation improvement and law advancement were separate problems, but going up several levels and potentially improving in race rank was realistic. The Drake blood had already demonstrated during the fight with Shoujo that it could somewhat match a near demigod level creature in direct combat thanks to its bloodline. If that bloodline was enriched further, the gap between the Drake blood and Shoujo would flip. Instead of matching, it would surpass. That was Michael's most direct path to an immediate and meaningful boost in overall strength. He looked at the pool for a moment longer, the layered colors shifting slowly in the underground light. "Sorry, Lucky," he said quietly. "Your turn will come." Michael had made his decision. Before making any further move toward the blood pool, Michael turned to search through the rest of the space. The bones and the pool were not the only things here. Shoujo had not been the kind of creature that discarded everything it took from defeated opponents. It had kept trophies. From Shoujo's memories, Michael understood how the organization worked. It was relatively straightforward. Based on the opponent's level was where Shoujo stored the spoils. The lower-tier items had been thrown alongside the bones, scattered without particular care across the floor of the clearing. Michael ignored these temporarily as he moved through the space. He was looking for the special section. He found it without difficulty. The items here were arranged with a deliberateness that nothing else in the space aside from the pool shared. Michael stopped in front of them and looked. A familiar feeling moved through him. He had experienced it before, twice. That particular quality that certain items carried at the higher grades. These were all epic grade treasures. Michael stared at the collection in shock. Though he had gotten a vague impression of this section from Shoujo's memory, all he had gathered was that these things were valuable. He had not known they were epic grade valuable. Michael had 2 epic grade treasures himself, so he knew with certainty he was not mistaken about what he was looking at. Is this fate? What a terrifying thing. However, Michael had no business wanting anything to do with fate as a concept. It was certainly tempting to lean into, but he also understood the saying that ignorance was bliss. Sometimes ignorance was actually a form of protection. Is this the treasure that man used? Michael's gaze settled on a particular item with interest. It was from the legendary stage human. Even its placement among the others made it stand out. Michael reached out to it carefully. It was a golden scroll-like item covered in rune-like characters that Michael could not read, the symbols making him feel slightly dizzy just from looking at them too long. Without hesitation, he cast the detect skill on it. Item name: Emperor's Aegis Decree. Grade: epic grade. Wait, it can't be. A suspicious thought rooted itself in Michael's mind as he retrieved a certain item from his storage ring. It was the treasure he had obtained from killing the Black Serpent Empire's prince, Rue. Item name: Emperor's Aegis Shell. Grade: extraordinary grade. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 959, Dead Backer. This was definitely not the wind. At this point, Michael knew he could no longer blame it on coincidence. Well, perhaps the only coincidence that existed was that the legendary stage human just happened to have a bloodline that could transform it into a serpent, the same bloodline the royal family of the Black Serpent Empire carried, and he just happened to find a similar treasure to one a prince from that same empire had used. That man was most likely from the Black Serpent Empire. And considering his power was near demigod level, I won't be surprised if he was one of their most important figures. It's hard to say if he was the only one, but he was definitely one of them. Michael knew a bit about the Black Serpent Empire. Even the 3 most powerful kingdoms that could function as empires themselves in other regions could not match the empire's greatest combined. The empire was simply that powerful. Combined with the presence of legendary stage beings, their might was considerable. This was why Michael had been heavily worried about getting entangled with them. It was only after his advancement to rank 3 that he had become considerably more indifferent. With the loss of that man, isn't the Empire something of a paper fortress now? Though he respected the unknown figure for his power, Michael was a little pleased by his absence. The weaker the Empire was relative to him, the better. This way, not only could he do as he wished, at least in the regions dominated by the Empire, he would not need to fear anyone. If they dared to come to his doorstep, he would show them what a near-demigod creature was capable of. Though he had not yet merged the blood pool with the undead drake blood, Michael was almost certain it would be able to match the level that both the legendary stage human and Shoujo had reached before their deaths. And the undead drake blood was not the only rank 4 creature he had either. Unless the Empire has an actual demigod, I don't need to worry about anything. Even if they link the death of their prince to me, they should be the ones worried about giving me an excuse to retaliate. As for the possibility of the Black Serpent Empire possessing a demigod, Michael did not believe it was high. Even a highly advanced civilization like Aurora did not have many of these beings. Michael did not know the actual number, but he was sure it was not large. This could be discerned from how the Vice Dean had dared to attack 2 rank 4 Federation officers on his behalf. If the Federation were all-powerful, Michael did not think she would have dared. It was most likely because she knew the Federation could not touch her over that particular matter. Michael did not believe the Black Serpent Empire could compare to Aurora in any meaningful way. Looking at his current resources alone, he could probably take them on himself. For rank 4 undead with thousands of rank 3 undead behind them, only a demigod level being like the Vice Dean could realistically suppress the current him. I'm getting ahead of myself thinking like this. Michael caught himself before the thought could settle too comfortably. A rank 4 power was still a rank 4 power. The Black Serpent Empire had been operating at that level for hundreds of years. Against that kind of depth, his barely approaching a year as a supernatural was a humbling comparison regardless of how unusual his trajectory had been. Though he found it hard to believe they had a demigod, possessing very strong trump cards was entirely believable. In any case, there was no active conflict between him and the Black Serpent Empire. They had no confirmed knowledge of what had happened to their prince, even if suspicion existed. As long as they did not bring the matter to his doorstep, there was no need to be thinking about attacking them. He had more than enough on his plate already. Michael exhaled and straightened slightly. In any case, he said quietly to himself, I'm a gentleman of good morals and sound principles. I don't go looking for trouble. Michael turned his attention back to the epic grade item in his hand. There was also the 3-star extraordinary grade treasure to consider. The Emperor's Aegis Shell was a defensive treasure. When activated through mana infusion, it released a dome-shaped barrier capable of withstanding attacks up to peak rank 3 strength for up to 60 seconds before requiring cooldown. As long as mana was supplied, it could be reactivated repeatedly, making it less a one-time emergency tool and more a sustained defensive resource. Among extraordinary grade treasures, its defensive performance was considered among the finest of its class. Michael had already planned to give the Emperor's Aegis Shell to his cousin, and he still planned to do exactly that. He held no genuine expectation that Lily would succeed in becoming an Awakener, let alone achieve it within 2 months. That said, she was already a supernatural now. For her, the Emperor's Aegis Shell was an extremely reliable safety measure. Overkill in terms of grade relative to what she currently was, certainly. But Michael had never particularly subscribed to the idea that protection should be calibrated exactly to current need. Better to have something that would hold through more than she might ever face than something that would fail precisely when it mattered. The barrier it produced could hold against peak rank 3 attacks for up to 60 seconds with mana to sustain it. For Lily's current situation, in the world she was operating in, that was more than enough to keep her alive through almost anything she was realistically likely to encounter. And if by some chance she actually succeeded at the awakening ceremony and became an Awakener in the future, the usefulness of the item would not decrease. If anything, it would only extend. An Awakener with access to a top-tier extraordinary grade defensive treasure would find it relevant well into the stages ahead. Michael turned the shell over in his hand once before placing it back into his storage space. He turned his attention back to the epic grade item. Seeing as they both carry the name Emperor's Aegis, this might actually be a set of items. I wonder if the rest are at the Empire or scattered somewhere else. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 960, Recent Growth and Epic Grade Treasures. Set items were not uncommon at the higher grades, though finding a complete set was another matter entirely. Each piece carried its own individual effect, often already impressive on its own merits. But when multiple pieces from the same set were equipped or activated together, the combined effect was pronounced. The synergy between pieces unlocked bonuses, additional abilities, or amplified existing effects in ways that no single item in the set could replicate alone. The rarer the set, the more dramatic the difference between partial and complete activation tended to be. The fact that one of the set pieces was at epic grade made Michael particularly interested. Michael looked at the Emperor's Aegis Decree in his hand and cast Detect. Item name: Emperor's Aegis Decree. Grade: Epic Grade. When activated, releases a concentrated burst of suppressive imperial authority outward from the user in a wide radius, momentarily disrupting the focus and mana circulation of all non-allied targets within range. Disruption duration scales with the rank difference between user and target. Against equal rank opponents, the effect lasts approximately 3 seconds. Against lower rank opponents, the effect is considerably more pronounced. Michael stared at the panel for a long moment. The suppressive imperial authority effect was not something he had expected. Given the previous treasure type, he had something that complemented it. What he was looking at instead was an offensive disruption tool that momentarily severed the mana circulation of every non-allied target in a wide radius simultaneously. 3 seconds against equal-rank opponents did not sound like much until one considered what 3 seconds of delay meant in a genuine exchange at that level. In a fight between powerful beings where single exchanges could be decisive, 3 seconds was not a small window. This is genuinely impressive. He turned the decree over in his hand thoughtfully. The more he considered it, the clearer it became that this particular item would work better in the hands of his undead demonic supernatural than anywhere else. It was at rank 4 after all. Michael, on the other hand, had no particular interest in relying on external items when dealing with opponents at his own current level. He dared not claim he was invincible within rank 3, given the vast universe and whatever exceptional individuals existed in corners of it he had never encountered. But it was not an exaggeration to say he was close to unrivaled within this rank. After his advancement, there was probably no ordinary peak rank 3 supernatural that could match him regardless of how close they were to the next threshold themselves. Half a step into rank 4 was still rank 3, and that had been over a week ago. He was more powerful now than he had been at the moment of advancement, and the gap had only widened since. These past few days had not been idle ones. At rank 3, thanks to his class, he could engrave up to 20 of his undead directly into his body and receive meaningful attribute boosts from each engraving simultaneously. Combined with the feedback he had received from both beginning and Lily advancing to rank 4, and the general accumulation of everything else that had happened across this absurd week, Michael was genuinely uncertain how powerful he currently was. Class, Death's Heir. Attributes: Strength, 2158.75, 1446.75 plus 712. Agility, 2400.71, 1598.71 plus 802. Constitution, 2574.92, 1885.92 plus 689. Intelligence, 2620.92, 2000.92 plus 620. Attribute points, 517. Seeing this level of growth, all thanks to his decision to change his class, Michael did not regret it at all. The only advantage rank 4 beings had over him now was their domain. But in terms of attributes, Michael did not think he was lacking compared to a genuine rank 4 supernatural. If he fought Director Lin again, he would not be able to defeat her if she did not suppress herself, but she would be in for a genuine surprise if she was only at the early stages of rank 4 and did not have significantly higher attributes than him. Then there were his attribute points, which had increased from 400. With his race giving 6 attribute points and his class giving 7 points per level, he had gained a total of 117 points from his recent level-ups. Unfortunately, with all this growth, even if all his other undead advanced to rank 4, it was hard to say whether his attributes would surpass the 3,000 mark. The only realistic hope was if all his engravings were filled with rank 4 undead. Thanks to my race, on the surface my attribute numbers appear lower than an ordinary human's would at equivalent strength. I wonder how high they would need to be to match my actual strength. Probably above the 10,000 mark. With this absurd amount of points required for ordinary beings, it was no wonder many strong beings took decades to centuries to advance. Except for someone with an extreme advantage like Michael, reaching these numbers as an ordinary supernatural was close to impossible. Only with decades of careful accumulation would there even be a chance. Michael looked at the decree one more time before storing it carefully. He turned his attention to the other epic grade items. Including the treasure the legendary stage human from the Black Serpent Empire had used, the remaining epic grade items in Shoujo's collection numbered 4. One was a spear. Its length was dark green, and the pressure it radiated outward was oppressive. Simply standing near it produced a faint but unmistakable sense of weight pressing against the chest. Another was a small jade-colored hair accessory shaped like a miniature crown. It looked unassuming despite its color, carrying none of the immediate presence that the spear announced so plainly. If anything, it seemed to occasionally blur slightly at the edges in a way that made sustained focus on it mildly difficult. The third was a bamboo shaft. Where the spear radiated oppression and the crown preferred obscurity, the bamboo shaft gave off something closer to warmth. The vitality coming off it was strong and clean. The fourth was a musical instrument. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 961. Epic Grade Treasures 2. In the 500 years since shoujo had ascended to rank 4, its record against intelligent races at the same level was surprisingly limited. Aside from the monsters it had farmed and eliminated across its territory and occasional excursions into surrounding regions, shoujo had only ever fought a total of 7 rank 4 intelligent race beings, 4 women and 3 men. Of those 7, only 5 had carried epic grade treasures. With shoujo's memory to reference, Michael could piece together the ownership clearly enough. 3 of the 5 epic grade treasures had belonged to men. 2 had belonged to women. The spear and the Emperor's Aegis decree had come from the 2 most dangerous opponents shoujo had ever faced among intelligent races. The remaining 3, the jade crown, the bamboo shaft, and the string instrument, had come from opponents that ranged from mid to high difficulty by shoujo's own internal assessment. Challenging encounters, each one, but not the kind that had left lasting impressions the way the spear's previous owner and the black serpent human had. Michael picked up the spear carefully. As a spear user, Michael was naturally drawn to it before any of the others. His current soulbound spear was only extraordinary grade 3 stars, and after the battle with shoujo it was no longer usable. Michael had been meaning to address that particular problem and simply had not had the time. Michael cast Detect on the spear. Item name: Venom Flare Lance. Grade: Epic Grade. Effect: a passive. The lance continuously emanates a dark flame that does not spread or consume but lingers on whatever it touches. Contact with the flame introduces a corrosive burning effect that bypasses ordinary resistance. The flame cannot be extinguished through conventional means. The active. When driven forward with deliberate intent, the dark flame surges along the full length of the lance and concentrates at the tip into a compressed point of poisonous fire. Anything pierced by the active strike receives a deeply embedded flame that continues burning from the inside, resisting suppression and accelerating the breakdown of internal defenses and regenerative ability. Before the Black Serpent human's existence, the owner of the Venom Flare Lance had been the strongest opponent shoujo had ever faced among intelligent races. What made that fact particularly interesting to Michael was that she had been an elf. The common understanding of elves was that they were creatures who naturally favored distance and long-ranged attacks. Finding one who was dominant in close combat was rare. Michael could not help but smile. Just like his previous weapon, this one carried a poison attribute. The expression of it was different, built into flame rather than a direct toxin, but the underlying nature was the same. Michael did not actually have strict requirements for the spear he used. A spear was a spear. But having a familiar attribute was something good. To find a replacement so soon, and one that was better in every way, was not something he had expected after killing shoujo. At this point Michael found it genuinely difficult to summon any lingering frustration toward Jester for interfering with his fate. If Jester had not acted, none of this would have been his anytime soon, or possibly ever. Michael knew his own character well enough. Even if shoujo had met the stronger version of him and not attacked, unless Michael had specific need of a corpse, he would not have actively gone after any monster. There was a real chance shoujo's treasures would never have reached his hands at all. Michael took one last look at the spear and stored the Venom Flare Lance carefully alongside the decree. "I suppose I owe you one," he said quietly, though Jester was nowhere nearby to hear it. Michael turned to the next treasure. The jade crown. This one had belonged to the second woman among shoujo's 5 defeated opponents who had wielded epic grade treasures. Among the 5 figures, if the black serpent human sat at the top and the elf sat just below, this woman occupied the 4th position in shoujo's internal assessment. Michael picked up the jade crown carefully and cast Detect. Item name: Veilborn Circlet. Grade: Epic Grade. Effect: passive. The wearer's presence becomes naturally difficult to perceive. Detection abilities, sensory skills, and spatial awareness directed at the wearer experience consistent interference. reducing their accuracy and range. The effect is not invisibility but a persistent blurring of the wearer's existence in the perception of others. Active. When activated, the passive interference intensifies into a complete suppression of the wearer's presence for a short duration. During this window, the wearer becomes effectively undetectable by anything below the wearer's own level. Against equal-level opponents, the suppression creates a meaningful delay in detection rather than complete concealment. Seems rather ordinary. Compared to the Venomflare Lance and the Emperor's Aegis Decree, this one felt relatively understated. Perhaps that was why it sat at 1 star. Among 1-star epic grade treasures, it might even rank in the lower ranges. But Michael was not dismissive of it. An epic grade treasure was still an epic grade treasure. The gap between the highest tier of extraordinary and the lowest tier of epic was not a small one. Only special treasures like the one he had received from the Academy were exceptions, and even that treasure had once been a 1-star epic grade item. The Veilborn Circlet's effect itself was genuinely useful. Fighting an opponent who wore this would be incredibly annoying in ways that raw strength could not easily address. Michael thought about which of his undead would get the most out of it. If I have no immediate need for it, I can always give it to Fade. Together, they would probably make a perfect fit. With that thought settled, Michael stored the circlet and reached for the bamboo shaft. Item name: Everbloom Staff. Grade: Epic Grade. Effect: the active continuously radiates a dense concentration of pure vitality, accelerating natural recovery for all allies within range. All allies within range receive a plus 25% boost to Constitution and plus 15% boost to all other attributes. A passive: mana consumption for nature-based abilities is reduced by 70%, and as long as the wielder can consistently provide mana, all sustained injuries will be healed instantly except in exceptional cases. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 962. Last item. Michael stared at the panel for a long time. 3 stars. Michael had not expected that from the bamboo shaft, and yet here it was. Epic grade 3 stars. He looked at the staff with considerably more attention than he had given it before. This was the third 3-star epic grade treasure in his possession. The first was the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The second was his storage ring. Both had come as rewards tied directly to his advancements. This was the only one that had come naturally. To think Shoujo had kept a 3-star epic grade support treasure in a cave alongside bones and dust for an unknown number of decades, completely ignorant of what it actually was. Michael exhaled quietly. Truly, he said to the empty space. Ignorance is expensive. Though the description of the Everbloom staff read in a relatively straightforward manner on the surface, the effects themselves were anything but ordinary. The first effect alone, a 25% boost to Constitution and 15% to all other attributes for every ally within range, was strong. That kind of passive amplification applied to multiple rank 4 undead simultaneously was not a small thing. But it was the second effect that made Michael read the panel twice. As long as the wielder could consistently supply mana, all sustained injuries would be healed instantly. Michael thought about his current mana reserves. His intelligence was sitting above 2,600. With this treasure, he was essentially a cockroach, as long as he was not killed in a single strike. Michael turned the staff over in his hand one more time. There doesn't seem to be anyone perfectly suited for this. It was not that he lacked options. He himself was a candidate, and among his undead there were several reasonable ones. Unfortunately, there was no perfect fit. He stored it and moved to the last item. The musical instrument. A string instrument, to be precise. It was roughly the size and shape of something that could be held against the body, its frame carved from dark lacquered wood. The body was narrow and elongated, curving slightly at the base. The neck was long, the frets marked with small inlaid pieces of what looked like pale bone at even intervals. The strings themselves were few in number, thick and taut, running from a carved headstock down to a tailpiece fixed at the instrument's base with a small decorative knot. It looked like something that belonged in a performance hall. It looked like a pipa from his old world. Michael picked it up carefully and cast Detect. Item name: Sovereign Pipa. Grade: Epic Grade. Effect: String 1. Shattering Pluck. A single pluck releases a concentrated sonic burst directed in a straight line. The burst carries physical force capable of fracturing barriers, disrupting formations, and staggering opponents. Force scales with mana invested. Effect: String 2. Binding Resonance. A sustained note releases an invisible resonance field that anchors targets within range, restricting spatial movement including teleportation for the duration the note is held. Effect: String 3. Soul Tremor. A plucked chord sends vibrations directly into the spiritual body of targets within range, destabilizing active domain effects. Effect: String 4. Sovereign's Dirge. A full strum releases a sweeping wave of oppressive sound that suppresses all living targets within range, reducing their combat output by 20% for 30 seconds. Michael stared at the panel in shock. Another 3-star treasure. Jester, I love you. Michael wanted to shout in excitement, especially after reading through the item's effects. The excitement lasted a few seconds before doubt crept in quietly behind it. Michael thought back through Shoujo's memory of the encounter. The owner of the Sovereign Pipa had managed to seriously injure Shoujo, which was no small feat, but they had also been killed off relatively quickly once the engagement shifted into close range. The fight had not been the protracted, grinding exchange that the Black Serpent human or the Elven Spear wielder had produced. Were the effects truly as strong as the panel suggested? Michael reached out toward the second string. Binding Resonance seemed like the least offensive of the 4 effects, the one least likely to cause collateral damage to the cave around him. A reasonable choice for a quick test. Still, Michael was cautious and created multiple layers of barrier around himself first. Michael had barely touched the string when he felt a noticeable and immediate drain pulling from his mana reserves, the sensation arriving before he had even produced a sound from it. Michael raised an eyebrow and pulled his hand back. So strange. His mana had already crossed into the early stages of rank 4 in terms of volume. Yet a single touch of the string's surface without activating it all the way through had produced a noticeable reduction. A few actual uses at full activation might drain him considerably. Michael looked at the pipa with considerably more complicated feelings than he had experienced 30 seconds ago. It was possible this instrument was not designed for rank 4 users at all. The Black Serpent human had used a 2-star item and still managed to push Shoujo to its limits. The pipa's previous owner had wielded a 3-star instrument and had still been killed relatively quickly. At this point, Michael did not think the owner had been weak. The more likely conclusion was that they had simply not been able to fully utilize what they were carrying. Michael stored the pipa carefully. Tremendous potential. Unfortunately, I can't think of anyone suitable, he said quietly. Still, this counts as a trump card. Michael had thousands of undead. If he evolved a sufficient number of them, he could simply have them take turns using the item. He shook his head slowly. He was becoming an increasingly unreasonable opponent the stronger he grew. Disgusting. Just the way he liked it. Michael did a quick count of the epic grade treasures now in his possession. Before today he had possessed 2. Today had added 5 more. The Venom Flare Lance, the Emperor's Aegis Decree, the Veilborn Circlet, the Everbloom Staff, the Sovereign Pipa. 7 epic grade treasures in total. 5 of them acquired in a single day. There was no daylight highway robbery in history to match this. Of those 7, 4 were 3-star items. The Everbloom Staff and the Sovereign Pipa sitting alongside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten and the storage ring at the top of his collection. Michael exhaled slowly and looked around the cave one final time. The battle with Shoujo had turned out to be one of the most fruitful encounters of his life. Only one experience could genuinely compete with the returns from this single night and the days that followed. The time in hell, when he had stood at the edge of death and comprehended his law. That had given him something no treasure could replicate. But in terms of material gain, this came very close to the top. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 963 Merging. After storing all the epic grade treasures, Michael did not immediately leave for the blood pool. The epic items and the blood pool were unquestionably the greatest things the cave had offered, but that did not mean the rest of the space had nothing left worth checking. Shoujo had accumulated many things in its lifetime and across 500 years of operating in this forest. Michael moved through the remaining sections of the cave methodically. As expected, there were other items. Some had belonged to wanderers and careless individuals who had strayed too deep into the forest and paid for it. Others had come from stronger opponents Shoujo had dealt with before its ascension to rank 4. The grades varied. The lowest among the recoverable items were 3-star rare grade, with a handful of extraordinary grade pieces scattered through the collection. After checking every corner of the space carefully, Michael had recovered 12 intact items in total. Combined, their value probably could not match a single epic grade treasure in a direct comparison. But that was a high bar to measure against. At the very least, they were genuinely useful supplementary pieces. He could also set some aside for Lily to play with or use as she grew into her strength and sell the rest toward paying off a portion of his debt. The debt to the elves was not included. No matter how much he accumulated, that particular balance sheet was less a debt and more a permanent feature of his financial landscape at this point. Rich in assets, perpetually in debt. Such was his life. After clearing the cave, Michael made his way back to the blood pool. He stood at its edge for a moment, looking at the layered colors shifting slowly beneath the surface. The pressure it radiated had not diminished in the time he had spent searching the rest of the cave. If anything, standing closer to it now made it more pronounced. He summoned the undead drake blood. It appeared in its humanoid form, the familiar scaled features and dragon horns catching the bioluminescent light of the cave walls. The moment it fully materialized, Michael felt something closer to yearning coming from the undead. Michael did not stop it. Under the combined gaze of Michael and the demonic supernatural standing beside him, the drake blood walked toward the pool and stepped in. The moment contact was made, the blood began to boil. The drake blood's skin began to turn red. Michael activated his talent without hesitation. A panel appeared immediately. Extraordinary material detected. Merge with undead drake blood. Michael accepted. He exhaled slowly as the process initiated, watching the drake blood sink deeper into the pool as the merge began pulling the accumulated essence inward. Fortunately, his evolution points from these past few days had built up considerably. From the pool, a light emerged. Not the blinding flash that had accompanied Lily's evolution. This was steadier. A warm luminescence that rose from the blood's surface and wrapped around the drake blood's submerged form without obscuring it entirely. Through the glow, Michael could still make out the drake blood's figure. The connection between them remained clear and active. From what he could tell, this was going to take a while. That was not a problem. What was good was worth waiting for. Michael sat down near the pool's edge and occupied himself with his own thoughts, one eye always on the luminescent figure in the blood. Roughly an hour passed. Then a thought came through the connection. The drake blood wanted to transform. The pull toward its true form was pressing against whatever restraint the undead state imposed on it, insistent and growing stronger as the pool's essence continued working through its bloodline. No! Michael sent back a firm refusal immediately. The true form of the drake blood was not a small thing. The body expanding into its true form would displace the pool, potentially scattering everything. Completely unacceptable. Another hour passed. Michael watched as the drake blood's silhouette within the pool began to shift, its outline growing in size. The pool's level was dropping as the accumulated essence continued being drawn inward, the volume of blood visibly lower than it had been an hour ago. The intent to transform came again through the connection. Michael suppressed it again. Firm and immediate. The drake blood endured. Another hour. Then another. Each time the transformation urge surfaced, Michael pushed it back. And each time it returned, it was stronger than the last, the bloodline responding to what was being absorbed by demanding the form that could best contain it. The outline in the pool was noticeably larger now. What had been a humanoid silhouette was becoming something that strained that description. The pool's surface was significantly lower. Most of its contents had been absorbed. Michael looked at the ceiling above them, then at the cave walls, then at the drake blood's growing figure. He made his decision the moment the pool's contents were fully consumed. He told the undead drake blood to no longer suppress its transformation. Michael recalled his other undead into the coffin space and teleported, reappearing in midair above the hill, the everlong forest spreading outward in every direction beneath them. For a moment nothing happened. Then the ground began to shake. The shaking intensified. What had begun as a low tremor moving through the earth beneath the hill spread outward through the surrounding forest, the trees nearest the hill shaking as the vibration reached their roots. Then the hill split and gave way. A head emerged first, then a roar. It hit the open air with a force that pressed against Michael even at his elevated position. It was the drake blood, but different. The scales that had always carried a reddish tint were deeper now, saturated with a blackish crimson. 2 long horns curved from its head like a crown. More importantly, it was growing. Michael watched from midair as the drake blood continued to expand, its true form asserting itself without restraint for the first time since the merge had completed. 100 meters. 200. 400. Michael's eyes widened slightly. 600. It stopped somewhere just past 700 meters, the full length of the undead drakeblood's true form stretching across the everlong forest, its head raised high enough that Michael at his elevation was looking at it more or less directly rather than down. Silence settled over the forest. Then the drakeblood turned its massive head and looked at him. Michael looked back at it. Undead High Drake. Level 100, max. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 964, Eco-Friendly Michael. How did it feel when one finally acquired the strength to stand strong anywhere in the universe? Michael felt a wave of emotions flood over him. Whether it was in the land of origin, Aurora, or the greater universe beyond, as long as he did not actively seek death, Michael dared to say he now had the strength to be regarded as a genuine pillar of power. I wonder how strong you are now, Michael said with satisfaction as he observed the gigantic body of the creature in front of him. After all, there were differences between those of the same level. What Michael could say with certainty was that a creature near the demigod level, regardless of where it stood among its peers, was formidable anywhere in the universe. What made Michael even more satisfied was the lack of instability in his connection with the undead despite it now being only a step away from the next rank. Part of that came from his current strength. The other part came from the nature of his class, which granted him near-absolute dominance over undead creatures. Against undead that belonged to him specifically, the effect was even stronger. Perhaps if I find a way to advance you to the next rank, nothing will go wrong. One should know that for classes like Necromancer and Beast Tamer, it was strongly advised not to have contracted creatures 2 major ranks above their own as the risk of losing control increased significantly. It was not impossible to have a creature at that level, but unless one was fully confident in their control, the creature could turn against its master with lethal consequences. This was not the first time a thought like this had surfaced for Michael, but it was the first time he had seriously entertained the idea of actually attempting it. In any case, there was nothing to be done about it now. His resources for any such endeavor were essentially non-existent at this moment. Michael had the undead High Drake turn to ash and absorb into his body as a tattoo that soon faded into his skin. However, his focus was not on that, because the moment the process initiated he nearly fell from the sky. The tattoos granted by his class skill, which allowed him to engrave the essence of the dead into his body to boost his attributes and grant new abilities, came with a cost. The most noticeable was the weight. Fortunately, it was not the weight of the entire undead, or Michael would not have dared dream of filling all his engraving slots since he would not have been able to move at all. But the remnant weight from each engraved undead was still enough to press down on his body in a cumulative way. One could call it a burden since it offered no direct benefits in itself. Fortunately, it was not a crippling one. It did make Michael's physical movements heavier, but that was the extent of it. When Michael added the undead High Drake back as a tattoo, the new weight nearly knocked him out of the sky. It seemed strange that a mere 10 levels would cause such a pronounced change, but perhaps that was precisely what it meant to cross from a Drakeblood to a High Drake. Michael had a strong suspicion that the next stage of evolution would have the word dragon in it somewhere. After adjusting to the new weight and registering the slight passive strength boost from the High Drake's engraved state, Michael turned to look at the destruction below. The hill was gone. The section of forest where it had stood was now a wide, irregular crater. The earth pushed outward in every direction. Trees within a significant radius had been knocked flat or stripped of their canopy by the shockwave of the Drakeblood's emergence, lying at angles that pointed away from the center. The crater itself was deep enough that Michael could not see the bottom of the cave from his current position. Whatever remained of Shoujo's home was now open to the night sky. Michael looked at it for a long moment. This was the second time in roughly the same week that he had left a significant portion of the Everlong forest looking considerably worse than he had found it. The first had been the 2-kilometer clearing carved out for the tribulations. Now this. He was becoming something of a problem for the local geography. Michael turned and spread his senses outward. Within 50,000 meters the forest was alive with presence, all of it maintaining careful distance from the crater and from him. Most were rank 3. A few sat at the upper end of that range. Regardless of their power, they were all Shoujo's farm animals. From Shoujo's memory, Michael could tell that every creature in the Everlong forest from generations back had been subject to Shoujo's blood curse, a binding that prevented them from leaving the forest's boundaries regardless of how strong they grew or how much they wanted to. They had been born into a cage they could not see and had lived and died within it without ever understanding why the boundary of the forest felt like a wall. With Shoujo dead, the curse would dissolve on its own over time. These creatures would eventually be free to go wherever their instincts led them. Though they were monsters, Michael felt something that was not quite pity but sat close to it. They had been cultivated like crops for centuries. After a brief moment of reflection, Michael set the sentiment aside. Now that I think about it, it's about time I started increasing my other strength. Michael still had more than 2,000 contract slots to fill. This was the true foundation of his power. The more undead he contracted, the more evolution points accumulated daily, and the more options that opened up across everything else. These monsters would do nicely. As for destroying the ecosystem, Michael did not think killing monsters counted as destroying an ecosystem. Michael cracked his knuckles quietly. "Let's get to work," he said to no one in particular, and disappeared. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 965. Worries and Family. For the next few hours, Michael's contract slots filled steadily. Meanwhile, in Aurora, his original body sat inside his storage ring and worked through the memories of the 2 legendary stage beings. The 2 tasks ran in parallel across his 2 bodies without conflict. It was only when night had settled fully over both worlds that Michael allowed himself to stop. Contract slots 4463/4463. Thanks to the abundance of monsters in the forest, Michael had managed to fill almost all his contract slots in just a few hours. Even for a strong being like him, it had been exhausting. It was only because 90% of the monsters were weak enough that a single cast of Undead Revival was sufficient that he had been able to accomplish it at all. Fortunately, the heavens rewarded the diligent. Starting from tomorrow, every single day Michael would be receiving a total of 4,000 evolution points. Though the evolution costs required for advancement are getting larger, this is still a significant daily income, Michael muttered, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. However, it quickly darkened. 2,000 of his older undead were at least 3-star extraordinary grade creatures. To advance them to rank for Michael would need to evolve each to 1-star epic grade, which for monsters required close to 10,000 evolution points each. For 2,000 undead, that came to 20 million evolution points. Fuck! Michael's curse echoed through the purple world of his storage ring, which was now considerably more crowded than it had been that morning. He had just been telling himself that 4,000 evolution points a day was a meaningful income. At that rate, reaching 20 million would take 5,000 days. Roughly 13.5 years. That was too slow. Far too slow. Though Michael had known that progress would slow as he grew stronger, facing the actual numbers when time was near was a different experience from the abstract expectation. He had only been a supernatural for barely a year. Expecting him to be satisfied with 13 years of waiting was asking too much of his current temperament. Of course, it was only Michael who would be dissatisfied with such a speed. In the universe, many realms only had a handful to a few dozen rank 4 supernaturals as peak power. If any of them were told their numbers would increase 100-fold in 13 years, they would happily wait 100. No, this won't work. Michael's eyes had taken on a slightly red tint as the anxiety built. He wanted nothing more than to head out now and rob many strong dimensional cracks from the Federation. And this is only for 2,000 undead. I have 2,000 more of varying strength, so I'll need another 20 million on top. Rounded up conservatively, I'd need close to 50 million evolution points to be safe. At 4,000 per day, for 1,000 undead all advancing to rank 4 would take at least 27 years. Michael would be 46 by then. He could not help wondering if he should be grateful his next advancement task was unlikely to be like the previous ones. If the limit break task was not a 100-year requirement, he would have been in serious trouble. Fortunately, I'm heading to the academy tomorrow. I need to see if I can negotiate access, preferably exclusive access, to stronger dimensional cracks. The academy would not do that for free. Unless he happened to be the dean's long-lost illegitimate son, there would be a price attached. I wonder if the locations of the demonic supernatural hideouts would be worth such a deal. He had originally planned to share that information freely or at minimal cost. The reality of 27 years had changed his priorities considerably. If the wait was 3 to 5 years, he could grit his teeth and endure. 13 was beyond his tolerance. 27 was simply not a conversation he was willing to have with himself. With those thoughts still circling, Michael withdrew from the storage ring and returned to the material world, sitting down on his bed in his room. Only a few minutes had passed when a knock came at the door. "Come in, Aunt Mia." He managed to smile despite everything running through his head. Aunt Mia pushed the door open and stepped inside. Despite being an ordinary person, she did not look particularly surprised that Michael had known it was her. Living alongside Jester long enough had accustomed her to certain things. Her eyes found his face immediately, and the slight tension in her posture eased when she saw him smiling. "You're still up," Michael said. "It's quite late. I was waiting for you to come home," she said simply. Michael's eyebrow rose slightly. "Why?" Aunt Mia took a breath. Her hands, which she had been holding together in front of her, tightened slightly. "Lily's look," she began, then paused. Michael felt a small knot of concern form. The changes in Lily after the evolution had been significant. He had not thought much about how it would land with someone who had known Lily since birth. He was just about to explain when Aunt Mia continued. "Could you do the same for me?" "Huh?" Michael stared at her in surprise. Aunt Mia read his expression immediately, and the color rising in her face deepened considerably. "If it's a problem, forget I said anything," she said quickly. "I just thought." "It's not a problem," Michael said. He meant it. He had already been planning to evolve Aunt Mia. What he had not expected was for her to be the one to ask. "Why do you want it?" he asked with genuine curiosity. Aunt Mia's expression moved through several phases before settling into something that was approximately dignified embarrassment. Well, Lily looked quite healthy now, so. "No, I mean," Michael watched her and arrived at the understanding without her needing to finish. He pressed his lips together to keep the smile from becoming too obvious. In the end, no woman could fully resist the allure of beauty. To think that the chance to evolve, something people in this world would genuinely kill for, had quietly become a beauty treatment within their household. Michael shook his head slightly, the smile winning out. "Come with me, Aunt Mia." Soon the night passed somewhat peacefully, and morning came on the next day. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 966. Stepdad? Around a dining table 4 people were having breakfast. 2 male and 2 females. What was immediately striking about the arrangement was the visual symmetry of it. On the male side, the 2 shared extremely similar features. The female side mirrored the same situation. What made it more striking was that each pair seemed to be an older and younger version of the same thing. The females sat across from each other, one appearing to be in her late 20s, the other in her mid-teens. The males were closer in age, one in his late teens and one just behind him. All 4 had green eyes. Together they looked like a family. Well, we all are family, Michael thought in silence as he glanced at Jester. Well, except for one maybe. In any case, everyone at this table carried his blood in some form. Aunt Mia and Lily had both been evolved using it. Jester's vessel had been built from his body entirely. Familiar blood could not run any stronger than this. Michael looked around the table at the four of them and felt a certain quiet satisfaction. Lily was staring at her mother with undisguised curiosity from across the table. The differences between them post-evolution were considerable. Aunt Mia had gone into the process as a woman in her mid-30s who had weathered the ordinary difficulties of life. They had left visible marks regardless of how much things improved afterward. Evolution had addressed all of that at once, and had done so dramatically enough that even Michael, who had performed the evolution himself and knew what to expect in general terms, found himself looking twice. Her posture was the first thing. Her back had straightened completely. If she wanted to hunch now, it would have to be a deliberate choice. Her voice, when she spoke, carried a lightness to it that had not been there the previous evening. She had also grown taller. Not dramatically so, but enough to be immediately visible. Not quite Michael's height, which had climbed steadily over the past year, but tall by most women's standards. Then there was the bob cut, which Aunt Mia had kept deliberately short out of professional habit. Then there was the face. None of the other three at the table had what Aunt Mia had, which was the particular quality of maturity that her evolution had refined rather than removed. Michael and Lily both carried a youthfulness that the evolution had only sharpened. Jester was simply a copy of Michael. Aunt Mia alone brought something different to the table. She looked like a top-tier model. Michael noted with some private amusement that though her evolution had traded a certain endowment for refinement, making what had been there before was less pronounced now, what remained in its place was a quality of elegance that was harder to quantify but considerably more difficult to ignore. He returned his attention to his breakfast without comment. Lily had not returned her attention to anything. She was still staring. Aunt Mia was a thin-skinned person, but being stared at with sustained intensity eventually wore through her composure. She threw a glare at Lily. Lily was not frightened in the slightest. "Who would believe you're my mother?" Lily said, looking between them. "We look like sisters now." Aunt Mia's expression shifted towards something between embarrassment and a complicated pride. Lily clicked her tongue thoughtfully. "I just hope this doesn't bring about a stepdad." Michael paused mid-bite and turned to look at his aunt. He took in the full picture of what she looked like now and realized that Lily's concern was not without merit. Michael was not opposed to his aunt having a romantic life. That was entirely her choice, and he had no standing objection in principle. She had given a significant portion of her life to raising him and Lily under difficult circumstances and deserved whatever happiness she wanted for herself. Yet the thought of a stepfather appearing from somewhere unannounced left Michael genuinely unsure of how to feel about it. He returned to his breakfast without comment. Across the table, Jester's expression had not changed, which was normal for Jester. But his thought process, had anyone been able to read it, was considerably simpler than Michael's. Aunt Mia was Michael's family, which meant her well-being fell under his concern by extension. Any man who intended to involve himself in that picture would, before anything else, have to pass through whatever judgment Jester formed about them. His master would not always be present to supervise. Though Jester also understood his master well enough to know that Michael would ultimately support whatever made his aunt genuinely happy, as long as it posed no threat to her well-being. Still, any man with the ambition to be with Aunt Mia would need to treat her accordingly. If he dared to do otherwise, then it meant he processed the balls of a god. Even Aunt Mia could not hold her composure entirely at Lily's comment. A blush came to her face. Lily noticed immediately. "Mom, what are you thinking?" "Shut up." This time her glare shut Lily up. Aunt Mia exhaled quietly when no one was looking at her anymore, her eyes losing focus as she drifted into thought. She had been a widow for many years. To say she had not been lonely through any of it would have been a lie. But the conditions of her life before Michael's awakening had never given romantic thoughts much space to breathe. It was only after Michael became a supernatural and things finally improved that the pressure had eased, but the thought of a relationship had still never appealed to her much. With what Lily said, Aunt Mia found she could not quite refute it. Michael noticed his aunt's silence. His expression became distinctly strange. He glanced at her from the side. Chapter 967. It's you? Aunt Mia had not been unattractive before the evolution. Objectively, she had been a reasonably attractive woman who had simply been worn down by circumstances. However, with her current look, Michael found himself involuntarily imagining the volume of attention that was going to find its way in her direction. The hungry uncles alone would be a considerable problem. Michael exhaled slowly through his nose. At least she had the physical strength now to handle any ordinary man who overstepped. That was something. Michael set the thought aside before it developed further. Regardless of what evolution brought to their lives, what mattered most was that they could live longer now. Before reaching rank 3, he could power feed them enough to extend their lifespans by centuries. If either of them ever wanted more power by then, he would simply feed it to them further. But that would mean using his taming skill again. After using the skill, he could apply his talent to them, but Michael cut the thought off there. The main reason was that he did not particularly like the idea of keeping family members as pets. The other reason was Lily specifically. It would be one thing if she lacked any opportunity to awaken, but being bound as a pet would ensure she never could. What concern did a pet have with awakening? Though the taming skill would allow him to bring family members to the land of origin since they would have an identity attached through the skill's effect, Michael saw no particular appeal. Soon Michael set his spoon down and pushed back slightly from the table. "I'll be heading off now," he said to his aunt. Aunt Mia looked up from her bowl. The unfocused quality of a moment ago cleared immediately. "Will you come back soon?" Michael held her gaze for a moment before answering honestly. "I'm not sure. With everything that's happened recently, the academy will probably be busy for a while." He paused. "But I'll try my best to come back and spend time with you both when I can." Aunt Mia looked at him for a long moment, then nodded once. "Then go," she said. "Don't let your teachers punish you for being late." Michael's expression went slightly odd. By teachers she meant the academy instructors, right? After his last incident that had destroyed the manor and revealed his power, would they actually try to punish him? Then again, why was he assuming the punishment would have to be physical? In the end, Michael nodded anyway. He sent a mental message to Jester as he stood. "Protect them. And when you have time, go to the Supers Association branch and ask them where my money is. They have been dragging their feet for days now. Make it clear that my patience has limits." Jester's acknowledgement came back immediately. "Don't attack anyone." "Yes, master." "Or kill anyone." As for the Supers Association, if they dared to withhold what was owed, he would go find Rin and cry loudly in her direction. If that managed to bring the Vice Dean into the conversation, he would like to see how the Federation would not cough blood over the result. After a few months in the academy, Michael had begun to understand some things. Michael looked at the table one last time. With a final nod, he disappeared. With his wisdom state active, the journey did not take long. Michael arrived above the city where the academy's secret realm was situated and slowed his approach to take in the state of things from above. "I expected worse, to be honest. This is much better than I thought." The city was damaged. That much was undeniable. There were sections where the destruction was clearly visible, and the traces of monster activity from the dimensional crack expansion were readable in the landscape if one knew what to look for. But it was standing. The city's fundamental infrastructure had not collapsed. The scale of destruction was only marginally worse than what Brightgate had sustained at its worst periods. As expected of the academy, Michael muttered with genuine respect. Even facing an expansion event that had pushed stronger monsters into the surrounding area, the institution had held its ground and kept the damage within manageable parameters. That spoke to the quality of the forces it could deploy. Minimal destruction did not mean no destruction. The reconstruction timeline, if Michael had to estimate it, would take at least 2 years before the city recovered anything close to its previous appearance. Probably longer if the more severely affected districts required foundation work rather than surface rebuilding alone. Michael gave the city one final look before descending toward the Academy's secret realm entrance. Moments later, he was back on Academy grounds. The contrast with the city above was immediate. The academy grounds looked largely as he had left them. What was different was the population. There were considerably more students moving through the grounds than there had been before his departure. Seems like the academy announcement worked. Michael watched the increased activity for a moment before moving in the direction of Director Arvin's office. After all, he had another purpose for coming to the academy beyond simply reporting in and attending to school business. He had only walked a certain distance across the grounds when a strange pulling sensation reached him from somewhere ahead. What made it stranger was that he could simultaneously sense something being drawn toward him from the same direction. Two separate tugs meeting in the middle. Michael stopped walking. He was curious but also alarmed. In the end, he decided to investigate. This was the academy. Whatever this was, a direct threat within these grounds was unlikely. Michael steeled himself and walked in the direction the pull indicated. It led him to Director Lin's office. He stood outside for a moment and took a slow breath. Then he knocked. "Enter." Director Lin's voice. Since using his senses to check what was inside would be rude, Michael had no idea what to expect as he pushed the door open and stepped through. Across the room, beside Director Lin's desk, stood a figure he recognized immediately. Teacher Brian? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 968. Mentor. Among the many things Michael had anticipated finding on the other side of Director Lin's door, Teacher Brian had not appeared on any version of that list. The moment recognition landed, Michael felt two things in quick succession. The first was something close to excitement. The second was an awkwardness that settled almost immediately behind it, because Michael was not entirely sure how to calibrate his reaction. Teacher Brian had known him when he was a newly awakened student barely finding his footing. The distance between that version of him and the current one was not a small gap, and he had not had time to think about how to bridge it naturally. Across the room, Teacher Brian's expression told a similar story. "It seems the two of you know each other." Director Lin's voice pulled both of their attentions back to the room. It was at that moment Michael registered that Rin was also present. He had been so focused on Brian the moment he entered that she had simply not registered in the first sweep of his attention. He nodded to her in acknowledgement. She returned it with her usual expression, which conveyed approximately nothing. Teacher Brian recovered first. He turned to Director Lin and nodded. "We became acquainted not long after he first awakened," he said. Michael confirmed his words with a nod of his own toward Director Lin. Teacher Brian turned to look at Michael. "Though I knew this was the academy you enrolled in," he said, "I had thought it would be a while longer before our paths crossed here. This is a surprise." "How are you doing?" Brian asked. "Well," Michael said with a slight smile. "And you, sir?" Their exchange was simple. Across the room Rin was watching with a slightly odd look on her face. This was the first time she had seen Michael interact with someone and look genuinely present in the conversation rather than professionally engaged with it. The Michael she had spent time with gave the impression of treating everyone like air if they had no business or conversation to conduct with each other. She had assumed that was simply how he was. But watching him now he looked different. Then it occurred to her that she had heard him say Teacher Brian. Was it because he saw Brian as a mentor? Rin's guess was quite close to the mark. Teacher Brian had been present at several points in Michael's early days that, individually, might not have looked like much from the outside. Taken together, they formed something more substantial. He had been the one to introduce Michael to the spear. Brian had also sold him his first pair of monsters that later became the foundation of everything that came after. Then there was the matter of his family. When Michael had evolved to high human and the transformation had threatened to spiral beyond what he could control, it had been Teacher Brian who had acted and kept his family safe, even if the matter had been done out of convenience at the time. And before all of that, during the demonic supernatural attack on Woodstone City, Brian had acted as a guardian for the people. The current Michael could look at a near-demigod creature and make rational calculations about whether to engage it. The Michael of that period could only protect himself and his family and not much beyond that. All of this had left an impression that strength and time had not erased, even if their actual interaction with each other had not been particularly extensive. Some things settled into a person and stayed there regardless of how much else changed around them. Teacher Brian was one of those things for Michael. On the other side, Brian was quietly filled with a wave of emotions. To think the naive boy he remembered from Woodstone City, who went around carelessly using his detection skill on people without stopping to consider whether that was appropriate, would have grown so much in under a year. To Brian, who was above 100 years old, 1 year was an extremely short period of time. It was not only the appearance that had changed. Brian felt a sense of threat from Michael, which alarmed him. Brian was a proud man who was confident in his own strength, so to him anyone who could give him a sense of threat had to be at the same level as him. This was not arrogance. It was the mindset of the genius who had swept the Federation 100 years ago. This meant the naive boy from Woodstone City now stood on the same level as him. All of this in under a year. Brian kept his expression steady, but the wave of emotion that moved through him was heavy. He thought of his daughter. She had become a king-rank cultivator at 15, which in the whole universe he dared to say was virtually unknown. She had still spent years reaching that level. In terms of cultivation talent, even Michael could not compare to her, but going from an ordinary person to king-rank cultivation in under a year was just as rare an achievement as his daughter's. Brian did not dare imagine what Michael would look like 100 years from now. The thought was genuinely difficult to hold. Michael's change was the first thing that contributed to his heavy emotions. The second was the connection he felt between himself and Michael. The moment the two saw each other, they understood the nature of the connection immediately. Seeing Brian, who had turned back to continue his conversation with Director Lin after leaving a quiet suggestion to talk privately sometime when Michael was free, the title of a new gift he had received after his advancement came to mind. Aurora's Child. Muttering the words quietly, Michael called up his panel and scrolled down to the gift section. Gift. Aurora's Child. Description. Ever since Aurora awakened, she has been searching for a partner to her will. Unfortunately, she has yet to find one. Still, Aurora has not given up. At certain points, she chooses individuals born within her realm as candidates to inherit her will. Effect. Law effectiveness is increased by 200% within Aurora. Note: you are the 5th live candidate. To think Teacher Brian is actually a candidate. The surprise of the revelation was not small. Michael did not quite know what to think about it. As for the gift itself, his feelings were considerably more straightforward than the revelation about Brian. The effect was genuinely good. A 200% increase to law effectiveness was not something to dismiss. But the inheritance itself held no appeal for him. He had no intention of pursuing Aurora's will. The path that gift was pointing toward was not one he was interested in walking, and he was self-aware enough to recognize that attachment to a world's will, however powerful, came with its own set of constraints he had no particular desire to take on. If he lost the gift as a consequence of that disinterest, it would be unfortunate. The effect would be missed, but it would not be a crisis. Besides, he had something in hand that carried similar effects and operated without the geographic limitation. Unlike the gift, which only activated within Aurora's boundaries, what he had could be carried anywhere. However, Michael's mind was not particularly focused on the gift's effect at that moment, but on why Teacher Brian was a candidate. To be honest, he did not know why he himself had been chosen in the first place. Talent seemed like the obvious answer, but Michael dismissed it almost immediately. He had no natural talents. Everything he had accumulated had been built on a foundation he had not been born with. He had essentially cheated his way to where he stood. If talent was the requirement, Rin, standing not far from him, was a considerably more intuitive candidate. But Rin was giving off no pulling sensation whatsoever. She was evidently not a candidate. So talent, at least in the conventional sense, was not the criterion. Power was the next possibility, but Michael was not the first young rank 3 to exist in Aurora's history. The world had been around long enough that exceptional young awakeners were not unprecedented. If power alone were sufficient, the candidate pool would be considerably larger than 5 live individuals, which left the third possibility, his greatest secret, infinite evolution. Michael turned that over carefully. The more he examined it, however, the more the edges blurred, and after a few more seconds of increasingly circular thinking he stopped and set the question aside. he would likely not find a satisfying answer through speculation alone. He turned his attention back to the connection between himself and Brian that had led him to this office in the first place. It was clearly a product of the Aurora's child gift, but what was the practical use of it? Was it simply identification, a way for candidates to find each other? Or did the connection carry something more functional once it was acknowledged? As Michael sank deeper into his thoughts, Director Lin's voice recaptured his attention. Michael refocused. Though he had not been following the conversation between her and Teacher Brian, from the brief impressions he had caught they appeared to have been discussing something unrelated to him or the recent chaos entirely. So why was he being called? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 969. Information 1. Michael, do you know why the scale of the demonic supernatural activity this time was so significant? They have performed coordinated attacks in the past. But this is the first time we have seen simultaneous activity across multiple locations throughout the realm. I'm talking about beyond the sea in other nations rather than concentrated pressure on a few points. Michael was not shocked by the question. He had spent close to a week at home with access to the internet, and the news had spread thoroughly enough that anyone paying attention had a general picture of what had happened across the realm. He considered his response for a moment, knowing he had to give an answer even if it was just to play along. They planned it for a long time, he said, playing safe. Director Lin nodded. That is part of the truth, she said. However, what she said next shocked Michael. The reason the operation reached this scale is because they had help from outside the realm. Michael knew what Director Lin meant by outside the realm. This was not some other faction within Aurora's borders. Another civilization had extended its hand into this realm's affairs. Local conflicts were one thing, but an outside force with designs on Aurora was a different category of problem. If things were not handled carefully, this could be the foreshadowing of an invasion. Surely the demonic supernatural should understand that inviting an outside force in is like opening your door to a shark, right? After all, hell was different from one's own home. Common sense and logical reasoning. You expect those from crazy men. Director Lin asked with a mock smile and shook her head. Director Lin then asked another question. Do you know the Solara, Edrin, and Vale civilizations? Michael's answer to this question a year ago would have been a blank stare. A year ago he had not known those names existed, let alone that they belonged to civilizations like Aurora. It was only after entering the supernatural world and the academy that he had become knowledgeable about these things. In his time here he had not focused on external civilizations specifically, but the information had accumulated passively through general study, and the three names Director Lin had just listed were not unfamiliar. They were the three closest civilizations to Aurora. More importantly, they were also hostile toward Aurora. From what he understood, the tension between Aurora and those three existed because Aurora's growth rate had been exceptional enough that Solara, Edrin, and Vale had collectively decided it represented a future threat. In their view, a civilization growing at such a pace, left unchecked, would eventually want dominance over its neighbors. To Michael, their fear was not irrational. Subordination was not an unreasonable thing to worry about. However, based on his knowledge, though the three had gathered together to suppress Aurora, the most they could manage was to barely maintain a stalemate. Hearing their names, Michael immediately had a guess. Are they the ones backing the demonic supernatural this time? Director Lin nodded once. All three. This is also what Teacher Brian and I were currently discussing. This is also connected to why we called the students back. Director Lin continued. Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done soon. If we allow this to drag on, we will be dealing with considerably worse problems down the line. Michael heard the opening in that and took it. What does the Academy plan to do? Director Lin regarded him for a moment before answering. The Federation and the Academy have reached a joint decision. We are going to strike the demonic faction directly. She paused. Calling it a war would be generous, given that these people are not the type to stand in a field and fight and that they hide so well. But with the Federation's reach and the Academy's own sources, we have identified several of their locations. She continued, if we move fast enough before they can react, We can deal damage significant enough that they will have no choice but to pull inward. It will force them to focus on recovery rather than whatever nonsense they are planning now. This will also buy Aurora some breathing room and send a clear message to the 3 civilizations watching from outside. Michael's immediate thought was that cornered people did unpredictable things. With how erratic the demonic supernaturals had proven themselves to be, this might only force them to bite back harder. But he believed the Federation and the Academy were not organizations that made decisions carelessly. They should have their own calculations and considerations, so he kept the thought to himself. Inwardly, Michael also felt a stir of excitement. He did not know how extensive the Federation and Academy sources were, but he did not believe their information could match his in depth or detail, not unless they had also managed to capture a rank 4 from the other side and extract their memories wholesale. This was exactly the situation he had been waiting for. He had spent time quietly considering how to extract maximum value from what he knew, and now the opportunity had arrived. Director Lin, there's actually something I wanted to discuss with you privately. Director Lin raised a brow slightly. Oh? What is it about? It's about the demonic faction. A trace of curiosity entered her eyes. She had just been wondering what this talented student had been seeking her out for. Of course, she would never have guessed that Michael had only stumbled into the office following his connection with Brian. He had initially planned to visit Director Arvin first. Speak. Hearing this, Michael instinctively glanced toward Rin and Teacher Brian. The meaning behind the gesture was obvious. However, to his surprise, Director Lin did not ask either of them to leave. Instead, she simply leaned back slightly in her chair and gestured casually. If it concerns the demonic supernaturals, there's no need to avoid them, she said calmly. You can speak freely. Looking at her relaxed attitude, Michael could roughly guess what Director Lin was thinking. She probably assumed he merely had some small clue or insignificant observation related to the recent incident. Something useful perhaps, but not important enough to warrant privacy in front of the other 2. To be honest, Michael could not blame her. If their positions were reversed, he would probably think the same thing. After all, no matter how exceptional his growth had been recently, he was still technically a student, and the subject involved the demonic faction, one of Aurora's greatest long-term threats. What meaningful thing could a student possibly know that they did not? Michael felt slightly frustrated. After all, he genuinely did have something important to say. His gaze shifted toward Brian and Rin again. Teacher Brian simply watched quietly. Rin looked mildly curious. Michael hesitated for a brief moment before making a decision internally. Fine. If they wanted him to speak openly, then he would simply drop the largest card immediately. I know some of the demonic faction's locations, Michael said calmly. The room became quieter. But Michael continued before anyone could interrupt. Important locations. Some of them should contain rank 4 members. The atmosphere changed instantly. Director Lin's previously casual posture straightened almost immediately. Teacher Brian's eyes sharpened. Even Rin's usually indifferent expression shifted faintly. For a brief moment, no one spoke. Then Director Lin's voice came out considerably more serious than before. Repeat that. Michael remained calm. I know several demonic faction locations, he repeated, including some important strongholds. He paused deliberately. And based on the information I possess, some of those locations should contain rank 4 existences. Director Lin stared at Michael for several seconds without speaking. In the end, she decided to give him a listening ear. How? She asked quietly. Michael had already expected that question. But before answering, he glanced toward Brian and Rin again. This time, the meaning behind the gesture was even clearer. This time, Director Lin complied. She turned toward Teacher Brian first. I apologize for the sudden interruption, but please give me a little time with my student. However, to Michael's surprise, Teacher Brian did not comply. If Michael truly possessed important information, then as a Federation powerhouse, Brian could not simply walk away because of a few polite words. Brian had no desire for conflict with Director Lin, nor did he wish to pressure Michael unnecessarily. But this involved the demonic faction. As a representative of the Federation, he had a responsibility, even if it meant doing things that left a bad taste in his mouth. Though even now, a part of him still found it difficult to fully believe that a student could possess information that the Federation and Academy did not have. But what if Michael truly knew something important? If so, leaving casually would be negligence. So Brian remained standing. Director Lin's eyes shifted toward him. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Brian finally broke the silence. "If it concerns the demonic faction to this degree," he said calmly, "then I'm afraid I can't simply pretend I heard nothing and leave. As long-standing partners, Director Lin should know that now is the time for us to stand together against a common enemy." There was no aggression in his tone. Rin glanced between the two quietly. Michael, on the other hand, looked a bit uncomfortable. The atmosphere had become quite awkward. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 970. Information 2. In the end, Michael felt he should intervene before any words were exchanged. Though Michael had a bad impression of the Federation, it did not extend to Brian. This was still someone Michael very much respected, so seeing him in an awkward position made Michael feel a bit awkward as well. In any case, Michael did not believe the Academy would hide the information from the Federation since both parties were in cooperation. There was no need to complicate things. Teacher Brian, there's no need to complicate things. I assure you the Academy will share any information they deem important with you. After all, what I know might not necessarily be different from what you already have. After hearing Michael's words, Brian felt a little better and did not cause any further trouble. Soon only Michael and Director Lin were left in the office. The atmosphere became noticeably quieter after the others left. Director Lin was the first to speak. "So," she said calmly, "what exactly is this information you have? As long as the demonic faction has not suddenly relocated everything within the past few days," Michael said slowly, "I know 10 strongholds within the country alone that should satisfy the Federation's goal of striking hard." Director Lin's pupils narrowed faintly. 10. Not 2. Not 3. 10. Even she and the Federation only knew 5. "Say them," she said immediately. "I want to see how much overlap exists with our own information." However, when she said that, a rather awkward expression appeared on Michael's face. Director Lin immediately noticed it. Michael lightly scratched his cheek before speaking somewhat softly. "Before that, I actually wanted to ask the Academy for something." Director Lin stared at him for a second, then suddenly laughed lightly. As someone who had lived for many years, she immediately understood what Michael was doing. He wanted to trade. She felt this was perfectly normal. Though she did not know how this youth had obtained his information, it was probably not easy. Expecting him to simply hand it over for free was too much. Information of this level absolutely possessed exchange value. Director Lin crossed her arms slightly. "What do you want?" This kind of straightforward conversation was exactly what Michael had hoped for. He did not hesitate any longer. "I want access to the Academy's higher-grade dimensional cracks." Director Lin blinked in surprise. Clearly, that was not the request she had expected. For a brief moment she almost asked why. Then she remembered Michael was a necromancer. Immediately, the question became unnecessary. Dimensional cracks were filled with monsters, and monsters meant corpses. To a necromancer, they were practically resource mines. Fortunately, he had not asked her to settle his debts. At least for now, that matter had been left alone until the Dean and Vice Dean returned. After thinking briefly, Director Lin finally spoke. "If your information is truly worth it," she said slowly, "then not only will I grant you access to the Academy's dimensional cracks, I'll personally negotiate with the Federation and have them open some of theirs to you as well." Michael's heartbeat quickened slightly. That was exactly what he wanted. Compared to the Academy, the Federation controlled considerably more dimensional cracks throughout Aurora. After all, the Federation was the true giant of the realm. If he gained access to both, the speed at which his Undead Legion could progress would increase drastically. Especially now, since his current bottleneck was not talent but time. This deal would shorten the time needed to evolve his undead to rank 4, and during that same period he could push himself to the peak of rank 3 as well. Michael suppressed the excitement in his heart and kept his expression relatively calm. Then I believe we can cooperate very well, he said. Director Lin snorted lightly. You sound more like a businessman than a student. Michael smiled slightly. His days playing noble in the land of origin had their merits. They were one of the main reasons his bearing was rather refined, aside from the confidence that had grown alongside his power. Being poor is difficult, Director Lin. I'm sure you know my circumstances. If I wasn't a supernatural, even eating would be a problem. Michael cried poor at Director Lin. Director Lin looked at him strangely for a second. Did he think she was unaware of his actions back in Brightgate? This youth was not quite the honest type. Still, she did not dwell on it. Now, she said. The information. Michael nodded. Then his expression became serious. For the next few minutes, he shared the 10 locations he had already prepared to reveal. At the end, much to the surprise of both Michael and Director Lin, only 3 locations overlapped between his information and what the Academy and Federation already had. For Michael, he was surprised by their efficiency. He had possessed insider information, after all, even if some of it was now outdated since the demonic supernatural had been unaware of the demonic faction's plan this time. For Director Lin, the fact that only 3 locations overlapped was striking. What Michael did not know was that it was precisely because of these overlaps that his information gained credibility, making her considerably more convinced that the other 7 locations were legitimate. How exactly did you obtain this information? Director Lin finally asked. This time there was genuine disbelief in her voice. Michael simply smiled faintly. I have my own methods, he said calmly. For some reason, after talking with Director Lin, Michael felt more at ease. He got the sense that she would not give him too much trouble as long as he did not disrespect her, which made him abandon his prepared excuses. He was right. Director Lin stared at him for several moments, then eventually shook her head. Everyone had secrets. This much was obvious in Michael's case. Whether it was his class change or his terrifying growth in under a year, none of it was normal. Even great fortune and talent were not enough to explain it. Thinking of Michael's growth, Director Lin grew curious and decided to check if there had been any changes to his level. Though she doubted the possibility given that only a week had passed since they last met, she was curious nonetheless. Fuck! Immediately a curse rang out from the office and echoed through other parts of the secret realm. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 971, Rin my friend. Everyone who recognized Director Lin's voice wondered how such a dignified figure could curse like that. Michael, who had already sensed her gaze on him, could only shake his head helplessly. I wonder if there's a way to hide my information from other Awakeners. Michael couldn't help but think. How did you level up so fast? Director Lin was rightfully surprised. Whatever happened to the idea that the stronger you were, the harder it was to grow? Were they playing different games? Why was Michael just one step away from beginning preparations for the next rank? For such a significant gap at their level, only 2 things could explain it. One was that Michael had achieved rare enlightenment that boosted his mastery over his law. 2 was that he had killed a large number of monsters. The first might be possible, but the second seemed unlikely. How many monsters of the same rank would he have had to kill to level up so fast? As for the possibility of Michael killing above his rank, she did not believe so. She had tested his powers a week ago. Yes, he was strong, possibly unrivaled at rank 3, but that was not enough to kill a rank 4 being. No wonder you felt different when I saw you today. How did you level up so fast? Hearing her question, Michael felt helpless and simply chose not to answer, holding Director Lin's gaze in silence. Director Lin stared back. The 2 maintained eye contact for several seconds before Director Lin finally gave up with a faint snort. You're too secretive. Michael smiled faintly and said nothing. Director Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, Michael's silence made her feel even more suspicious. She tapped her fingers against the table once. Fine. I won't ask how you leveled up for now. Michael's smile became a little more relaxed. But, she continued, if you have any more information about the demonic faction, bring it out now. Just as Director Lin thought she was overthinking things, she noticed Michael's expression become a little strange. Her eyes narrowed. You really do have more? Michael coughed softly and looked away for a brief moment. Not exactly. Director Lin stared at him in silence. Michael scratched his cheek lightly. I mean, I do know a few more locations. Director Lin's expression stiffened slightly. Michael added quickly, but I'm not sure if they're still accurate. You know a few more locations? Michael nodded. But you're not sure if they're accurate? Not fully, Michael said honestly. The 10 I gave you earlier are the ones I'm confident should still be useful. As for the rest, those locations have probably already been abandoned. Director Lin inhaled slowly. For a moment, she genuinely did not know whether to laugh or curse again. She had thought 10 locations was already outrageous. Now Michael was telling her there were more, but he had held them back because they were not certain enough. The student, Director Lin, rubbed her forehead. How many? Michael hesitated. Director Lin's gaze sharpened. Michael. Around 12. Director Lin's hand froze against her forehead. 12 more. Unconfirmed. Michael reminded her seriously. Director Lin stared at him. Michael looked sincere, which somehow made him even more suspicious. For a few seconds, Director Lin said nothing. Then she lowered her hand and spoke in a slow voice. List them. Michael nodded and did not hesitate. He made sure the new locations he listed were outside his nation, and added a few inconsistencies to some to make them harder to verify but not impossible to find. By the time he was done, Director Lin was still looking at him with suspicion. Michael noticed her expression and felt slightly uncomfortable. Director Lin, your eyes are scary. Hearing this, Director Lin exhaled softly. Whatever. Even if only 2 of your locations prove true, this is still valuable. Michael nodded faintly. Director Lin's thoughts moved rapidly. The Academy and the Federation had planned to strike hard. But with Michael's information, the scale of that strike could change completely. If handled properly, this would no longer be a simple suppression operation. It could become a clean, coordinated purge. Of course, wiping them out entirely would be impossible since the other side did not lack strong experts, but they should be forced into hiding for a while. After a moment, Director Lin looked back at Michael. You said you wanted access to dimensional cracks. Michael nodded rapidly. If even half of what you gave me today proves accurate, I'll make sure you get more than just access to a few dimensional cracks. Michael's expression shifted slightly in confusion. He did not quite understand what she was implying, but to give him a taste of his own medicine, Director Lin did not bother explaining. Still, Michael's interest rose. Director Lin looked at him for a moment before shaking her head. You really are a businessman. I never thought the day would come when I'd have to ask someone to act like a proper necromancer. Michael did not refute her. Though he was no longer a necromancer, when he still was, he had been half-baked at best. All right, enough chatting. Please ask Mr. Bryan to come back into the office. No need for you to return. You don't need to tell me twice. Director Lin's gaze had been so uncomfortable that Michael wanted nothing more than to leave her sight. Soon he was outside the office building, where he spotted Rin and Teacher Bryan in the distance, talking. After hearing Director Lin call for him, Bryan did not hesitate, and soon only Rin and Michael were left alone. Hi, Michael greeted first. Hello, Rin answered. Just as Michael was about to use the excuse of wanting to meet up with other friends, Rin said something that caught his attention. I have the space-type materials you wanted. Rin, is that a new hairstyle on you? /N. Thanks for reading today's chapters. For the new few days, golden ticket votes will be doubled. Any support will be appreciated. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 972. Sassy Attitude 1. Whenever Michael stated that none of his undead were below rank 3, he was technically not lying. Putting aside the many rank 3 undead under his command and the terrifying existences that had already stepped into rank 4, there was indeed one creature around him that had yet to reach that stage. Wisdom, which was honestly a little ironic. Among all his undead and contracted creatures, Wisdom was the one whose traits Michael copied the most often. Whether it was phase movement, spatial sensitivity, or perception enhancement, Wisdom's abilities had proven useful on countless occasions. And yet the owl itself was still stuck below rank 3. To be fair, this was not because Wisdom lacked talent. Talent might be important to other powers, but to Michael it was not much of a concern. After all, if one lacked talent, he could just use his own talent to feed them some. The problem was much simpler. Though Wisdom could barely be considered a true spatial creature at the moment, it still counted as one to some extent. Also, in the entire year since Michael had entered the supernatural world, Wisdom remained the only creature he had encountered capable of naturally using spatial abilities before even reaching rank 1. It was also the only creature Michael had seen that could count as a spatial type. This alone already made it extraordinary. Michael had long intended to use Wisdom's unique trait as a foundation to push it toward becoming a genuine space beast. The batch of spatial materials Rin had previously given him had already brought Wisdom a step closer to that goal. Not only had Wisdom advanced to rank 2, but its race had also evolved into a Void Feather, a 3-star rare creature with a much stronger affinity towards spatial energy. However, to Michael, Wisdom still could not truly be considered a complete spatial beast yet. The reason was because rare-grade creatures had limits. Even a peak rare creature with exceptional stats and abilities would eventually hit a ceiling. More importantly, Michael was worried that future evolutions might dilute Wisdom's spatial affinity instead of strengthening it further. What he wanted was not a creature that merely possessed some spatial abilities. He wanted a creature whose existence fundamentally revolved around space itself. A true spatial life form. Only then would Wisdom's future evolution path stabilize around that concept permanently rather than risk drifting elsewhere. Hearing that Rin had acquired even more spatial treasures immediately put Michael in a good mood. He still did not know exactly how far Wisdom's potential could ultimately go this time. But as long as he could push it into the extraordinary rank while firmly anchoring its evolution around spatial attributes, Michael would immediately evolve it further and advance it into rank 3 without hesitation. "What did you say?" Rin looked at him strangely after hearing his sudden compliment. Michael maintained a completely serious expression. "Your hairstyle looks good on you." Rin stared at him silently. Michael did not break eye contact. After a few seconds, Rin raised a hand and lightly touched her hair. "I trimmed it." Michael nodded immediately. "I noticed." Rin looked unconvinced but did not focus too much on the matter. Instead, she looked directly at Michael and asked, "Do you want the materials here or somewhere more private? I suggest we go to my apartment to make the exchange." Michael's expression immediately became a little hesitant. Rin noticed it instantly. "Why do you look hesitant?" Michael coughed lightly. "Nothing. Let's just go." Michael did not know how to explain himself. That this was the first time in his 2 lives that a girl had invited him over to her place? Though unfocused on matters of love, Michael was still a man. These little thoughts couldn't help but flash past his mind. Of course, he did not think anything would happen. Seeing Michael's silence, Rin snorted inwardly. She couldn't help but think that even if nothing was going to happen, was there a need to be hesitant about being alone with a girl? If only Rin knew that Michael saw her as someone with more masculine features than ordinary men. Had she known he did not think of her as a normal girl, she would probably have exploded on the spot. As they moved through the academy grounds, several students subconsciously glanced in their direction. Rin was already famous enough on her own. Michael was as well. After all, he was the current first-year number 1 and had displayed a terrifying show of strength just a week ago. The combination of the two naturally attracted attention. Michael ignored the gazes completely. Rin did as well. The two walked deeper into the academy grounds until the environment around them gradually began to change, replaced by rows of large studio apartments and independent buildings spread across an expansive district. The deeper they went, the denser the mana in the surroundings became. Michael's eyes flickered slightly. Interesting. This was his first time in the 2-seater dorms, so he couldn't help but look around curiously. After observing the area for a while, Michael couldn't help but ask a question. "Do the 2-seater dorms not have dust elves?" Rin's lips twitched faintly. "No." Michael nodded slowly. "That's bad." Though Michael had spoken with no hidden meaning in mind, To Rin it felt like he was bragging. Especially since Michael himself technically had access to a private residence area far more absurd than this one, thanks to his special status and achievements. The two eventually stopped in front of one of the deeper buildings within the district. Compared to the others nearby, this one looked noticeably more refined. Rin raised her wrist calmly. Her edge watch emitted a faint blue glow. A scanning light swept across her before the apartment entrance unlocked with a soft sound. Then Rin stepped aside slightly and gestured inward. "Welcome to my humble abode." She deliberately placed emphasis on the word humble. Michael, thinking it was just a standard greeting, nodded and entered, with Rin following behind him and closing the door with a quiet sigh. "Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly." "Thank you so much." Chapter 973. Sassy Attitude 2. Michael's eyes swept across the apartment quietly. Though smaller than his villa by far, it was very comfy. It had a similar layout to the two-bedroom apartment he lived in with his family in Woodstone City, but better in many ways whether in scale or what it had to offer. Though the building blocked his senses, Michael could tell there was also an underground space underneath. He also immediately noticed something else. "It seems your roommate isn't home." Rin, who had just taken off her outer coat, paused briefly before answering. "I don't have one." "You don't?" Michael was surprised. Wasn't this the two-seater dorm? Aren't two-seater dorms supposed to be for two people? Rin's lips twitched faintly again. "With my status, the academy turns a blind eye to things like this." Michael blinked in confusion. "My master is the vice dean, a demigod-level awakener." Rin continued calmly. "I'm also one of the academy's core students. As long as I don't do anything excessive, nobody cares whether I occupy the second room for myself or not." Hearing that, Michael immediately became envious. This was the effect of having a terrifying backer. If he had also become the disciple of the vice dean or even the dean himself, would he need to negotiate and trade information just to gain access to dimensional cracks? The access would probably have already been placed directly into his hands from the start. Michael suddenly felt a little tired. As expected, connections mattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Rin was still speaking calmly. "After all, not everyone is like you, the first rank among their year with a villa all to themselves." For some reason, Michael could hear a faint trace of sass in her tone. Michael became a little confused. Though he was not particularly gifted socially, he was not stupid either. Over the past few minutes, Rin's tone had occasionally carried a strange edge toward him. At first he thought he had imagined it. Now he was less certain. After thinking for a few seconds, Michael decided not to overcomplicate things and simply asked directly, "Do you have an issue with me?" The apartment became quiet. Rin looked at him. Michael looked back honestly. He genuinely wanted to know. Was it because of his hairstyle statement? Rin stared at him for several seconds before suddenly turning her head away slightly. "No." Rin was quiet for a moment. Then she exhaled softly. "Sorry," she said. "I was being petty." "How are you so powerful?" Suddenly her voice rose a notch, startling Michael. "After our last battle and what we went through together in hell, I could already see the gap between us was significant. But I told myself there was still a chance. That if I kept pushing, I could at least close the distance." She then turned to look at him directly. "Then I came back and heard that not only had you advanced to rank 3, but that your power within rank 3 was unrivaled. How are you so powerful when you awakened 2 years after me?" The apartment was quiet after she finished speaking. Michael felt awkward and did not know how to respond. For some reason Rin's words reminded him of Aryan back in the land of origin, except the feeling was different. The distance he had felt toward Aryan was not something he felt toward Rin. Perhaps it was because Rin was an awakener. That shared identity had kept him seeing her as an equal even as the gap between them widened. If Michael had understood Rin's background, her current state would have made more sense to him. From a young age, Rin had always been a genius, always at the top among her peers. However, everything changed when she met Michael. The possibility that she might never surpass him unsettled something fundamental in her. This was the particular affliction of geniuses. None of them could comfortably accept being less than someone else. What Rin was experiencing was the same thing Brian, Michael's former classmate, had gone through when he witnessed Michael's true power back in hell. A genius you could imagine surpassing was manageable. A seemingly unstoppable one was a different matter entirely. However, the solemn mood did not last long. Rin straightened slightly, and just like that the weight in her expression settled back into something closer to her usual composure. "In any case," she said, her tone returning to normal, "I just wanted you to know. Keep growing. When I finally surpass you, I want it to mean something." Michael stared at her with an odd expression. The shift was so sudden that, for a moment, the whole exchange felt slightly unreal. The heavy atmosphere of a moment ago had dissolved into something that felt almost childish. What Michael forgot was that he and Rin were the same age. Both 19. He had no grounds to find it childish. Then something occurred to Michael. He gave Rin an odd look. "Don't tell me," he said slowly. "The reason you invited me to your apartment wasn't just to hand over the space materials, but to tell me this." Rin's composure cracked. A faint flush rose to her face. To Michael, she suddenly looked like a completely different person. "I said what I said," she replied firmly. "Remember it." Michael nodded helplessly. "Okay." A brief silence followed. Then Rin seemed to remember something. "What exactly made Director Lin curse earlier?" "She saw my level," Michael answered honestly. He had barely finished the sentence when he felt a gaze settle on him. Familiar in its intent. He knew immediately what it was. Rin had used detect on him. Michael felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It seemed he extended more courtesy to others than they extended to him. Then Rin's brow furrowed. "Why can't I see your level?" Michael let out a slow sigh. "Are you still planning on surpassing me? Get out." It did not take long for Michael to be kicked out of Rin's apartment without mercy. However, Michael could not bring himself to care much about that. Right now, his attention was fixed on the materials now arranged within his storage space. It was time to finally evolve wisdom to the average level of his legion. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 974. Wisdom 1. Since his villa would still take some time to be repaired and restored after the recent destruction, Michael needed another temporary place to stay. The most important thing was that it needed to be private so he could focus entirely on wisdom's evolution. After finding a quiet alley, Michael summoned his damaged coffin of the forgotten and transferred the materials from his storage space there. After doing this, he reached out to his storage ring and brought wisdom out. The moment the owl appeared, it immediately became energetic. Its silver-black wings spread wide as it circled around Michael several times excitedly, leaving behind faint spatial ripples that made it appear illusionary in the air, before finally landing on his shoulder and rubbing its head against his cheek affectionately. "Master." Its voice sounded clearer compared to when they first met, though the childish tone remained extremely obvious. Ever since advancing to rank 2 and evolving into a void feather, Wisdom's intelligence had improved significantly. Compared to before, when it could barely communicate simple thoughts, it could now speak in short sentences properly. However, at heart it was still a child, one of Michael's few treasures. Michael lightly rubbed the owl's head. "What is it?" The moment he asked that, Wisdom immediately began complaining. "Lonely. Very lonely." The owl's feathers drooped slightly. Michael blinked in surprise. "Lonely?" Wisdom puffed up slightly as though finally finding someone willing to listen to its grievances. "Master always busy. Always gone." Michael suddenly felt a tiny bit guilty. Thinking about it carefully, he really had neglected Wisdom somewhat recently. Most of his attention had been focused on his stronger undead and the constant dangerous situations around him. Meanwhile, Wisdom spent most of its time either inside the coffin, the storage space, or hidden away for safety. "You brought people for Wisdom, but they don't talk." The owl continued in an aggrieved tone. By people, Michael immediately knew it was referring to his other undead. Wisdom likely called them people mostly because they were always in their human form. Wisdom puffed up angrily. "They do nothing but stand still, and when they don't stand still they attack each other." Michael could practically feel the resentment radiating from the owl. As for attacking each other, it was likely the undead training. Ever since Michael caught Ghost leading a bunch of ants to train with self-made weights, he knew that as his undead grew in strength and intelligence, they started to become their own persons. Of course this was a stretch, as aside from Jester, most still relied on their instincts, like one certain undead goat of his who was now Lucky's underling and grass feed provider in exchange for plants. As for why it didn't eat its own plants, Michael did not know. And Lily scary. Michael coughed lightly and laughed a moment after. Without needing to guess, Lily had probably tried to see what it tasted like but could not eat thanks to his command. At this point Michael genuinely felt bad for the owl. Among over 4,000 creatures under him, Wisdom was probably the only one emotionally normal enough to actually feel isolated. Most undead simply obeyed orders mechanically. The more intelligent ones like Jester, Spartan, Fade, and the others either spent their time cultivating, experimenting, or carrying out tasks. None of them were exactly ideal companions for what was mentally still a child. Wisdom rubbed its head against Michael's cheek again pitifully. Master should stay more. Michael sighed softly. I'll try. The owl's eyes immediately brightened slightly. Then, as though suddenly remembering something, Wisdom puffed up proudly and disappeared from Michael's shoulder. A faint spatial ripple spread outward. The next moment the owl reappeared upside down above Michael's head. Wisdom stronger now too. Prince said Wisdom too weak, so master not with him. Its tone carried obvious pride. Michael's lips curved faintly upward. Yes, you are. To be honest, the reason Wisdom had always been so heavily protected was not simply because it was Michael's pet. That was only part of it. The more important reason was because Wisdom was weak while simultaneously possessing abilities far too valuable for its own good. Its existence alone was absurdly useful to Michael's law and combat style. Michael knew this wouldn't change even if he were to advance to rank 4 tomorrow and Wisdom remained the same. Of course it was better for Wisdom to be stronger, so the effect of its traits when copied would be stronger as well. In any case, Wisdom's nature and value were precisely why Michael had always kept it away from danger. But Michael believed that once Wisdom stepped fully into rank 3, things would finally change. At that level, the owl should possess enough self-protection ability to survive independently even against stronger enemies. And more importantly, its already remarkable spatial abilities would likely undergo another transformation entirely. One had to know that even back when Michael himself had only been at the peak of rank 2, he genuinely could not touch Wisdom if the owl focused entirely on escape. And that version of Michael had already been powerful enough to suppress ordinary rank 3 supernaturals. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the owl flying around happily nearby. Once Wisdom truly entered rank 3, just how abnormal would it become? The thought was honestly difficult to estimate. The current Wisdom was already a void feather, a 3-star rare creature. If everything went according to plan today, Michael intended to push it directly into rank 3. Wisdom suddenly reappeared beside Michael again and rubbed against his face proudly. Wisdom useful. Michael almost laughed. You've always been useful. The owl visibly became happier hearing that. Then Wisdom tilted its head slightly. Master happy? Always. After satisfying the creature's clinginess a bit more, Michael finally placed it into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten as well. Back in the land of origin, Michael once again stepped into the everlong forest. The familiar atmosphere of ancient wilderness greeted him immediately. Towering trees stretched endlessly upward while the chirps of birds flowed like music. Compared to Aurora, the mana here felt wilder and more primal. The moment Wisdom was placed into the coffin space and returned to Michael's soul, Michael immediately shifted most of his consciousness back into the land of origin. Then, without delay, he retrieved the damaged coffin of the Forgotten once more. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 975. Wisdom 2. A ripple spread through the air and the palm-sized coffin emerged silently beside him. Michael opened it casually and summoned Wisdom back out alongside several large boxes filled with materials. The owl instantly flew out energetically again as though being separated for even a short moment had been unbearable. Master! Its silver-black body darted through the forest air rapidly, occasionally phasing in and out of space before circling around Michael repeatedly. Michael simply let it play nearby while he focused his attention on the materials laid out before him. At first glance, the total volume did not seem particularly large. Only 2 reinforced boxes. But Michael knew very well that the actual value inside was absurd, especially the 15 spatial stones. In Aurora, spatial materials were considered extremely rare resources, and this was universally true beyond Aurora as well. The fact that Rin had managed to gather this amount in such a short time honestly spoke volumes about her background and connections. Of course, not all of it had been freely given. Part of these materials counted as Michael's share from the living steel he had helped Rin secure. The rest was compensation from a few favors she owed, which amounted to nothing given that he owed her a larger favor since she had stopped him from becoming a kidnapping victim. Looking at the neatly arranged spatial treasures, Michael suddenly wondered if he had sold the living steel too cheaply. After all, even degraded, that thing had still been an epic-grade material. A living metal capable of growth. Most likely it had returned to being an epic-grade item by now. The more Michael thought about it, the more he wondered if he had let go of an amazing treasure. But the thought only lasted a second before Michael shook his head lightly. It doesn't matter. What could some metal compare to his own treasure? His gaze shifted toward the nearby wisdom. Compared to this bundle of cuteness, the living steel was nothing. Michael crouched slightly and picked up one of the spatial stones. It was cold to the touch. Inside it, distorted silver currents flowed continuously like liquid space trapped within solid matter. Even the surrounding air warped faintly around it. Nearby, wisdom suddenly froze mid-flight. Its silver eyes immediately locked onto the stone in Michael's hand. The owl swallowed audibly. Then, shiny food? Mine? Michael almost laughed. You can already tell? Wisdom immediately appeared beside him through a short-range spatial jump and rubbed against his arm excitedly. Mine, mine, mine. Michael flicked the owl lightly on the head. Greedy bird. Wisdom puffed up indignantly. Michael shook his head helplessly. It seemed this creature had forgotten the pain from last time. Well, it didn't matter. After all, it would survive this one too. Wait, master. Just as it seemed like the owl had finally remembered something, Michael had already extracted a small drop of his blood essence, wrapped it together with wisdom and the 2 boxes within his mana. Merge wisdom with extraordinary spatial materials. Yes, Michael did not hesitate, and soon the extraordinary scene that had played out thousands of times, to the point of numbness, repeated itself again. The moment Michael confirmed the merge, the 15 spatial stones shattered simultaneously. A violent light exploded outward. Space distorted instantly. The forest around Michael blurred heavily as layers of spatial ripples spread through the surroundings one after another like invisible tides. Even the nearby trees began flickering in and out of existence from the unstable spatial pressure leaking outward. At the center of it all, wisdom let out a startled cry. Master, wait! Then the owl vanished completely beneath the white radiance. Unlike the previous time, the merging process this time was absurdly long. 1 minute passed, then 10, then 30, then an hour. Michael's expression slowly became more serious. Usually merges did not take this long. Even many of his extraordinary rank undead had completed their evolutions in under an hour. But wisdom's transformation showed no signs of stopping. The white cocoon surrounding the owl at some point turned silver. The surrounding mana became increasingly chaotic. Like this, hours passed quietly. Finally, at roughly the 5th hour, the violent spatial fluctuations suddenly stopped. The silver light surrounding wisdom rapidly began collapsing inward. The gigantic cocoon shrank continuously and the distorted space gradually stabilized. A moment later, the bright silver radiance fully faded. Standing in the middle of the slightly ruined clearing was an unfamiliar figure carrying an extremely familiar aura. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could properly focus on wisdom's new form, a flood of notifications suddenly exploded across his vision. Merge successful. Void Feather has successfully evolved to Spatial Void Raven Owl. Species grade Extraordinary. Wisdom has leveled up to level 50 max. New skill acquired, Void Stomach. The user may create independent folded storage dimensions connected directly to its body. Living and non-living matter may both be stored depending on stability and available mana. Storage capacity is dependent on rank. Michael's pupils constricted slightly. A storage-type skill? And not a simple one either, since it could store living beings as well. Then there was another skill Wisdom had gained. New skill acquired. Spatial Mark. Spatial Mark. The user may imprint spatial coordinates onto targets, objects, or locations. Once marked, the target can be tracked across vast distances through spatial resonance. Michael's eyes slowly narrowed. This skill seemed a bit terrifying. As long as Wisdom managed to leave a mark behind, escaping pursuit would become vastly more difficult. Before Michael could continue reviewing the notifications, movement finally came from the clearing ahead. The unfamiliar figure slowly lifted its head. Silver-white eyes opened gradually. At first glance, Wisdom still resembled an owl, but only vaguely. Its body was now considerably larger, almost reaching Michael's chest in height while standing normally. Its feathers were still silver-black but carried a faint hint of green. What surprised Michael more was that this was the first creature he had evolved with his blood that still did not inherit his eyes. Master! Its voice sounded much clearer than before. Still childish though, which made it familiar. Michael stared at the owl for several seconds. Then Wisdom suddenly vanished. Michael's instincts exploded instantly. But before he could react, two wings wrapped around his neck from behind. Wisdom stronger now. Michael's eyes twitched slightly. He genuinely had not sensed the movement clearly. This was absurd. Very absurd. Even stranger was the fact that Wisdom's movement did not feel like speed. Felt more like skipping space itself. Michael slowly exhaled. Then he looked toward the floating notifications again before finally focusing on the most important line among them. Wisdom has reached level 50 max. Which meant it was time for advancement. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 976. Plans. Michael slowly steadied his breathing while Wisdom continued clinging proudly to the back of his neck. The owl clearly had no understanding of how absurd what it had just done was. Michael, however, understood perfectly. Michael reached up and grabbed the now much larger owl before pulling it in front of him. Wisdom puffed its chest out proudly. Wisdom strong now. Yes, Michael admitted honestly. Very strong. The floating feathers behind the owl shifted slightly as if reacting emotionally. Tiny cracks appeared in the air around them before healing instantly. Seems like it still needs time to control its powers. That much was quite understandable. After all, it had jumped an entire major rank. This was also not the result Michael had expected. Originally, he had estimated that merging all the materials with Wisdom would at best push it into the extraordinary rank with a 1-star rating. If things went especially well, then maybe 2 stars. But 3 stars? And not only that, but directly reaching the peak of rank 2 immediately after evolving. Evolution also did not need to be direct. Just like his high drake, the moment something fundamental about them changed positively, it counted as an evolution. Regardless, the current outcome genuinely exceeded Michael's expectations. Of course this was good news, but at the same time it also created another problem. Initially, Michael's plan had been that after Wisdom completed its race evolution, he would evolve it one more time and use that second evolution to push it fully into rank 3. Even if Wisdom had only reached 1-star extraordinary rank, Michael was confident the level increase from the merge alone would have pushed it past level 40. So in Michael's calculations, one more evolution afterward should have been enough to smoothly complete the breakthrough into rank 3. But all those calculations had collapsed completely the moment Wisdom's race rating reached 3 stars, because now the next evolution was epic grade. Michael's expression became slightly pained. This situation was actually very similar to Jester's. Jester had also reached the threshold where its next evolution would step into the epic category to advance to rank 3. Epic grade evolutions were also absurdly expensive. Michael simply did not have enough. Of course, the situation was not truly hopeless. Thanks to his current daily evolution point income, he was already receiving more than 4,000 points every single day from his Undead Legion. In 3 more days, the accumulated amount would cross the threshold needed for an epic grade evolution. Fortunately, Wisdom's situation was not urgent. Beside him, Wisdom tilted its head slightly after noticing Michael staring at it. "Master said." Michael shook his head. "No, just poor." Wisdom blinked in confusion. "Don't overload your brain with matters like this. Come, show Master how fast you are so I can copy, cough, examine your abilities." Soon the everlong forest once again cried in pain. Meanwhile, Michael in Aurora was currently meditating to achieve a better understanding of his law. After all, though leveling up was nice, at rank 3 it acted more like a qualification to break through to the next rank. Why this qualification mattered to Awakeners was because as long as they could fulfill their task, they could achieve an easier breakthrough compared to ordinary supernaturals while still earning some rewards. In actuality, leveling up did not give an instant boost to one's power. The only leveling up that counted starting from rank 3 was Origin's acknowledgement of one's comprehension of their law at their current stage. The boost gained from this understanding of the universe was also somewhat more pronounced than what ordinary supernaturals received. If Michael could not level up through experience points, he could do so through comprehending his law. This way, by the time his task came, if another requirement to level up arose, he would already have a head start and could afford to focus more on the other requirements. This was also another advantage Awakeners who leveled up through law comprehension had over those who focused on experience points. Could not be said that one was better than the other, as both had their pros and cons. After all, comprehending one's law took a significant amount of time even for a genius like Rin, Teacher Brian, or his former classmate Brian. For some it might be better to spend a couple of years reaching max level, learn one's requirements for the next rank, and focus on that instead. /N. Am I really that bad at names, guys? After another few minutes of meditation, Michael finally came out of the state with a sigh. Even if I reach max level tomorrow, fully comprehending my law at rank 3 will keep me in this stage for a while. At that thought, the slight recklessness that had been in Michael's heart since leveling up started to fade somewhat. Standing up from his meditative pose, Michael made his way up to the surface from underground. Right now he was in one of the 2-seater dorms, similar to Rin's apartment. After being inspired by Rin, Michael couldn't help but wonder if he could score some benefits for himself even without being the disciple of a demigod. With nothing to lose, he had gone to see the instructor in charge of allocating dorms and stated his purpose. To his surprise, it had gone fairly well. It was at that point Michael realized that maybe he was actually a second-generation person without knowing it. Michael had ended his meditative session not because he couldn't continue, but because he had decided to check in with Director Lin for updates. He knew they would conduct some investigation first, so he wanted to gauge how far along they were and get a sense of when the Academy and Federation would make their move. However, he had only just returned to the surface when he sensed a presence in front of his door. A familiar one. Michael immediately appeared at his door, and before the person could knock it was already open. "Good day, Teacher Brian. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly." "Thank you so much." Chapter 977, Brian. Teacher Brian didn't look surprised that the door had opened before he knocked. "Good day," he replied with a faint smile. Michael stepped aside. "Please come in." Teacher Brian entered calmly while his gaze swept briefly across the apartment. After closing the door behind them, Michael led Brian toward the sofa area. "Please sit." Teacher Brian nodded and took a seat leisurely. Michael walked toward a nearby dispenser before pausing slightly. "Would you like some water, Teacher Brian?" Brian waved his hand lightly. "No need," he said with a smile. "I only came to talk with you for a bit." Hearing that, Michael nodded calmly and sat opposite him. Truthfully, he already had a rough idea why Brian was here. It probably had something to do with the information he had given Director Lin, or the connection they both felt between them. Most likely it was the latter. Still, Michael did not rush the topic. Instead, he leaned back slightly and casually asked, "How did you find the apartment, Teacher Brian? I don't remember telling you where I'd be staying." Michael was quite curious about this. It had to be that Teacher Brian had used tracking magic or something along those lines, right? The academy instructor in charge of allocating dorms told me. Michael's mouth twitched slightly. Wasn't that instructor being a little sloppy with their work? Brian continued calmly. Of course, it was only after convincing them I was trustworthy that I even got your address. At this, Michael felt a little better. After the brief exchange, the apartment became quiet for a moment. Then Michael finally asked directly, "So what did you want to talk about, Teacher Brian?" The old man's expression gradually became more serious. He took a slow breath before looking directly at Michael. "Be honest with me for a moment." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Teacher Brian continued quietly, "Have you already stepped into the king rank?" "King rank. Rank 3 for Awakeners." Michael stared at him for 2 seconds before nodding honestly. "Yes." Teacher Brian closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, there was no shock inside, only something closer to awe, as though he had already known the answer beforehand and merely came to confirm it personally. "Unbelievable." He shook his head softly. "You awakened 2 years later than the others, yet you still reached this stage so fast." Michael stayed silent. Teacher Brian looked at him carefully before speaking again. "You should be proud of yourself. Truly." Then his tone shifted slightly. "But remember this, Michael. The path toward supreme power is still very long. Haste can create waste. Sometimes the fastest geniuses are also the ones who collapse the earliest. What matters at the end of the day is the final result, not who runs ahead temporarily." Hearing those words, Michael seemed to understand something and gave a sincere nod. "Thank you." Teacher Brian waved it off casually. "There's no need." Then his gaze sharpened slightly. "Now let's talk about the more important matter." Michael straightened faintly. Without waiting for him to reply, Teacher Brian asked quietly, "Michael, are you also one of Aurora's candidates to become the next Realm Master?" Hearing that question, Michael immediately understood something. Teacher Brian knew. Or at least, he knew the reason behind the strange connection both of them felt toward each other. Michael slowly nodded. "I am." Teacher Brian's expression immediately grew grave. For a few seconds, the old man remained silent before speaking again. "Then you should already know the benefits tied to that title." Michael nodded faintly. "A Realm Master candidate receives amplification from the realm itself. The most obvious is roughly a 200% increase in law power. And if the candidate is ultimately acknowledged by the realm," Brian's voice lowered slightly, "they can ascend directly into godhood." Michael was not particularly shocked by this information. He had already guessed most of it. But then Teacher Brian's expression suddenly darkened. "However," Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Teacher Brian stared directly at him. "Never let anyone know you are a candidate." His tone had completely changed. It was no longer advice. It sounded more like a warning carved in blood. This much was obvious as killing intent immediately radiated from the old man in front of him. Even though it was not directed at him, Michael felt the rage within it. "If one day you feel this same connection toward another person again," a terrifying pressure suddenly leaked faintly from Brian's body. "If you can kill them, kill them. If you cannot, run." Michael's pupils constricted slightly. The sudden killing intent in Teacher Brian's voice genuinely startled him. Teacher Brian slowly closed his eyes briefly before continuing. "You are not the only candidate. Realm Master candidates are natural enemies. The closer one gets to becoming the true Realm Master, the stronger the instinct becomes." Michael's expression slowly turned serious. "So the connection we feel is recognition," Brian answered quietly. "Recognition between competitors chosen by the same world." The apartment suddenly felt far colder than before. Michael remained silent for several seconds before finally speaking. "But do we really need to become enemies?" Teacher Brian looked at him quietly. Michael continued calmly, "Can't all the candidates simply ignore each other until the realm itself finally chooses someone?" Hearing that, Brian slowly shook his head. Though the old man smiled faintly, there was no amusement in his eyes. You are powerful, Michael. Perhaps even stronger than me already. But you still haven't lived long enough to understand people. Michael frowned slightly. Teacher Brian leaned back into the sofa slowly. Do you know you are not the first Realm Master candidate I've met? Michael's eyes narrowed immediately. Brian's gaze became distant. The first one I encountered was just 3 days ago. Michael continued listening silently. He's already dead. Michael's expression changed slightly. Teacher Brian looked directly at him. I killed him. Chapter 978. Surprise. Michael did not show any surprise on his face. He was indeed caught off guard by the revelation, but perhaps the previous exchanges between them had already prepared him mentally for something along these lines. Teacher Brian noticed immediately. A trace of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes. He had expected something, at least visible shock, but Michael's expression remained relatively calm. Brian smirked faintly. You're not surprised? Michael shook his head slightly. I am. But if Teacher Brian thinks this is enough to scare me, you would be making a mistake. It's true I lack experience compared to many others, but that might be the only thing lacking. Michael's eyes met his directly. For a moment, Teacher Brian looked genuinely taken aback. Then the old man suddenly laughed softly. Fair enough. Internally, Brian also realized something. Perhaps he really had subconsciously underestimated Michael a little. After all, how could someone who reached king rank in less than a year possibly be normal? The atmosphere relaxed slightly afterward. Then Michael asked a question directly. Why did you kill them? Teacher Brian's smile slowly faded. After several seconds, Brian finally answered. Because they attacked me first. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He had expected this. Though to be honest, his admiration would not have vanished even if Brian had attacked for selfish reasons. Michael still felt a bit better knowing that at least the first exchange had been an act of self-defense. Brian continued calmly. At first, things were peaceful between us. We both understood what the other was, so we were cautious. But humans are greedy creatures, Michael. I don't know if the other party had killed a fellow candidate before, making it feel like second nature, or if they simply could not tolerate someone else on this path. But that person attacked with the intention to kill. It was quite a confusing situation at the time, but fortunately I happened to be the stronger one. Since there was no way I would leave someone that hostile to me walking free, I killed them. It was also how I discovered why other candidates might hunt their fellow candidates. But like I said, I'm still unsure that person wanted me dead because they had killed another candidate before and knew something, or simply wanted to reduce the competition by one. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. So killing another candidate gives benefits? This was the only thing he could infer from Brian's words. Teacher Brian nodded slowly. It does. The old man leaned back slightly before continuing. The moment I killed them, I immediately felt something flow out from their body into mine. It was their essence. The moment that essence merged with me, not only was my foundation strengthened, but the realm's amplification over my law increased from roughly 200% to 300. Michael's pupils constricted faintly. An additional 100% boost? That was terrifying. If he received such a boost, added together with his other treasure that also boosted his law power by another 200%, his strength would increase massively again. Of course, only within Aurora, that is. Brian continued calmly. Also, unlike the original amplification, this extra increase doesn't seem restricted only to Aurora. Ah! Michael was surprised yet again. After all, the boost candidates received was strongest within Aurora itself. If the extra 100% worked outside the realm as well, then killing candidates became even more valuable than he had initially thought. Teacher Brian rubbed his forehead lightly. I haven't fully tested the limits yet, but based on my observations, the added amplification should function both inside and outside Aurora. Michael finally understood why Teacher Brian had reacted so seriously earlier. This was no longer simple competition. The realm itself was practically encouraging slaughter between candidates. Brian continued quietly, There's more. There's more? The increase doesn't only strengthen law power. I can tell that ever since that battle, my comprehension inside Aurora has also improved noticeably. I say inside Aurora because I'm unsure whether it will remain the same outside. By how much did your comprehension increase? Michael immediately asked. Brian thought for a moment. I'm not fully certain, but it shouldn't be far from half my original comprehension speed added on top. Michael's heart shook slightly. That was absurd. At higher ranks, law comprehension started to matter more than almost anything else. An increase of even 10% would be significant, but killing another candidate could potentially increase comprehension efficiency by nearly 50%. At that point, Michael finally understood everything and why Teacher Brian had immediately warned him to kill or flee, because from a certain perspective, Realm Master candidates were walking treasures to each other. The apartment fell silent again. Then Brian suddenly spoke in a low voice. Now do you understand? Michael slowly nodded. Yes. If word about this spread, candidates would not merely hunt each other. Entire factions would likely try to secretly capture candidates and raise their chosen one if they had the means. Just thinking about it made Michael feel cold internally. At that moment, Teacher Brian looked directly into his eyes. So from today onward, trust nobody easily. You too. The old man let out a bitter smile at Michael's expressionless face. At that moment, Brian genuinely felt a little helpless. To think this young man secretly had a mischievous side to him. With such a question, what exactly was he supposed to say? If he answered yes, then wouldn't that immediately destroy any trust between them? In truth, he had no interest in becoming a realm master. Not when he was younger and not now that he was older. Though he knew his dream was futile, he still planned to travel the universe to see if anything could come from the last important thing he had left from his daughter. Being a realm master would likely act more like a cage than anything else. More importantly, Brian also had his own pride. What kind of elder would he be if even his juniors could not trust him? No, Brian gave his reply. After the matter regarding realm master candidates settled slightly, Michael smoothly shifted the conversation back toward the demonic faction. Fortunately, Teacher Brian did not seem to hold any dissatisfaction regarding what happened earlier in Director Lin's office. Perhaps because of Michael's current status and strength, or perhaps because of the old man impression of him, Brian was surprisingly straightforward. As expected, the Academy had not kept the information regarding the demonic strongholds to itself. The Federation had already been informed. Though Brian did not state it directly, Michael could more or less infer that the Academy had likely requested something in return before fully sharing the information. That much was normal. However, Michael also understood that such matters were not within his current status to ask about, so he did not bother probing deeper. Instead, he focused on the more important issue, the time of attack. From the moment he handed over the locations, Michael already knew a massive operation was inevitable. The only uncertainty was when it would begin. Unfortunately, the answer he received was not immediate action. The Federation and Academy first intended to verify the newly provided locations. That much was understandable. The 10 original locations Michael had given earlier already possessed fairly high credibility because some traces had apparently been found. However, the newer locations were less certain, especially because Michael himself had already warned that some might have been abandoned or did not exist as strongholds. As such, caution was necessary. After all, once they launched the operation, there would be no room for mistakes. If they alerted the demonic faction prematurely, the consequences would become troublesome. Supernatural organizations, especially hidden ones, were like poisonous snakes. Once they realized danger was approaching, they would become significantly harder to deal with. Fortunately, the confirmation process would not take too long. Though Brian did not give an exact date, he did mention that the investigation phase should not exceed a week, as anything longer than that would only alert the demonic supernaturals. The demonic faction was not stupid. Once too many locations started being secretly monitored or investigated at once, someone would eventually notice abnormalities. At that point, the entire operation could collapse before it even properly began. Michael understood this clearly. In truth, even a week already felt somewhat risky. Still, compared to acting blindly and walking into traps, proper confirmation was necessary. Though the information was not much, it did give Michael a better understanding of the situation and what to expect. After thanking Teacher Brian once more and escorting him out, Michael was alone in his apartment again. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Whether it was the hidden mechanisms related to being a candidate to inherit Aurora's will or the matter with the demonic faction, both were important. In any case, knowing that only with enough strength could he do whatever he wanted and protect himself, Michael did not dwell on it too long and soon returned to meditation. Finally, for days later, not only had the Academy hinted to Michael that he should start preparing, the day to evolve wisdom had also arrived. However, there was a slight issue back in the land of origin. The Thornvale Manor, after so many weeks, had once again received visitors from the royal capital. This time, however, alongside the familiar face of Ariane, there was another. Princess Priscilla, it's truly a surprise to see you. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 979. Suspicious Visit. So many surprising things had been happening lately that Michael had grown numb to small surprises. Or so he thought. It was one thing if Ariane visited him, but for the Grand Princess of the Lionheart Kingdom to pay a visit as well? Now this was surprising. If she said she was here without an ulterior motive, Michael wouldn't believe her. At the moment the three were in Michael's office, and the two ladies were seated opposite him. In the Lionheart territory this type of setup would be rare, as even within their own territory, most nobles would relinquish their seat of honor in front of Princess Priscilla. Michael had no idea of such customs, and even if he could think of it he wouldn't do it. As a modern soul he was quite bold compared to the natives of this region. It wasn't only him, as anyone from Aurora, except those who wanted to blend in or lacked a bold disposition, would not immediately think to consider themselves lesser before another being. However, it was also because of this mindset that Michael's fake-it-till-you-make-it path to becoming a noble was possible, as together with his power, his bearing immediately made it look as though he came from an impressive background to the natives of this land. Mage Lien had thought the same, and thanks to him that impression had passed on to others. Princess Priscilla looked at Michael for a moment before a faint smile appeared on her face. So? Is Viscount Mike saying I'm not welcome? Michael shook his head calmly. How could that be? These lands belong to the Lionheart Kingdom. As a member of the royal family, Your Highness is naturally welcome anywhere within the kingdom. The words themselves were polite. However, the way Michael said them caused the knight captain standing near the office door to almost break into a cold sweat. Most nobles would never speak to Princess Priscilla in such an equal manner. Not only did it emphasize a subtle distance in their relationship, it was too direct. Even powerful dukes would carefully lower themselves in front of the Grand Princess. To use a line like that would only be acceptable as flattery, but Michael's tone had not been particularly flattering. Felt strangely casual. The knight captain secretly glanced toward Michael and nearly sighed internally. The young lord sat behind the desk calmly in black robes, his long dark hair tied neatly into a ponytail. A blue butterfly earring hung from one ear, swaying slightly whenever he moved. Combined with his handsome face and increasingly mysterious aura, Michael genuinely looked less like a viscount and more like some royal prince. Still, the knight captain screamed internally. My lord, please remember who is sitting in front of you. That is the Grand Princess. Please conduct yourself properly. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, Michael's gaze suddenly shifted toward him. The knight captain instantly stiffened. His face nearly turned pale. Did I mistakenly say my thoughts aloud? The knight captain wondered. He lowered his head hurriedly while cold sweat formed on his back. These days, more and more people within Thornvale had started feeling that their lord was becoming increasingly unreadable. His presence alone carried invisible pressure. Even his eyes sometimes felt frightening. At this point, if someone claimed their lord could read minds, most people in Thornvale would probably believe it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Princess Priscilla observed the interaction quietly. Ariane, seated across from her, had an awkward expression on her face as she secretly glanced in Michael's direction several times with an apologetic look. Why was I not informed beforehand that Her Highness and Miss Ariane had arrived? The knight captain immediately straightened. My lord, Before he could finish speaking, Princess Priscilla gently interrupted him. It was because our appearance was somewhat sudden. Her tone remained calm and elegant. At least for this visit, only young Ariane and I came. If we had traveled using a flying vessel, there would naturally have been accompanying guards and attendants. In that case, someone would have informed you ahead of time before our arrival. Michael nodded faintly after hearing that explanation. He had already swept his senses across the manor territory several times since their arrival. Aside from Ariane and the princess herself, there truly were no unfamiliar powerful presences nearby. That alone already revealed many things. Michael did not believe someone like Princess Priscilla would personally travel all the way to Thornvale without reason. As for Ariane, Michael could roughly guess that she was likely the convenient bridge used to soften the approach between both sides. After all, compared to a sudden royal summons, arriving together with Ariane made the entire situation feel far less oppressive. Still, Michael did not expose any of those thoughts outwardly. Instead, he simply looked toward the Knight Captain again. "Thank you for escorting Her Highness and Miss Ariane here." The Knight Captain hurriedly lowered his head. "It was my duty, my lord. You may leave." The Knight Captain almost sighed in relief internally after hearing the dismissal. The pressure in the room was honestly too much for him. One side was the Grand Princess of the kingdom. The other was his increasingly mysterious lord, whose mere glance sometimes made people feel as though all their thoughts had been seen through. Remaining between these two figures was genuinely stressful. After bowing respectfully toward Michael, Ariane, and Princess Priscilla, the Knight Captain quickly exited the office and gently closed the door behind him. The atmosphere inside the room became noticeably quieter afterward. Princess Priscilla calmly observed Michael from across the desk while Ariane still looked slightly awkward. Meanwhile, Michael remained perfectly calm. Though outwardly composed, internally he had already become more certain. The Grand Princess had definitely come for him. After the Knight Captain left, Michael did not waste time. "What does your highness want from me?" Ariane's expression immediately became more awkward. Even Princess Priscilla's brows lifted faintly at the directness. "Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly." "Thank you so much." Chapter 980 Royal Apology. Michael, however, still wore a polite smile on his face. Unfortunately, despite the smile, his mood was honestly not very good at the moment. He had waited several days for today. The evolution points had finally accumulated. Wisdom's evolution into the epic grade could finally begin. And just before he started, the Grand Princess suddenly appeared at his doorstep. If it had only been Ariane, Michael would not have cared much. He could easily have asked her to wait for a while and made sure to make it up to her afterward. But Princess Priscilla was different. She was a genuine rank 3 existence. There was no way he would casually attempt an epic grade evolution while a rank 3 sat within his territory. An epic grade evolution would definitely create massive disturbances. And unlike previous evolutions, this one would likely last several days. Meaning, his plans had been delayed again. Naturally, this made Michael somewhat irritated internally. Princess Priscilla seemed to sense the faint impatience hidden beneath Michael's calm expression. Rather than becoming displeased, however, faint worry flashed through her eyes. From the moment they met, she could tell that though the boy respected her, it was only the basic respect one extends to another's status and power. It was not awe, nor the level of deference nobles made sure to show her. Over time it had become increasingly obvious that he did not fear her. Of course, why would he? He had 2 people of her level as personal guards. This was something even many princes of the empire were not entitled to. This matter coincidentally also had something to do with why she was here today. Princess Priscilla finally spoke. "I came today to apologize on behalf of my nephew." This time, Michael was genuinely surprised. For a brief moment, several thoughts flashed through his mind. He had originally assumed her visit had something to do with the Everlong Forest. After all, the violent weather changes from over a week ago were impossible to completely hide from the kingdom. In fact, Michael was almost certain now that the people he had sensed before leaving had belonged to the kingdom. Yet, instead of questioning him about that matter, the Grand Princess had come to apologize? Michael immediately became curious. Which prince was she apologizing for, And what had they done for her to personally come on their behalf? It definitely should not have been the first prince. Their relationship was not particularly close, but it also was not bad. The only princes Michael could think of having actual conflict with were the 9th prince and the 10th prince. The 9th prince because of the political marriage issue where he had taken his fiancée. The 10th prince because of the incident where Michael had publicly compared him to a commoner. Unless some other prince had somehow developed feelings for his brother's former fiancée, then it could only be one of those two. Princess Priscilla calmly observed Michael's changing expression before continuing. My nephew acted somewhat improperly recently. Ariane quietly lowered her head slightly beside her. Meanwhile, Michael's thoughts became even more curious. Somewhat improperly? For someone of Princess Priscilla's status to personally travel here to deliver an apology, the matter was definitely not small. Michael leaned slightly back in his chair. May I know which prince your highness is referring to? Princess Priscilla did not answer immediately. Instead, she studied Michael for several seconds before speaking. The 10th prince. As expected, Michael was not too surprised internally. Compared to the 9th prince, the 10th prince was younger and far more impulsive. If someone had offended Michael recently enough to warrant the royal family sending an apology, then the likelihood of it being him was indeed higher. However, Princess Priscilla was a rank 3 being, one of the strongest in this land. What had the 10th prince done to warrant her personal presence? It was only after hearing Princess Priscilla's full explanation that Michael finally understood the severity of the situation. As expected, the Empire had indeed started applying pressure on the surrounding kingdoms under the excuse of investigating the disappearance of their prince from the secret realm. After all, every major power's geniuses had already returned. Only the imperial prince remained missing. Naturally, the Empire refused to simply let the matter go, at least on the surface. However, the situation had suddenly encountered a change 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the kingdom had hosted a royal banquet to welcome another imperial prince. Unlike the missing one, this prince possessed a much higher status within the empire. And during that banquet, the 10th prince had apparently spoken about Michael at length, describing him with great awe. Michael's expression gradually became colder as Princess Priscilla continued. The 10th prince had openly mentioned how Michael possessed rank 3 bodyguards. How he himself was probably no match for Michael, and neither were many others of the same generation. How Michael could supposedly summon other powerful beings using summon magic. At first glance, none of those statements directly accused Michael, but taken together, they practically pointed a giant arrow toward him. Especially at a time when the Empire was desperately searching for possible suspects. What truly surprised Michael was the second person involved. Count Holland, his direct superior. Apparently, after the 10th prince finished speaking, Count Holland had coincidentally added several comments regarding Michael's abnormal rise, mysterious background, and unusual strength. Though neither had directly accused Michael, together, they had practically implied that if anyone among the younger generation possessed the capability to interfere with or eliminate the imperial prince, then Viscount Mike was highly suspicious. The room became noticeably quieter afterward. Ariane remained uncomfortable. After hearing Princess Priscilla's account, Michael finally understood why she had personally traveled to Thornvale. This was no longer merely about the 10th prince embarrassing himself publicly. This matter could potentially drag him into imperial attention. Worse, the Empire already possessed reasons to investigate him, and due to the Everlong Forest incident, Michael figured he was pretty much suspicious to every party in the capital by now. However, compared to the outburst Princess Priscilla had expected from Michael, he instead asked a very strange question. Does Princess Priscilla have any idea how many legendary beings the Empire may possess? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 981. Just this strong? Princess Priscilla and Ariane were visibly taken aback by Michael's question. For a second, neither of them even knew how to react. Their expressions became strangely complicated. Was that truly the thought process a normal person should have after learning they had potentially attracted the attention of the Empire? Most people in Michael's situation would first worry about the possibility of an undeserved death. Yet Michael had skipped all of that entirely and gone straight to legendary beings. It was like hearing that a household was targeting you, and instead of asking how many sons or daughters they had, you immediately asked how many grandparents were still alive. What kind of thinking was this? Even Princess Priscilla, who had already considered Michael abnormal, felt momentarily speechless. Arian looked at Michael as though trying to confirm whether he was serious. Unfortunately, his expression remained perfectly calm, meaning he genuinely was serious. Princess Priscilla eventually let out a faint sigh. Michael tilted his head slightly in confusion. What was with the two women's reactions? If they didn't know the answer to the question, why put him in suspense like this? I don't think you should worry about the Empire's legendary beings, Princess Priscilla said as she lightly rubbed her forehead. Fortunately for us, legendary existences are not people who move casually because of matters like this. Her expression became more serious afterward. Even for the Empire, those beings are strategic pillars. Unless the situation escalates to an extreme level, they would not personally interfere, so you don't need to worry. Michael nodded faintly after hearing that. So do you know how many they have? At this point, Princess Priscilla could not help but frown slightly. Why was Michael so focused on this question? From beginning to end, he showed almost no concern toward the Empire itself. Instead, all his attention seemed locked onto one thing only. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in her mind and her expression changed faintly. Michael's identity had always been wrapped in mystery, especially after the reveal of his rank 3 bodyguards. He seemed to be shrouded in even more of it. Now that she thought about it carefully, for Michael to immediately ask about the Empire's highest combat power, was it possible he possessed some means of dealing with them? Or perhaps protection against them? Was he trying to determine whether he truly needed to worry or not? The more Princess Priscilla thought about it, the more likely the possibility seemed. Yet at the same time, she still found it difficult to believe. Legendary beings were not existences one simply dealt with. Each of them stood at the peak of countless lives of cultivation. What exactly was Michael relying on? And more importantly, if Michael truly possessed means capable of threatening even legendary beings, then what exactly did that mean for the Lionheart Kingdom? Compared to the Black Serpent Empire, the Lionheart Kingdom was insignificant. If her foolish nephew had really provoked someone tied to such terrifying power, then he may very well have dragged disaster toward the royal family itself. The thought made Princess Priscilla inwardly furious, though outwardly, she remained calm. After several moments of thought, she finally decided to answer honestly. Publicly, the Empire currently possesses 3 legendary beings. Michael listened quietly. Princess Priscilla continued. As for hidden ones, nobody truly knows. It is said one among the 3 is already close to the divine stage. Above the legendary stage was the divine stage, a realm capable of shaking kingdoms with a single thought. After saying this, Princess Priscilla carefully observed Michael's expression. Unfortunately, she found nothing. His face remained as calm as still water. At this point, even she began doubting herself. Was he truly calm? Or was his self-control simply terrifying? Meanwhile, Michael silently processed the information. 3 public legendary beings. 1 close to the divine stage. If I have to guess, that being said to be close to the divine stage is probably the one Shoujo killed. Putting aside the possibility of them having another one hidden, that means the Empire only has 2 rank 4 beings. At least on the surface. This information pleased him somewhat. After all, if the Empire only had 2 legendary beings, they were probably no problem for him, since he had as many as 4. Even if they had another person close to the divine stage, as long as they hadn't crossed that threshold, it was still manageable, since he also had an undead of similar strength with an extra one to spare against their 3. Of course, it was possible this was only their surface strength. For an empire that had existed for hundreds of years, they most likely had more trump cards. Michael didn't want to underestimate such a power and suffer a heavy loss. However, he also didn't undermine himself. Since the Empire was only this strong on the surface, it was fine even if they knew he had killed their prince. Michael would never feel guilt over that death. That bastard had wanted to kill him. If he had been weaker, he would have been the one dead, so why would he feel guilty? Princess Priscilla saw the faint smile remain on Michael's face and felt even more uneasy. Both she and Ariane had expected many possible reactions after mentioning the Empire. Shock, anger, fear, even panic. But smiling? That was the one reaction neither of them had expected. Especially after knowing Michael had been informed of the Empire's legendary beings. At this point, even Ariane could not help but feel that Michael's mentality was somewhat abnormal. Meanwhile, Michael's gaze returned calmly toward Princess Priscilla. Since that question has been answered, perhaps we should return to the previous topic? Princess Priscilla immediately understood what he meant. The apology. Michael leaned slightly back in his chair. Surely your highness understands the gravity of this matter and the amount of trouble this has potentially caused me. Princess Priscilla sighed softly. I do. With a wave of her hand, spatial fluctuations appeared briefly beside her. Soon, a beautifully decorated black box appeared atop the table. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 982. Gift from the Past. Golden patterns were carved across the box surface while faint mana fluctuations leaked from within. The moment Michael saw the box, his eyes shifted briefly to the ring on the princess's finger before returning to the box. Upon seeing it, his mood improved slightly. As expected, what kind of person would personally come and apologize for something this serious without bringing compensation? At least the royal family understood basic etiquette. Michael maintained a calm expression outwardly. Princess Priscilla slowly pushed the box forward. This should contain enough sincerity from me. Michael did not immediately open it. Instead, his gaze briefly swept over the box before returning to the princess. From you? Not the royal family. Though he is the 10th prince, not every action of a royal member is a representation of the royal family's interests. I am here today as an aunt on behalf of her nephew. Michael did not reply but understood what Princess Priscilla was implying. She was trying to separate Michael's grievance from a matter of royal family fault down to a much smaller and more personal one. That the royal family was not at fault. It was only the 10th prince. The royal family truly did not expect the 10th prince to speak so carelessly in front of the imperial delegation. And Count Holland's actions afterward were equally unexpected. Princess Priscilla continued. At the mention of Count Holland, Michael's eyes narrowed faintly. Truthfully speaking, the prince's actions did not anger him too much. He had known the boy was impulsive and stupid from the start, so he was far more annoyed than angered. Of course, this could also have something to do with his growing power. If he had only been a rank 2 awakener, Michael would have been thinking of how to remove himself from the Empire's reach before he found himself waking up in another region of the land of origin entirely. But Count Holland was different. That old fox had issues with him already, but he hadn't expected something like this. This was plainly using the blade of another to cut one's enemy. Michael lightly tapped a finger against the desk before finally nodding slowly. For Princess Priscilla's sake, I'll consider this matter settled to a certain extent. Ariane visibly relaxed slightly after hearing that. For most of the meeting she had felt like a mascot of some sort, but it wasn't her fault. At this level of conversation there was little she could contribute. She was also a little intimidated by both sides and had decided to keep quiet. However, before either of the two women could fully ease their nerves, Michael calmly continued, "But please do not expect that I will simply pretend none of this happened." Princess Priscilla sighed inwardly. As expected, even calm people would be very angry at an attempt on their life, so someone like Michael was probably not the type to quietly swallow such a matter. Michael's eyes remained calm. Debts should naturally be repaid. Favors as well. The meaning behind his words was obvious. The 10th prince had gifted him trouble. Eventually, Michael would return the favor. Princess Priscilla rubbed lightly at her forehead. Please take it easy on him. Though her tone remained calm, there was faint helplessness hidden within it. It is only natural for fools to learn lessons. The more Princess Priscilla thought about her nephew, the angrier she became internally. If not for the fact that the 10th prince was the family genius, she genuinely would not have bothered traveling personally to apologize. In fact, she would have slapped the boy half to death. Did that idiot truly think this matter only involved Michael? Michael had entered the secret realm under the Lionheart Kingdom's banner. At least publicly, he was still one of the kingdom's nobles and representatives. If the Empire truly decided Michael was suspicious, then the Lionheart Kingdom would naturally become suspicious as well. Yet despite all this, that fool had still allowed himself to be led around by Count Holland's words during the banquet. Princess Priscilla knew very well that the 10th prince was arrogant and impulsive, but arrogance was not an excuse for stupidity, especially not political stupidity. And Count Holland, thinking about that old fox, caused coldness to flash through her eyes. The Count had clearly used the prince's loose tongue to subtly direct imperial suspicion toward Michael. Whether it was for revenge, testing, or some hidden motive, none of it mattered. The dangerous part was the aftermath. Even if Michael was bluffing, after his confrontation with the Empire, the stronger side would eventually turn its attention toward the Lionheart Kingdom. After saying what he had to say to the princess, only then did Michael finally reach out toward the carefully decorated box. The moment his fingers touched the lid, he immediately sensed that the box itself was not ordinary. This much was obvious from its appearance alone. Several concealment arrays were layered within its structure, isolating whatever was inside from leaking its aura outward, though it wasn't doing an especially great job of that since the thing within, though not fully revealed, still leaked traces of its aura regardless. Interesting, Michael thought. Michael calmly lifted the lid. The instant the box opened fully, a faint golden glow spilled into the office. Inside the box rested a fist-sized golden stone. The surface of the stone was rough and ancient-looking, almost like crystallized amber. Faint crimson gold lines flowed beneath its surface like living veins while a heavy pressure quietly leaked from within. The pressure was not especially overwhelming. However, Michael's eyes narrowed almost instantly, because the moment he sensed the aura within the stone, an extremely familiar feeling appeared inside him. Dragon aura. No, more accurately, bloodline aura. Michael's expression finally changed slightly for the first time since the meeting began. His gaze remained fixed on the golden stone. The aura inside it was extremely faint compared to Shoujo's pool, but there was no doubt about its nature. This thing definitely contained dragon bloodline power. Michael turned to look at Princess Priscilla for an explanation. Princess Priscilla noticed the slight change in Michael's expression and immediately understood that he had sensed something unusual from the stone. For the first time since entering the room, a faint smile appeared on her face. "This stone," she began slowly, "is a fragment taken from the core of one of the kingdom's greatest treasures." Michael listened quietly. The dragon transformation pool. The moment those words entered his ears, Michael's eyelids twitched faintly. Dragon transformation pool. Almost instantly, a memory surfaced within his mind. It was shortly after he had killed Jester's monster form the previous year. At that time, after selling many spoils and materials to the kingdom, the royal family had offered him several rewards to choose from. One among them had been an opportunity to enter the dragon transformation pool. Back then, Michael had rejected it because he did not want deeper ties with the royal family. After all, free things from powerful factions were rarely truly free. Yet now, after all this time, a treasure connected to that same pool had somehow circled back into his hands anyway. Life truly was strange sometimes. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 983. Not enough. During his time in the capital city, Michael had naturally heard bits and pieces regarding the dragon transformation pool. However, he had never paid too much attention to those rumors. After all, information surrounding treasures tied to powerful factions was always exaggerated to some extent. Since he originally had no connection to the pool, Michael had never bothered separating truth from fiction. Still, there were a few things he believed were most likely accurate. The biggest among them was that the dragon transformation pool was probably the true foundation behind the Lionheart royal family's bloodline continuation. After all, bloodlines were not something guaranteed to pass perfectly through generations. Just because one's father or mother possessed a powerful bloodline did not mean the child would inherit it completely. At most, unless they were especially unlucky, descendants would still retain traces of the bloodline. Those traces alone could already strengthen physique, talent, and foundation far beyond ordinary people. However, as generations passed, those traces naturally became thinner and thinner. The chances of awakening the original bloodline would gradually decrease. Sometimes, a bloodline could even disappear entirely for many generations before someone awakened it again by chance. Yet the Lionheart royal family had managed to maintain their bloodline for centuries. That alone already spoke volumes. And since the kingdom had once offered Michael the opportunity to enter the pool, that also meant even outsiders without the Lionheart bloodline could still benefit from it to a certain degree. Michael's gaze lowered once more toward the golden stone resting quietly inside the box. It was said the dragon transformation pool had been left behind by the first king of Lionheart himself. The royal family truly has good things. I wonder what the empire keeps in their own treasury. For this, Michael couldn't help but feel a little greedy. After all, their strongest being had been able to give him benefits even after death. The empire would only offer more. Unfortunately, unless the empire showed intention of going after him, Michael still very much preferred peace. Michael's gaze remained on the golden stone for several more seconds before he finally looked back toward Princess Priscilla. Since this piece came from the dragon transformation pool itself, then naturally it should be considered a treasure. His fingers lightly tapped against the edge of the box. But what exactly am I supposed to do with it? Michael's tone remained calm. After all, this isn't the pool itself. Internally, another thought surfaced in Michael's mind. Honestly, it would have been even better if they had simply handed the entire pool over to me. Unfortunately, Michael also knew that was most likely impossible. The dragon transformation pool was the Lionheart Kingdom's foundation. Handing over the entire thing would be equivalent to crippling the royal family's future bloodline generations. They would very much prefer to hand over the head of the 10th prince as an apology rather than the pool. Of course, he could also take it by force, but the pool wasn't something irreplaceable enough for him to take such a step. Princess Priscilla naturally misunderstood Michael's words somewhat. She thought he was dissatisfied with the fragment itself. After a brief silence, she calmly explained, "This fragment came directly from the pool's core. The moment it was separated, the dragon transformation pool's foundation was damaged significantly." Her expression became slightly heavier afterward. To restore what was lost, the royal family will likely need to spend an enormous amount of resources over many years. Michael listened quietly. Truthfully speaking, he did not care much about that explanation. Whether the royal family's treasure had been damaged or not had nothing to do with him. The moment the 10th prince publicly pointed suspicion toward him in front of the empire, his life had been dragged into danger because of their actions. Compared to that, a damaged treasure foundation meant little to him. After all, it wasn't his to begin with. Princess Priscilla seemed to sense Michael's indifferent thoughts and inwardly sighed in understanding. From Michael's perspective, the kingdom's losses were unrelated to him. After all, he had been the one almost pushed beneath imperial suspicion. Why should he care whether the compensation hurt the royal family or not? Princess Priscilla continued speaking calmly. Although this fragment no longer possesses the complete abilities of the dragon transformation pool, it still contains extremely pure bloodline essence. It can temper the body, nourish vitality, improve affinity toward bloodline energy, and strengthen one's foundation. Even for someone of my level, this would instantly boost my power by at least half. It can also be used as a material to forge a powerful weapon. Michael lightly rubbed the surface of the stone again. He didn't really doubt the princess's words. To be honest, he was now thinking it was a pity he had not possessed this thing when he was empowering his undead High Drake. Perhaps with something like this, it might have crossed into the next rank or come even closer to it. Unfortunately, it was too late for that. As for himself, he could tell the treasure could also strengthen him. Half was probably an exaggeration, but 30% was very possible. Though Michael also valued personal strength, a couple hundred stat points wasn't enough to fully settle him. Of course, since the treasure was now in his hands, he had no intention of giving it back. Especially since he had greater use for it. Just when I thought lucky was unlucky last time, his name really did bring him some luck. With this, after evolution I'll have another strong undead at rank 4. Michael quietly listened to Princess Priscilla's explanation before finally nodding slightly. It's not bad. His fingers lightly tapped against the edge of the box again. But compared to the amount of trouble the prince's actions caused me, Michael looked up calmly. This sincerity is still somewhat lacking. The atmosphere in the room became quiet again. Arian looked slightly nervous after hearing Michael directly say such words to the Grand Princess. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 984. An idea. Princess Priscilla smiled bitterly. As expected. Truthfully, she had already guessed Michael would not be fully satisfied with only this much. After all, whether one admitted it or not, the 10th prince's actions had nearly dragged Michael into the center of an imperial storm. Compared to that, even a fragment from the dragon transformation pool still seemed insufficient. After several seconds of silence, Princess Priscilla finally spoke again. In addition to this, the kingdom is prepared to officially elevate you to the rank of Duke. Arian's eyes widened instantly. Duke! This time, even she could not maintain composure. Within the Lionheart Kingdom, dukes stood at the very peak beneath the royal family itself. Even her own father only possessed that status. If Michael became a duke now, his standing within the kingdom would immediately rise to the highest tier of nobility. Yet before Arian could fully process the shock, Princess Priscilla calmly continued. And the royal family is willing to grant you access to the kingdom treasury. You may choose an item for yourself. This time, Michael's brows finally rose slightly. Compared to the duke title, the treasury interested him far more. After all, if even the dragon transformation pool existed within the kingdom, then surely the royal treasury contained many other valuable things. Meanwhile, the title itself honestly meant very little to him. Duke? King? To Michael, such things were tasteless. The current Lionheart Kingdom simply did not possess enough strength for him to truly care about status within it. If the royal family offered him the throne itself, Michael honestly doubted he would feel much excitement. Meanwhile, Princess Priscilla carefully observed Michael's reaction and inwardly became even more complicated. Most nobles would probably go crazy upon hearing such conditions. A duke title alone was enough to make countless people lose sleep from excitement. Yet Michael's expression barely changed. At this point, Princess Priscilla genuinely no longer knew whether Michael simply possessed terrifying self-control, or whether his perspective had already reached a level where ordinary worldly matters no longer meant much to him. Michael quietly observed Princess Priscilla. Everything she had offered was not prepared on the spot, especially the fragment from the dragon transformation pool. For the royal family to separate a portion from the pool's core, damage its foundation, and hand it over as compensation already proved that Princess Priscilla genuinely did not wish to offend him, which honestly made Michael somewhat curious. Was she truly that worried about his impression of the kingdom? Or perhaps she was not confident enough in the empire. After all, the Black Serpent Empire's strength was openly recognized across the surrounding regions. Even if Michael truly was guilty, shouldn't the Lionheart royal family be more concerned about offending the empire instead? Several thoughts surfaced within Michael's mind one after another. In the end, he did not think too deeply about it. Regardless of her motives, the important thing was that the compensation satisfied him for now. The conversation afterward became significantly calmer. Princess Priscilla explained several matters regarding the Duke title and treasury access while subtly attempting to ease relations further. Meanwhile, Arian sat quietly at the side almost the entire time. At some point, even she realized she had practically become a decorative object in the room. This made her feel slightly depressed internally. More than a month ago she could at least speak with Michael, but now, aside from the power gap between them, there would soon be a status gap as well. At this point, even if Michael fancied her the way she had begun to feel for him, she didn't think she deserved him. After all, was the daughter of a duke truly worth that much? Maybe she should just forget about this impossible goal of hers. It was becoming increasingly unrealistic. Time truly changed people quickly. Eventually, after several more exchanges, Princess Priscilla finally stood up slowly. Arian followed shortly afterward, though the girl still looked somewhat reluctant. Before leaving, Princess Priscilla looked toward Michael one final time. The Empire does not currently seem in a hurry to directly approach you. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Princess Priscilla continued calmly. At least for the next several days, you likely will not see any movement from them. Sir Mike, let's talk again another time. Okay? Arian said hurriedly when she sensed it was time to go. Looking at the innocent, pretty Arian in front of him, Michael could not help but let out a smile. Sure thing, Miss Arian. This time I promise to make some of my hometown chocolate for you. I hope you'd like it as before. Surely. Remember, you promised. Haha. Safe journey, princess. After saying that, spatial fluctuations quietly spread around the two women. Soon afterward, their figures disappeared from the office completely. Silence returned once more. Michael sat quietly in his chair for a few moments while lightly tapping his finger against the armrest. The Empire isn't in a hurry, he muttered softly. Truthfully speaking, Michael could roughly understand why. To the Empire, he was currently only a highly suspicious target. If Michael suddenly fled after hearing the news, then from the Empire's perspective, that would practically be an admission of guilt. But if he remained calm and stayed where he was, then there was no real urgency. The Empire could investigate him whenever they wanted. Perhaps they were even hoping he would panic and attempt to escape. Michael suddenly chuckled softly at the thought. Unfortunately for them, running was the last thing he intended to do. A part of him even hoped they came to him with hostility. Who knew? He might be able to have the Empire follow in the footsteps of the Lionheart Kingdom. After waiting quietly for some time, Michael finally left Thornvale once more. Though Princess Priscilla's sudden visit had disrupted his original plans somewhat, simply sitting around for the next few days while waiting for the Empire to possibly move made him restless. Especially now that Wisdom's evolution was so close. The Everlong Forest remained the same as usual. Beside him walked the rank 4 demonic supernatural. Compared to its true body, its current appearance was considerably more restrained. Soon afterward, Michael arrived at a hidden region deep within the forest. Okay, activate your domain. Let's see if it can hide the phenomenon of evolving to epic grade. This was an idea Michael had on a spur of the moment a few minutes ago. Maybe a domain could hide a lightning tribulation, but since it was somewhat of a world unto itself, there was a possibility it could also hide the usual bright lights and mana absorption that accompanied evolution. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 985. Death. Without hesitation, the rank 4 demonic supernatural extended its power. Darkness spread outward instantly. The surrounding world distorted and space folded. In its place appeared a strange black world filled with motionless solid water stretching endlessly in all directions like frozen obsidian. This was the rank 4 demonic supernatural's domain. Michael's gaze calmly swept across the isolated world. Then, with a thought, spatial ripples spread beside him. The coffin of the forgotten opened silently. Wisdom emerged from within. The owl's silver-blue eyes blinked several times as it landed quietly nearby. Michael did not hesitate. The moment Wisdom fully appeared, he activated his talent instantly. Boom! The owl's body trembled violently. Silver-blue feathers exploded outward into the air while enormous amounts of energy surged madly through its body. Bright light began to cover its form. Open the domain slightly and let me out, Michael said to the rank 4 undead beside him. The rank 4 demonic supernatural immediately obeyed. A tear silently appeared within the dark world, revealing a scene of the outside world. Michael stepped through it calmly. The next instant, he returned to the Everlong Forest. Silence greeted him. The forest looked completely normal. Even the surrounding creatures remained calm. Only, Michael slowly raised his gaze toward the air. The mana density nearby had thickened slightly. Not enough for ordinary people to notice, but to someone like him the difference was obvious. So this is how domains look from the outside. Michael muttered softly. Truthfully speaking, there was almost nothing to see. However, one could still vaguely sense something unusual if their perception was strong enough. The most accurate description of a domain would probably be a hidden pocket dimension concealed within the second layer of the void. The domain technically still existed within the real world, yet at the same time it was separated from normal reality. Michael could still clearly sense his connection with both wisdom and the demonic supernatural undead. However, visually there was absolutely nothing there. Michael silently observed the surroundings for several more seconds before mentally communicating with the rank 4 undead, whose connection with him remained stable throughout. Soon afterward, space distorted slightly. A crack quietly appeared before him. Michael stepped back inside. The dark world reappeared around him instantly. Wisdom's evolution was still ongoing. Michael observed carefully. Then he left again, back and forth several times in succession. Eventually, Michael finally confirmed it fully. The domain truly could suppress most of the visible phenomenon caused by evolving from extraordinary grade to epic grade. At most, the outside world experienced a slight increase in mana density and nothing more. This result greatly satisfied Michael. However, after staring toward the dark sky above Wisdom for several seconds longer, Michael still shook his head faintly. The ordinary evolution phenomenon could indeed be hidden. But what about a lightning tribulation? That was another matter entirely. Such things were not merely manifestations of energy. They were more like laws descending directly upon reality itself. Michael doubted a rank 4 domain would be enough to completely conceal it. Still, even this result alone was already enough to pleasantly surprise him. For the next 3 days, Michael's life within the land of origin remained relatively uneventful. Most of his attention remained on Wisdom's ongoing evolution deep within the Everlong Forest. Based on his previous experiences, evolving from extraordinary grade to epic grade usually required around 3 days to fully stabilize. And just as expected, Wisdom's evolution still had not finished. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Thornvale itself remained peaceful. Michael spent most of those days either cultivating, reviewing territory documents, or occasionally checking the condition of the hidden domain through his connection with the rank 4 demonic supernatural. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, something finally changed. Inside the manor office, Michael sat quietly behind his desk while flipping through several reports related to Thornvale's recent trade routes and mining operations. Then hurried footsteps suddenly approached from outside. Moments later, 2 knocks landed against the door. "My lord!" Michael raised his head faintly. "Enter." The office door immediately opened. The knight captain stepped inside quickly. However, compared to usual, the man's expression looked noticeably tense, almost nervous. Michael immediately noticed this. "What happened?" The knight captain swallowed lightly before answering. A massive flying ship appeared outside Thornvale about a kilometer away. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. The knight captain continued hurriedly. "An envoy came from it shortly afterward and informed us to prepare for their arrival." Flying ship. Envoy. At this timing, Michael instantly understood who had arrived. The Empire. Truthfully speaking, he was not particularly surprised. Princess Priscilla had already indirectly warned him several days ago that the Empire would eventually make contact, but 3 days later was still indeed a bit too fast. What surprised him instead was the luxurious black box currently being carried in the knight captain's hands. The box looked extremely expensive. Dark gold patterns covered its surface while faint mana fluctuations leaked from within. However, Michael's nose twitched slightly. He smelled blood, very faint, but unmistakable. Michael's gaze immediately sharpened slightly. "That came from the Empire as well?" The knight captain nodded nervously. "Yes, my lord." Michael could somewhat understand the man's nervousness. This was probably the first time in his life he had directly dealt with the Empire. Unfortunately for the knight captain, Michael himself was nowhere near as nervous. If anything, he was more curious about the box. Michael leaned slightly back in his chair. "Open it." The knight captain visibly stiffened for a second. "Open it?" "Yes." Michael's tone remained calm. The knight captain hesitated briefly before finally stepping forward carefully. Truthfully speaking, he was extremely nervous. The Empire sending a mysterious box stained with the smell of blood toward their lord did not exactly feel like a good omen. Still, under Michael's gaze, he eventually placed the box carefully atop the desk. Then slowly he opened it. The moment the lid lifted fully, a heavy bloody aura instantly spread through the office. The Knight Captain's face immediately turned pale. Inside the box rested a severed human head. The eyes remained wide open. Even in death, traces of terror and disbelief still lingered across the face. Blood had long since dried around the neck. For several seconds, the office became completely silent. Ariane, visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 986. A Storm of Emotions. The moment Michael recognized the face, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom! The desk beneath him exploded instantly into splinters. The entire office trembled violently. No, it was not only the office. The entire manor shook. Walls cracked, windows shattered. An invisible pressure descended like the wrath of a monstrous beast awakening from slumber. Outside the office, several maids suddenly collapsed to the floor with screams. Guards standing patrol felt their knees buckle violently beneath them. Workers throughout the manor froze in terror. It felt as though the air itself had become solid. Breathing became difficult. Some weaker servants rolled their eyes backward and fainted on the spot, foam gathering at the corners of their mouths. Others remained barely conscious, desperately clutching at their throats while gasping for air. The Knight Captain directly facing Michael suffered the worst. The man crashed heavily onto one knee. Crack. The floor beneath him shattered. His eyes widened with horror as blood slowly leaked from the corner of his mouth. He could not breathe, could not move. It felt like an ancient mountain had descended onto his soul. Cold sweat poured down his face uncontrollably. At that moment, the Michael before him no longer resembled a young noble. He felt more like some terrifying monster wearing human skin. Inside the office, black mana surged wildly around Michael's body. The shadows in the room twisted violently. Even space itself seemed unstable. The severed head inside the box remained completely intact. Slowly, it floated upward from the blood-stained interior. Long strands of crimson-stained hair drifted through the air as the pale face rose before Michael. Ariane. Her eyes remained slightly open. The life within them had already vanished completely. For a brief moment, Michael's thoughts became chaotic. Why? How? When? Who killed her? Several scattered thoughts flashed wildly through his mind one after another. 3 days ago they had still been speaking together. 3 days ago she had still been alive. Yet now only her severed head remained. Michael's hand trembled faintly. Confusion filled his mind. Why was Ariane's head here? What exactly happened after she left Thornvale? Was this the Empire's doing? Or someone else's? And if it truly was the Empire, why? The room remained deathly silent. Only black mana continued flickering violently around Michael's body like unstable flames. Outside the manor, faint screams and sounds of collapse still echoed from every direction. Michael only came out of his thoughts when he heard a strained voice nearby. My lord." The Knight Captain's voice trembled heavily. The man still knelt on the shattered floor, barely able to remain conscious. Immediately, Michael forcefully withdrew his aura. The horrifying pressure suffocating the manor vanished almost instantly. Outside, countless people collapsed weakly while coughing violently and greedily inhaling air. Inside the office, the Knight Captain nearly fell flat onto the ground entirely. His entire body was soaked with sweat. His face looked deathly pale. He opened his mouth shakily as though wanting to say something. However, "Get out!" The Knight Captain immediately reacted. He did not dare hesitate even slightly. At this moment, the man no longer cared about dignity, appearance, or composure. He practically crawled away from the office, as though remaining even 1 second longer would cost him his life. The office door slammed shut behind him. Silence returned once more. Michael remained standing motionlessly within the ruined office while Ariane's severed head floated quietly before him. He slowly raised his hand, and the head drifted closer toward him. His senses scanned every detail. Eventually, Michael confirmed it. It's real. This was a real human head. More importantly, there were no traces of magic on it, which meant this most likely truly belonged to Ariane. Michael's fingers trembled faintly again. He forcefully calmed himself. Right now, panic was useless. All he knew currently was simple. Ariane was dead. And most likely, the Empire was involved. The moment that thought settled clearly in his mind, Michael's eyes gradually became colder. The confusion inside him still remained, but his thoughts finally started becoming clearer. If the Empire truly did this, then Ariane's death was most likely related to him. But why? Even if they suspected him of killing their prince, why kill Ariane specifically? Was this some form of repayment? An eye for an eye? Or was there another reason entirely? Michael's brows furrowed deeply, and then another thought surfaced. Princess Priscilla. The moment he remembered her, rage flashed briefly through his eyes. Useless, Michael muttered coldly. How had she allowed something like this to happen? Ariane had literally left Thornvale beside her. A rank 3 existence. One of the strongest beings in the kingdom. Yet somehow Ariane still ended up dead. What exactly had happened during those 3 days? The more Michael thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Still, no matter how much he guessed here, it was meaningless. He needed answers, and currently the only people capable of giving him those answers were the Empire. Michael slowly lowered his gaze toward Ariane's face again. A complicated expression finally appeared in his eyes. Truthfully speaking, even Michael himself did not fully understand what he was feeling right now. It was strange. Very strange. There was anger, confusion, a faint sense of guilt, and something else, something painful, a heavy feeling pressing against his chest. Michael genuinely did not understand it. If Ace had died instead, Michael knew his reaction would not have been like this. He would still be angry and would still seek revenge. But this feeling, this strange ache in his chest, would not exist. Michael stared silently at Ariane's pale face for several more seconds as the expression of guilt deepened on his face. Ariane. Saying sorry somehow made him feel even more guilt and pain. Then slowly, his gaze turned toward a distant direction outside Thornvale, toward where the Imperial flying ship waited. Coldness gradually filled his eyes completely. What he wanted now was an explanation. With a thought, spatial ripples spread outward. In the next instant, Michael along with Ariane's severed head disappeared from the ruined office. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 987. A solution? Meanwhile, back in Aurora inside the Academy's secret realm, Michael could be seen surrounded by what looked to be a broken apartment. Above him were several flying figures, and in front of them were two who especially gave off strong auras. They were Director Lin and Director Arvin respectively. Just a moment ago, a surge of mana had erupted from Michael's surroundings, immediately alarming many experts throughout the school. Couldn't be helped. Though Michael's mana and aura were pure, it did nothing to diminish his dark element oppressive nature. Thanks to Michael's current power, the outburst was particularly frightening in magnitude. Michael, what happened? Director Arvin asked from above. Though his expression remained calm, he was particularly surprised. When had this young man grown so strong again? That initial burst of mana from Michael now did not look too far removed from what early-stage rank for supernaturals could output. Director Lin beside him was equally surprised, though she was just as annoyed. Did this fellow not know how to control his power at all? What annoyed her further was that in a few hours they would finally begin their attack on the demonic faction. In fact, they should have started earlier, but several matters had delayed them. Michael's outburst at such a sensitive time left her somewhat irritated. However, neither she nor the others could bring themselves to be truly angry when they saw the look on Michael's face. It was completely flat, yet it carried an extremely chilling quality. Soon a trace of emotion appeared on Michael's face. To be honest, he hadn't wanted to cause such a large outburst. It was just that the shock from the land of origin had been particularly deep, and since this body had been deep in meditation, his control had been somewhat loose. A A single burst of mana had been enough to destroy everything. Meanwhile, in the land of origin, only his mana had leaked from the shock, but since his consciousness was fully active then there was some restraint. For several seconds, silence lingered in the ruined area. The surrounding academy experts remained tense. Even now, many of them still felt lingering fear from the burst of aura earlier, especially the rank 3 instructors. Director Arvin observed Michael carefully. Then his gaze swept briefly over the destroyed apartment. "You really know how to make trouble," he said with a smile. Michael finally reacted as a trace of emotion appeared on his face. The coldness in his eyes remained, though it had become somewhat restrained. "I'm sorry, sir." Floating beside Arvin, Director Lin's expression eased slightly. Truthfully, with Michael's current talent and importance, nobody truly intended to heavily punish him over something like property destruction, especially since this clearly felt like an accident. Director Arvin waved his hand casually. "Forget it." His expression became more serious afterward. "What happened?" Michael remained silent for a second, then shook his head lightly. "I need to do something outside the academy. I'd like to request an absence." Director Arvin and Director Lin exchanged brief glances. Several thoughts immediately surfaced within their minds. Something had clearly happened outside that Michael could sense, but what was capable of affecting him to this extent? Was it related to his family? After all, this junior seemed to care greatly about them. Director Arvin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you in trouble?" Michael immediately answered, "No." Hearing his answer, Director Arvin remained silent briefly before finally nodding. "You can leave." However, before Michael could speak, Director Arvin continued calmly, "But don't stay away too long." His gaze swept across the destroyed surroundings again. "And when you return, you'd better prepare yourself to pay for the damages." Director Lin immediately snorted coldly beside him. "The Academy isn't responsible for cleaning up your mess every single time." Despite her annoyed tone, there was no true hostility inside it. Michael naturally understood this. He lowered his head slightly. "Thank you." Director Arvin waved his hand again. "Hurry up and deal with whatever it is." Michael nodded faintly, then spatial ripples quietly spread around him, and a second later his figure disappeared from the ruined area completely. Moments later Michael could be seen in the outside world, making his way rapidly toward Brightgate City. Even though his mind was still somewhat unsettled, concerning Arian's death only one name came to mind: Jester. He wasn't even sure why he had immediately thought to look for Jester. But seeing Arian meet such a miserable end, likely because of him, made him extremely uncomfortable. Back in the land of origin, after calming down, his first thought had been to revive her as an undead. But this was not true revival. What would come forth from such an action would be an undead bearing no real connection to Arian aside from appearance. It was only a head too, and even if his talent could give her a new body it still wouldn't be Arian. It was then that Michael had thought of Jester. Surely Jester would know what to do given both his own wisdom and the memories inherited from Li Fan. Though Michael could likely replicate whatever Jester could do at this point, he knew that when it came to matters like this, unless he wasn't particularly concerned about the result, he was far from Jester's level. Meanwhile, back in the land of origin, Michael could be seen sitting on a throne chair with a head in his hand, staring down at a particular figure. The figure was expensively dressed in fine robes, but right now he was covered in sweat. From his exposed trousers, a strange yellow liquid dripped from between his legs. A look of absolute terror was plastered across his face. "Please have mercy. I beg of you. Please have mercy. I don't want to die. Please. I don't want to die." The wretched figure trembled violently as he stared up at Michael in horror. Who was this madman? He had appeared just a few minutes ago and asked for who the envoy of the ship was. Before anyone could react, their bodies froze. Then, one by one, the heads of the 5 people with him in the meeting hall had exploded. Now he was the only one left. Who was this madman? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 988. What happened 1. Of course, The envoy already had an idea who the terrifying figure seated before him was. Perhaps if he had arrived empty-handed, he might not have immediately recognized him. But with the severed head he had personally delivered, there was almost no need to guess anymore. If he was not mistaken, this should be Viscount Mike. The same Viscount the Imperial Prince had casually spoken about before they departed. The same young noble the prince had laughingly told them to have some fun with. At the time, none of them had taken the matter seriously. After all, according to the information gathered by the Empire, Mike Norstrength should at most have been around the late stage of the grand stage. Strong among younger generations. But nothing more. Yet now, the envoy's body trembled violently. Among the 5 men who had accompanied him earlier, 2 had been grand stage supernaturals. Real grand stage experts. And yet, the moment this monster appeared, their heads had exploded instantly. Not even a chance to scream. Not even a chance to beg for mercy. The envoy's thoughts became chaotic. Grand stage? Bullshit. What kind of grand stage monster could kill people like this? Especially considering he hadn't even sensed Michael using any skills. It was pure suppression. Pure, overwhelming power. The envoy's breathing became increasingly ragged. Meanwhile, Michael sat silently upon the throne-like chair while holding Ariane's severed head gently in one hand. His cold gaze rested upon the trembling envoy below. Truthfully speaking, Michael himself did not fully understand what had come over him. Normally, even if he was angry, he still retained a certain level of restraint and rationality. But now he felt unusually impulsive, irritated, annoyed, disgusted, especially while looking at the people from the Empire. The moment he saw them, the image of Ariane's severed head inside that blood-stained box resurfaced in his mind again. And because of that, the other 4 men had died before they could even open their mouths. Michael's fingers lightly brushed through Ariane's crimson-stained hair. The envoy noticed the action and his scalp immediately went numb. At this moment, even a fool could understand the relationship between the head and Michael's current state. The envoy suddenly regretted everything. Why had he volunteered for this mission? Why had he listened to that damned prince? And most importantly, why had the Empire's intelligence been so horribly wrong? The pressure suffocating the hall grew heavier again. What the envoy did not know was that putting aside whatever relationship Ariane had shared with Michael, as long as someone killed another person because of him, they would not end well. The only difference was that the manner of their end depended on what relationship that person had shared with Michael. The envoy immediately smashed his forehead against the ground repeatedly. "Please spare me. I was only following orders. I know nothing. I swear I know nothing." Blood soon started dripping from his forehead due to how hard he slammed it against the wooden floor of the flying ship. Michael continued ignoring him as he sorted through his thoughts. Though he was feeling impulsive, he hadn't actually killed those 4 simply from seeing them. When he first arrived, he had asked who the envoy was, but feeling too irritated to wait for them to speak, he froze their movements with his mana and randomly chose one of the 5 figures to read his mind. Michael normally avoided this, but against these people he could not care less what his actions would do to them. With his current intelligence and the immense computing power it granted him, for people far weaker than himself, Michael only needed a second to access a wealth of their memories. In doing so, from the person whose memory he had read, he found out who the envoy among the 5 was, but he also found something else. This particular fellow was quite disgusting. As someone from the Empire, even as an ordinary guard, he had used his status to commit unsightly acts within the kingdom in the short period of time he had been there. In Aurora, even one of those actions would have earned him a long prison sentence, and this was just one among many. The man was a repeated offender. If Michael had been entirely clear-headed, though he would not have let the figure off lightly, they might have still been able to live in the end. Unfortunately, with a clouded mind, Michael killed the fellow out of irritation without a second thought. He also felt no guilt over it. Such an animal deserved it. As for the other 4, in the next few seconds Michael took to read their minds, these fellows turned out to be no cleaner. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together, so Michael sent them all to the netherworld to keep each other company. Now only the envoy remained, and Michael still had some use for him. Who killed her? The envoy immediately slammed his forehead against the floor again. "It wasn't me, my lord. I swear it wasn't me." His voice cracked from fear. I only followed orders. Everything was ordered by the third prince." The envoy instantly betrayed his actual master without the slightest hesitation. Right now, survival was the only thing remaining in his mind. The envoy's entire body trembled violently as he hurriedly continued speaking. "A few days ago, after arriving in the Lionheart Kingdom, the imperial delegation was welcomed with a banquet by the royal family. That was where we first heard your name. The Lionheart Kingdom's 10th prince mentioned you first, together with another noble from the kingdom. At first, the third prince did not care much, but after hearing more details regarding you, he began taking an interest in you." Michael remained expressionless. The envoy lowered his head further. To be honest, although Prince Rue's disappearance was serious, not many people within the imperial family were truly heartbroken over it. Prince Rue had many enemies inside the royal family itself. The empire merely viewed this incident as an opportunity. Michael's gaze became colder with impatience. The envoy hurriedly continued. "Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much." Chapter 989. What Happened 2. In recent years, several kingdoms beneath the empire have grown increasingly troublesome. They have begun resisting imperial influence more openly. The third prince originally intended to use Prince Rue's disappearance to pressure the surrounding kingdoms further. Then, after hearing your name from the 10th prince, the third prince decided to make you the scapegoat. He planned to accuse the Lionheart Kingdom of secretly helping you murder Prince Rue. Then from there, use the matter to trigger internal instability and bloodshed inside the kingdom. He wanted an excuse to weaken Lionheart. The envoy hurriedly raised his voice again. "I swear, my lord, I know nothing beyond this. I was only following ord." "Get to the point. Who killed her?" Michael's voice cut through the hall coldly. The terrifying pressure in the surroundings increased slightly again. The envoy immediately froze. Michael's eyes stared directly into him. "How was Arian killed?" The envoy's face instantly turned pale. Sweat poured down his face. That. Michael's expression darkened further. Boom! One of the pillars inside the hall exploded instantly. Wooden fragments scattered everywhere. The envoy screamed in terror and immediately cried out, "I'll speak! I'll speak!" His breathing became ragged. 3 days ago, the Grand Princess of the Lionheart Kingdom disappeared for a period of time, the envoy said hurriedly while trembling on the floor. At the time, what she did not know was that every movement around the imperial delegation was already being monitored by the third prince. The envoy swallowed heavily. At first, the prince only knew the Grand Princess had suddenly left the royal capital temporarily. He did not know where she went. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. The envoy quickly continued. After a brief investigation, it was eventually discovered that she came here. Michael suddenly interrupted him. That shouldn't have been easy. His cold eyes stared directly into the envoy. Even if Princess Priscilla wasn't the strongest existence around, trailing her movements shouldn't have been something ordinary people could accomplish. The envoy immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, my lord is correct. The third prince initially only knew the princess disappeared briefly. He did not know her destination. It was thanks to another prince of the Lionheart Kingdom that they discovered she had visited Thornvale. Michael paused faintly. At this point, even he could not help but feel slightly speechless internally. What exactly was wrong with the Lionheart royal descendants? One after another. First the 10th prince. Now another one. Michael's gaze became colder. Which prince? The envoy hurriedly answered. I don't know his exact ranking, but it was said he used to be Lady Arian's former fiancé. The moment those words entered Michael's ears, his expression changed slightly. Former fiancé? Was he connected to her death? The envoy nodded rapidly. Yes, it was him. The envoy's voice became increasingly hurried. Terrified Michael might lose patience again. It's unknown exactly why, but he was the one who specifically brought Lady Arian to the third prince's attention. The third prince. The envoy hesitated briefly before forcing himself to continue. Is notorious within the empire. A lustful bastard. Even among the imperial princes, his reputation is extremely bad. Michael's fingers slowly tightened around the armrest again. The envoy noticed and hurriedly continued speaking. That Lionheart prince told him he knew someone exceptionally beautiful, one of the greatest beauties within the kingdom. He repeatedly praised Lady Ariane in front of the third prince. The envoy's body trembled violently. He said she was pure. He said she was elegant. He said no woman in the imperial entourage could compare to her. Michael's expression gradually became uglier. The hall's temperature dropped even further. The envoy nearly collapsed entirely. At first the third prince only showed slight interest, but after learning she had accompanied Princess Priscilla to Thornvale, the envoy's voice became quieter and quieter. He began suspecting there was some relationship between her and you. And after hearing she was once the fiancée of a royal prince, a bitter expression appeared on the envoy's face. The third prince became even more interested. He said stealing another prince's woman sounded amusing. The envoy's lips trembled violently. After that, the third prince approached Lady Ariane personally. The man swallowed hard before continuing. At first, everyone thought she would refuse him completely, but unexpectedly, she seemed to agree. Michael's expression did not change. Only, the shadows around the hall had begun twisting unnaturally again. The envoy hurriedly continued before Michael lost patience. She pretended to accept him. She made it seem as though she would be his woman for the night. The envoy's voice became increasingly strained. But during the encounter, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes as though even remembering the scene terrified him. She suddenly attacked him. Michael's fingers paused faintly against Ariane's hair. The envoy nodded rapidly. Yes, she tried to kill him. She hid a weapon beforehand and attacked while his guard was lowered. The envoy hurriedly continued. Of course she failed. The third prince was far stronger than her. But the envoy's face twitched strangely. She succeeded in crippling one of his balls before the guards stopped her. Silence. For a brief moment, even Michael's thoughts paused faintly. Then slowly, a strange emotion surfaced within his chest. The envoy continued trembling on the floor. That was what truly enraged the third prince. He completely lost control afterward. The envoy's breathing became ragged again. He personally killed her. And because he was still furious, the envoy hesitated heavily. His face became deathly pale. Michael slowly lifted his eyes toward him. Continue, the envoy nearly cried. He believed you were her lover. And so, the man's voice became almost inaudible. He decided to let the two of you share one final connection before death. The moment those words finished, the envoy's entire body froze. Then, boom. His body exploded instantly beneath Michael's gaze. Blood and flesh splattered across the hall walls. Not even bones remained intact. Silence returned once more. Michael remained seated motionlessly upon the throne-like chair. Ariane's severed head still rested quietly within his hand. For several long seconds, nothing moved. Then slowly, Michael lowered his gaze toward her pale face again. The image of her smiling inside Thornvale resurfaced within his mind once more. Third Prince. Black Serpent Empire. The Lionheart Kingdom. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 990. Possibility. The envoy had not been completely honest. Of course, it was also possible it was because Michael hadn't given him enough time to speak. In any case, during their conversation, Michael silently pieced together the scattered fragments of information obtained from the memories of the other 4 dead men. And the more he thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Truthfully speaking, Michael's original impression of Ariane had always been relatively simple, gentle, kind, a little timid at times, though when truly necessary, she could still show determination. But plotting to assassinate an imperial prince? That was not something Michael would normally associate with her, especially not after hearing the third prince's identity and status. Ariane was not stupid, so why did she still do it? Based on his impression of her, if Ariane was in trouble she could not handle, her first actions would either be to run, hide, or seek help. Thanks to the memories of the other 4 dead men, Michael had already learned it was because she no longer had anywhere left to run. 2 of those men had been rank 2 supernaturals, and coincidentally, those same 2 had participated in an operation against the Evermoon Manor several days ago. Although neither of them were leaders of the operation, they still knew fragments of the truth due to being part of the attacking force. The reason for the assault had been simple. The Evermoon family was accused of colluding with an enemy of the Empire. Michael did not even need to think deeply to understand that something had definitely happened to Duke Evermoon. Perhaps he had already been imprisoned. Perhaps worse. Either way, Ariane definitely knew, which explained everything afterward. If her father had already fallen, if the Empire had already turned their attention toward the Evermoon family, and if Princess Priscilla herself was unable to help, then who exactly could Ariane seek protection from? No one. Michael slowly closed his eyes briefly. The more he connected the pieces together, the clearer the image became in his mind. Ariane had probably realized very early that there was no escape. So instead of fleeing, she chose a final struggle. A final attempt to bite back before death. Michael lowered his gaze toward her pale face again. Idiot! His voice was extremely soft, but there was no mockery within it. From the memories he had viewed, Michael had also gained a rough impression of the Empire's third prince. Truthfully speaking, the man did not appear particularly impressive. At least not in Michael's eyes. In truth, the man genuinely did look extremely weak based on his appearance. Ariane had probably underestimated him because of this. Of course, though his cultivation was naturally far above Ariane's, his actual combat instincts did not seem especially remarkable, otherwise Ariane would never have succeeded in crippling him even partially. The fact that she managed to destroy one of his balls before dying already proved he was not exactly a strong fighter. Michael's fingers lightly brushed across Ariane's crimson-stained hair once more. He remained seated silently for a long time. The shattered remains of the envoy still covered the hall walls while blood slowly dripped onto the wooden floor below. Ariane's severed head rested quietly in his hand. Meanwhile, the shadows around the hall had already calmed somewhat. Eventually, Michael exhaled slowly. To do anything else, I need to be at the capital. His voice was low and calm. However, despite the killing intent still lingering within his eyes, Michael had not completely lost rationality. Right now, he could not leave immediately. Wisdom's evolution was still incomplete. So no matter how much he wanted to immediately rush toward the Lionheart capital, he still restrained himself. However, though he could not personally leave yet, that did not mean he could do nothing. From the memories of the dead men, Michael already knew the third prince currently remained within the Lionheart capital. And more importantly, the imperial delegation would likely remain there for quite a long time. After all, weakening the kingdom politically was not something accomplished in a few days. The prince could wait. But before that, Michael's eyes slowly narrowed. He would first send a small gift. Slowly, Michael turned his gaze toward the corpses scattered throughout the hall. Or more accurately, toward the 4 remaining corpses. The 5th no longer existed. Only scattered blood and flesh remained after Michael had exploded him moments ago. As for why Michael had not bothered reading that man's memories before killing him, there had been no need. From the memories of the others, Michael already knew the truth. That fellow had not actually been the envoy. He was merely a servant, one of many attached to the real envoy's entourage. Of course, among ordinary people, such a servant still possessed relatively high status. But to Michael, he was worthless. In fact, all 5 of them were worthless. Michael's gaze gradually deepened. A calm look slowly appeared on his face again. This time it carried a distinctly cruel edge. The third prince wanted to send him a gift. Very well. He would return one himself. Meanwhile, back in Aurora, Michael had already returned home. Fortunately for him, both Aunt Mia and Lily were currently outside together, leaving the house relatively quiet. Only Jester remained, which worked perfectly for Michael. Right now, he was not in the mood to speak with anyone else. The lifelike undead sat silently within the living room, flipping through a thick book with his usual calm. The moment Michael entered the house, Jester's eyes slowly lifted toward him. Immediately, he noticed something was wrong. The aura around Michael felt unusually cold. Michael went directly to sit beside Jester, and immediately the head of Arian appeared in his hands. Jester's gaze briefly shifted downward. Silence lingered briefly inside the room. Then Michael finally spoke. "Is it possible to raise someone from the dead?" Chapter 991. Replace. Jester leaned back slightly before answering in his usual calm tone. The simplest method would naturally be turning them into undead. The moment those words fell, Michael immediately shook his head. Understanding surfaced within Jester. "Of course, if that was all you wanted, my lord would never ask such a question in the first place. After all, a necromancer asking whether the dead could rise again was somewhat ridiculous. Creating undead was basic knowledge to them, which meant what Michael wanted was something entirely different." Jester's gaze slowly shifted toward Arian's pale face. Then he softly asked, "My lord wishes to truly bring someone back to life?" The room became quiet again. Michael did not answer immediately. However, his silence itself already became the answer. Jester slowly closed the book in his hand, then calmly explained, "An undead is merely a continuation of the corpse. It is not true resurrection." Jester's voice remained steady and emotionless. Undeath simply animates the remains through death energy and soul fragments. In essence, it is only making use of the dead body. His gaze lowered toward Arian's severed head again. "But true resurrection is different. That involves restoring life itself, restoring vitality, restoring the soul, restoring the connection between body and consciousness to continue previous existence." Jester's fingers lightly tapped against the armrest beside him. Most undead possess no true connection to their living selves aside from appearance. Even intelligent undead are difficult to classify as the same being. They may retain memories and may even imitate personality, but fundamentally the original life has already ended. A new existence is merely wearing its remains. The room fell silent once more. Michael naturally understood this already. That was precisely why he had come to Jester. Otherwise, the moment he saw Arian's head earlier, he would have immediately transformed her into undead. But he did not want that, or perhaps he could not accept that. Jester quietly observed Michael for several seconds, then slowly asked, "How complete is the soul?" Michael remained silent for several seconds before finally answering. "Since it's only a head, the soul fragment attached to the corpse should already be extremely incomplete." His voice was low. "If we can recover the complete body, we should be able to gather more. But it's already been several days since her death. There should already be considerable soul loss." Jester did not reply immediately. The undead simply sat there quietly with fingers folded together as though deeply thinking about something. Eventually, he finally spoke. "To be honest, my lord, unless an individual was extremely powerful and capable of performing revival magic, most methods of resurrection are considered taboo." Michael listened silently. Jester calmly continued, "True resurrection interferes with the natural separation of life and death. Usually, only extremely powerful rituals, forbidden arts, or legendary treasures can achieve it. For example, the Tree of Life from certain higher elven realms." Michael's eyes flickered faintly. "Does that mean I need to take a trip to an elven realm?" Jester immediately shook his head. "No. Even if my lord somehow located a mature Tree of Life and harvested one of its fruits, it would still not solve the current problem completely." His gaze shifted toward the severed head. "We only possess a head. That alone creates too many limitations." Michael's brows furrowed slightly. The knowledge Jester had accumulated from repeatedly harvesting the memories of strong individuals was vast and precious, but it seemed that bringing someone back to life was still no simple matter. Then Jester suddenly added, "However, I do have an idea." Michael immediately looked toward him. Jester calmly continued, "Technically speaking, bringing someone back to life is not impossible. Life-related abilities can achieve it in one manner. Light-related existences can achieve it in another. And necromancers or people like my lord possess their own methods. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. Jester continued. One method would be harvesting what remains of her soul first, as complete as possible, then turning her into a ghost-type existence. Michael listened quietly. Afterward, through certain methods, the soul could inhabit another living body. Michael's expression shifted faintly. Truthfully, compared to what he had expected, it sounded surprisingly simple. However, the moment Jester noticed the subtle change in Michael's expression, he calmly added, "The disadvantages are severe." Michael remained silent. A reincarnated soul through such a process would suffer instability. Memories may distort. Personality may gradually shift. Compatibility issues between soul and vessel may appear. The room became quiet again. Michael naturally understood. This method sounded simple only because Jester had simplified the explanation. In reality, this was something only desperate people would resort to if they wanted to revive someone without turning them into a zombie-type undead. Then Jester continued. There is another method. Michael immediately looked toward him again. This one is more stable. First, we harvest her soul as completely as possible and gather the remaining parts of her body. The body itself would first need restoration through a life ritual using enormous amounts of life force. Jester's fingers lightly tapped against the book in his hand. During that process, her remaining consciousness would temporarily exist as a partial ghost-like state. Afterward, through the memories extracted from the corpse, we slowly reconstruct the consciousness with the soul fragment, cleansing the death energy and negative corruption from the damaged soul before merging everything back together. Michael listened silently. Compared to the previous method, this one indeed sounded far more complete. The disadvantages? Michael asked quietly. Jester calmly answered. Memory loss. Depending on the extent of soul damage, some memories may never return. But overall, it is considerably more stable. Michael fell silent briefly before asking the most important question. What's the cost? Jester answered almost immediately. The original body must not remain dead for too long. And, his gaze deepened slightly, we would require an enormous amount of life force. How enormous? Jester looked directly at Michael. Using my lord as an example, if this method were used to revive someone of your current level, we would likely require the combined life force of at least 50 of you. The moment those words fell, even Michael's expression changed slightly. 50 of him? What kind of absurd requirement was that? Michael's thoughts immediately moved. Wouldn't that mean for someone at his level, only a demigod-level existence could possibly provide enough life force? Jester naturally did not know Michael's thoughts. However, he still calmly added afterward, which is why I mentioned the tree of life earlier. Only the fruit from a fully matured tree of life would naturally contain such terrifying vitality. But based on the lingering cultivation I can sense from the head in your hand, just the life force from another human at rank 3 would be enough. Michael immediately looked toward Jester. Does it have to be a human? Jester blinked once before calmly shaking his head. It can be anything. A human vessel simply offers the highest compatibility for human souls. However, if my lord dislikes that method, Jester paused slightly. We could simply replace the girl's body entirely. Michael's eyes narrowed faintly. Jester continued calmly. With one of my lord's clones. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 992, Problem. Silence filled the room briefly. Jester lightly adjusted the book in his hand before adding, truthfully speaking, there is probably no better vessel to house a revived soul than a clone personally created by my lord's Genesis body skill. Those bodies possess immense vitality, adaptability, and almost perfect spiritual compatibility, especially if carefully prepared beforehand. The moment those words fell, smack, Michael directly slapped the back of Jester's head. The sound echoed sharply through the quiet room. Jester's head tilted slightly forward. Michael's face darkened. If that was all we needed to do, Then why the hell did you complicate things so much? Jester remained silent for a moment, then calmly adjusted his posture again as though nothing happened. My lord did not ask for the simplified version. Michael ignored him entirely. Instead, his thoughts rapidly began organizing themselves. For the first time since seeing Ariane's severed head, a clear direction finally appeared. It was possible, actually possible, not turning her into an ordinary undead. Undead was a broad term. A ghost could count as undead, but a ghost was far better than a zombie. Since it was possible to truly bring her back, Michael's clouded mind cooled a little. Of course, all of this still depended on how complete her remaining soul was, which meant he needed to go to the kingdom capital to recover the remaining soul fragments and body parts before further deterioration occurred. Afterward, with Jester's help, they would first reconstruct and stabilize her soul, turn it temporarily into a ghost-like state, cleanse away the death energy and corruption, merge it together with the harvested memories and consciousness, then finally place the reconstructed soul into a clone body created through his Genesis body skill. A body similar to the one Jester himself currently inhabited. The more Michael thought about it, the clearer the process became. His previously chaotic emotions slowly stabilized slightly. At the very least, Ariane's death no longer felt completely irreversible. Michael slowly lowered his gaze toward Ariane's pale face again. For several seconds, he remained silent, then quietly muttered, "Hold on a little longer." Jester observed him silently from the side. Then after a moment, he calmly added, "However, my lord should still prepare himself mentally." Michael looked toward him. Jester's eyes narrowed faintly. Even if successful, she may not return completely unchanged. Some memories may disappear permanently. Certain aspects of personality may shift slightly. Michael remained silent, but his expression did not change. Compared to death, those possibilities meant nothing. As long as she could live again. Of course, the Empire still needed to pay. Since they could go this far, they could go even further. Meanwhile, in the Lionheart capital city, inside a room in the Evermoon Manor, a sickly-looking man could be seen lounging among several women. If Michael was here, he would have noticed that some of the girls looked familiar. They were actually maids of the Evermoon Manor. Soon, two knocks echoed from outside the room. The sickly-looking man lying amidst the women did not react immediately. His expression remained lazy while one of the girls nervously fed him wine. 3 more knocks came again. This time, the prince's brows furrowed slightly in annoyance. "Enter." The door slowly opened afterward. A middle-aged man wearing black robes stepped inside calmly. His expression remained completely indifferent even while looking at the scene before him. Several women. The strong scent of lust and alcohol. The third prince lying half-dressed upon the large bed. None of it caused even the slightest ripple in the middle-aged man's eyes. He merely gave a small bow. "Third prince." The sickly-looking man gave a gentle smile. "What is it that Master Vale wants?" Despite his circumstances, the prince still maintained proper respect. After all, the man before him was a great stage existence, and more importantly, his guardian. The black-robed, middle-aged man remained silent briefly before calmly speaking. "There is a problem." The third prince lazily narrowed his eyes. "What problem?" The middle-aged man hesitated slightly. That hesitation immediately irritated the prince. His smile faded somewhat. "Speak clearly." The black-robed man remained silent briefly before finally saying, "It would be better if your highness came outside personally." The third prince frowned. "What happened?" "The flying ship you sent out earlier returned. And something is wrong with it." The moment those words fell, the third prince's interest was finally piqued slightly. Naturally, he knew exactly which ship the man referred to. The same ship sent toward Thornvale. Thinking of that matter, a cruel smile faintly surfaced on the prince's face again. Truthfully speaking, he still somewhat regretted killing the woman so quickly. She was beautiful, very beautiful, and the expression on her face after realizing there was no escape had been particularly enjoyable. Unfortunately, the pain from his destroyed testicle had completely enraged him at the time. Even now it still hurt, Still, thinking about the reaction that Viscount Mike would probably show after receiving that gift improved his mood slightly. He didn't even know the man personally, yet he already felt satisfied. The prince slowly pushed away the women around him before standing up. Interesting. Since even Master Vale had personally come to inform him, it likely wasn't something minor. The third prince no longer bothered asking further questions and instead casually began dressing himself. Meanwhile, the black-robed, middle-aged man quietly waited near the door. Several minutes later, the prince finally stepped outside. As he walked through the corridor, he lazily waved toward the guards nearby. "Prepare a fresh group of women for tonight." The guards immediately bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." Soon afterward, the third prince and the black-robed man arrived at the flying port within the Lionheart capital. The atmosphere there felt unusually tense. Numerous guards and servants stood around nervously while maintaining distance from a particular flying ship docked nearby. The moment the third prince arrived, his eyes immediately landed on another familiar figure, Princess Priscilla. The princess stood nearby silently with a pale expression. Her gaze remained fixed toward the flying ship ahead. The third prince immediately smiled faintly. Well, if it isn't the Grand Princess." Priscilla ignored him entirely. The prince chuckled softly. "What's wrong? Still angry about the Evermoon girl?" No response came. Priscilla didn't even turn her head. The third prince's smile widened slightly. Truthfully speaking, she was rather entertaining. "Enough!" Master Vale's calm voice suddenly interrupted him. The prince clicked his tongue slightly in annoyance but still stopped speaking. After all, even he understood there were limits. If it wasn't for the guardians he had brought along, a great sage being like Princess Priscilla would not have been so helpless against him regardless of his imperial status. Unfortunately, it was a pity he couldn't have this woman. He also didn't dare to at this point. Soon, his gaze finally shifted fully toward the flying ship before them. Immediately, his brows furrowed. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 993. New application. Though Michael could not personally head toward the capital immediately, that did not stop him from sending his regards to everyone involved in Ariane's death. Of course, he did not actually know which individuals had merely followed orders and which ones had actively participated willingly. But he knew the mastermind. Thanks to the memories harvested from the men aboard the flying ship, Michael could now recognize that person instantly, even if they met face to face for the very first time. That alone was enough. The third prince frowned while staring toward the flying ship before him, or more accurately toward the figures standing beneath it. Several dozen servants stood there motionlessly. These were the people he had sent with his envoy to find trouble with that Mike Nor. Yet right now, something about them felt wrong. Very wrong. Their expressions were completely blank. Drool slowly leaked from the corners of their mouths. Their pupils looked unfocused. Some swayed slightly while standing there. Others simply remained still like puppets whose strings had been cut. The third prince's brows furrowed deeper in disgust. What happened to them? No answer came immediately. Even the surrounding guards looked uneasy. Princess Priscilla's expression subtly changed as she stared toward the servants. Meanwhile, beside the prince, Master Vale's eyes gradually narrowed. Then, a sudden change occurred as every servant slowly lifted their head. More than 40 pairs of eyes instantly locked onto the third prince simultaneously. The sudden movement caused several nearby guards to visibly flinch. Even the third prince himself instinctively took half a step backward. The atmosphere instantly turned eerie. The servants' blank expressions remained unchanged. Drool still dripped from their mouths. Yet now, every single one of them stared directly at him. Master Vale's expression suddenly changed. "Move!" Boom! The black-robed man instantly pushed the third prince backward while roaring toward the guards. "Protect His Highness!" The surrounding Imperial guards immediately reacted. Weapons were drawn instantly. Mana surged violently throughout the flying port. At the same moment, Master Vale charged directly toward the group of servants with astonishing speed. However, before he could reach them, all 40-plus servants suddenly smiled. the exact same smile. Then, in perfect unison, they spoke. "So, this is the third prince." The moment those words echoed throughout the port, the third prince's pupils contracted violently. Master Vale roared as terrifying flames instantly erupted around his body. Boom! The air distorted violently from the sheer temperature alone. At the same moment, several of the servants suddenly shot toward him at astonishing speed. Their movements were completely unnatural, jerky, twisted, yet horrifyingly fast. Master Vale's expression changed immediately. Those people were ordinary servants. How could they possibly move like this? However, just before collision occurred, Master Vale's expression suddenly changed drastically. Back! The old man's instincts screamed in warning. Without hesitation, he immediately abandoned his attack and instead threw up multiple layers of blazing defensive barriers around himself. Then, boom! The servants' bodies exploded simultaneously. Massive explosions of dark energy and flesh erupted throughout the flying port like dozens of miniature catastrophes detonating at once. The surrounding ground shattered instantly. Several nearby guards did not even have time to scream before their bodies were torn apart by the blast. The flying ship behind them trembled violently as cracks spread across its surface. Priscilla's expression changed sharply. In the next instant, she disappeared from her original location. Boom! A massive wave of mana erupted around her as she shielded the nearby Lionheart personnel behind a barrier of compressed force. Meanwhile, the Imperial guards around the third prince also reacted desperately. Several of the mages among them immediately threw themselves forward while activating defensive artifacts. Layers of barriers appeared around the prince one after another. The explosions slammed into them violently. Crack! The outer layers shattered almost instantly. The third prince screamed as the shockwave sent him rolling backward across the ground. Fortunately, Master Vale's defenses and the guard's protection still prevented him from dying. But not everyone was so lucky. Screams echoed throughout the port. Blood splattered everywhere. Several servants and weaker guards were instantly reduced to pieces. Others collapsed while coughing blood violently. Smoke and dark energy rapidly spread through the surroundings. For several brief moments, chaos completely overtook the port. Then slowly, the smoke began clearing. Master Vale's figure emerged first. The old man looked unusually grim now. His defensive flames still flickered around him while his sharp eyes locked onto the remaining servants. Not all of them had exploded, after all. Several still remained standing. Priscilla's heart skipped slightly when their heads suddenly turned toward her. Every single one of them stared at her simultaneously. The sight alone was enough to make the surrounding Lionheart soldiers shiver. However, after only a brief glance, the servants slowly turned away from her again. Then all their eyes locked back onto the third prince. The prince's face had already gone pale. For the first time since arriving in the Lionheart kingdom, real fear appeared within his eyes. At this point, he could already tell he was being targeted by someone terrifying. Was it that Mike Nor? Was he truly this powerful? In truth, the prince's guess was right on the mark. With thousands of undead under him, Michael had access to countless abilities he could copy. Something like mind control or taking over another person's consciousness was easy for him. Jester's abilities alone were more than enough for this. In fact, it was Jester's ability Michael had used to control their consciousness, at the small price of splitting his own consciousness into several bodies. As for the mutation of the servants' bodies, that was also Michael's work. At first, he had only planned to send a group of human bombs to the prince. But what he never expected was that, in his quest for a small payback, he would discover another application of his law. Basically, Michael's understanding of his law was that he could use the abilities of anything connected to him. Instinctively, he had only been using it to copy the abilities of his undead and tamed beasts. But who said he could only use his law through his own body? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 994. Explosion. One's law was the comprehension of a universal truth condensed into an ability. The law seed itself was merely visible proof of that comprehension. It did not mean a person could only use their law through the law seed alone. This was something Michael had only realized after splitting his consciousness. Yes, the existence of his law seed made everything easier and far more stable. However, his current understanding of the world had already reached a point where, even if he somehow lost all his power and had to begin from nothing again, he could still start using fragments of law power from the very beginning. Why? Because law was ultimately tied to comprehension. And who exactly was Michael? What truly defined him was not his flesh, mana, or even his abilities. It was his soul, his consciousness. That was the true foundation behind everything. When Michael split portions of his consciousness into the servants' bodies, he unexpectedly discovered something. He could still use a portion of his abilities through them. And when he thought about it carefully, did that not count as a connection? To be honest, back when the vice principal had fought on his behalf after he returned from hell, Michael should have already realized this possibility. At the time, he simply had not thought deeply enough about the true nature of his law. Thanks to copying Jester's abilities to control bodies through consciousness manipulation, Michael used fragments of his own consciousness as mediums. Then, through those connections, he activated his law and copied abilities through the servants themselves, temporarily strengthening even those ordinary mortal bodies. Unfortunately, most of the servants were simply too weak. Even with this new discovery and Michael's current power, there was only so much those fragile bodies could withstand. In the end, Michael focused more heavily on turning them into living bombs rather than trying to transform them into true combatants. Of course, despite his anger, Michael had no intention of implicating innocent people. However, to his surprise, not a single person aboard that ship appeared innocent. Michael did not know whether the third prince had intentionally surrounded himself only with rotten individuals, or whether people from the Black Serpent Empire were simply this corrupt by nature. Either way, since his eyes were already upon them, he decided to do humanity a favor and clean out the trash personally. The third prince staggered backward while pointing toward the eerie servants. Murder! Someone kill them! Murder! His previous elegance had completely vanished. At this point, he looked almost hysterical. Meanwhile, the remaining servants slowly tilted their heads in unison. Their smiles widened unnaturally. Then once again, that cold young voice echoed from every mouth simultaneously. You sent me a gift. The moment those words entered the third prince's ears, his pupils contracted violently. Now he finally confirmed who this was. So it was really him? At this point, the prince believed even more firmly that Michael had truly killed Prince Rue. Who else could possibly possess such horrifying methods? F***CK. What the third prince could not understand, however, was why things had escalated to this extent. Even if the man truly cared about Ariane, why go this far? Why directly become enemies with an imperial prince over a woman? Unfortunately for him, Michael could not hear those thoughts. And even if he could, he still would not care. At this point, Michael was not interested in explanations. Nor was he interested in political reasoning. The moment Ariane's severed head entered his hands, certain things had already become inevitable. Truthfully speaking, this entire attack had genuinely been an attempt to kill the third prince. Michael simply had not expected it to actually succeed. Still, now that everything had already begun, there was no reason to stop halfway. Who knew? Maybe he would get lucky. The moment the third prince fully confirmed the identity of the person behind this, fear completely exploded within his chest. Mike Nor. Meanwhile, the remaining servants suddenly began trembling violently. Master Vale's expression instantly changed. Get back! Boom! The old man slammed both palms forward as a massive wall of blazing fire erupted around the third prince. At the same moment, the remaining servants charged. Their bodies swelled unnaturally. Dark veins spread beneath their skin while unstable mana fluctuations erupted wildly from inside them. The third prince's eyes widened in terror the moment he sensed the horrifying amount of unstable energy gathering nearby. No! Boom! Another terrifying chain of explosions erupted. This time, the servants directly targeted the prince himself. The entire flying port shook violently. Massive pillars of black fire and corrupted mana shot toward the sky. The defensive barriers around the prince shattered one after another. Crack, crack, crack. The Imperial Guards screamed as several were blown apart instantly. Even Master Vale was forced backward several meters despite his overwhelming strength. His flames surged wildly while he desperately resisted the explosions. One should not think these explosions were weak simply because the bodies themselves were ordinary. After all, what exploded was never truly the servants themselves. It was the terrifying amount of compressed energy Michael had personally implanted into each body beforehand. Huge quantities of mana and fragments of copied abilities had been layered together unstably inside those bodies. That was also the reason the servants had looked so dull and vacant earlier after landing the ship. Most of Michael's attention had actually been focused on suppressing the unstable energy and preventing premature detonation. What kind of destruction would occur when energy equivalent to rank 4 power detonated point-blank dozens of times simultaneously? The answer was simple: absolute devastation. The ground of the flying port completely collapsed inward. Several nearby flying ships were instantly flipped over and damaged by the shockwaves. The remaining Imperial Guards were thrown through the air like broken dolls. Blood filled the sky. Even the surrounding protective arrays of the port began flickering chaotically. Priscilla's pupils contracted slightly while maintaining her defensive barrier around the Lionheart personnel. Even she felt genuinely shocked internally. This level of destructive power, and this bizarre control method, what exactly had Michael become? No, what exactly was he? At the same time, Priscilla could not stop a certain fear from emerging deep within her heart. Putting aside whether Michael could truly oppose the Empire directly, the mere fact that he dared to openly attack an Imperial Prince already proved enough. If he could do this to the Black Serpent Empire, then what exactly could he do to the Lionheart Kingdom? Inside the explosions, Master Vale roared furiously. His robes had partially burned apart while blood slowly leaked from the corner of his lips. The old man was genuinely injured now. He could only protect the third prince because his own strength far surpassed the explosions individually. But the problem was quantity. There were simply too many. And every servant fought like a suicidal madman. Boom! Another body exploded directly against Master Vale's defensive flames. The old man's expression twisted slightly. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 995. Aftermath. At the same time, the third prince screamed again. One of the shockwaves pierced through the defensive layers and slammed directly into him. Crack! The prince's arm instantly twisted unnaturally. His body tumbled violently across the ground while blood sprayed from his mouth. At this point, his elegant appearance had completely disappeared. He no longer looked like a noble prince of the Black Serpent Empire. He looked terrified, panicked. Murder! He's trying to kill me. Stop them! The prince hysterically screamed while desperately crawling backward across the shattered ground. His screams echoed throughout the ruined flying port continuously. Murder! Stop them! Master Vale! At this point, the prince no longer cared about dignity or appearance. His luxurious robes had already been burned and torn apart from the explosions. Blood covered half his face while one of his arms hung twisted unnaturally beside him. Fear had completely overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, the remaining servants slowly continued advancing through the smoke. Their movements looked stiff and unnatural. Several of them were already missing limbs, even though Michael had tried his best to preserve their bodies from completely collapsing during the earlier detonations. One servant's lower jaw had already disappeared entirely from a previous explosion. Yet somehow, the thing still smiled while continuing to walk forward mechanically. The sight alone was enough to make nearby guards shiver instinctively. Master Vale's face looked extremely ugly. Kill them immediately! Boom! Terrifying flames erupted outward from the old man once more. Several servants were instantly incinerated into ash. However, before their bodies could fully burn away, they exploded. Boom! Another violent blast erupted directly against Master Vale's flames. The old man was forced backward once more. This time, his expression finally changed completely. At this point, even he had begun feeling genuine fear. Not because of the servants themselves, but because of the person controlling them. What kind of monster could remotely manipulate dozens of bodies this way while simultaneously implanting enough power inside ordinary mortals to threaten a great stage existence? Even Master Vale himself could not accomplish something so absurd. Meanwhile, the remaining servants suddenly split apart. Some charged directly toward the prince. Others targeted the surrounding guards. And several more charged directly toward the nearby flying ships. The third prince's eyes nearly bulged out from terror. Stop them! Unfortunately, it was already too late. Boom! A servant slammed directly into one of the docked Imperial flying ships before detonating instantly. The ship exploded into flames immediately. The surrounding guards screamed while desperately jumping backward. Another servant suddenly tackled an Imperial mage who had only just arrived at the port moments earlier. Boom! Both figures vanished instantly inside a pillar of corrupted black fire. The entire flying port descended into complete chaos. Even Priscilla's expression became increasingly pale while watching the destruction unfold. At this point, this was no longer merely an assassination attempt. This was an open declaration. The third prince of the Black Serpent Empire was currently being hunted around his own port by the controlled corpses of the very people he had personally sent out himself. How ridiculous! How humiliating! And yet, not a single person present found the situation amusing. Everyone could feel it clearly, the cold killing intent hidden behind every single attack. Then suddenly, the servants stopped moving simultaneously once again. The abrupt synchronization instantly caused the third prince's scalp to go numb. Slowly, the last remaining servants turned toward him one final time. Then, that cold young voice echoed once more from every mouth simultaneously. You enjoyed it? The third prince froze completely. The servants smiled wider. The way she begged while you cut her head off. Yes, I'm assuming she begged. What's done is done, I guess. Still, how can you be so cruel? Boom! One of the nearby servants suddenly exploded again without warning. The shockwave directly blasted apart several Imperial guards who had been shielding the prince. Blood splattered across the third prince's face. The prince screamed again while crawling backward pathetically. I didn't. Boom! Another explosion interrupted him instantly. At this point, Master Vale looked furious beyond measure. Enough! The old man finally stopped holding back completely. Terrifying flames erupted into the sky. The entire flying port turned crimson. A massive flaming domain instantly descended upon the surroundings. Within moments, the temperature surged to a horrifying degree. The remaining servants' bodies rapidly began blackening and burning apart. However, even while burning alive, they still smiled. Then, one by one, they charged forward again. Boom! 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 More explosions erupted continuously. The flying port shook violently each time. Cracks rapidly spread across nearby buildings. Several defensive formations around the capital even activated automatically due to the disturbance. And slowly, the servants' numbers finally began decreasing, until eventually only one servant remained. A skinny middle-aged man missing half his chest. His body swayed weakly from side to side, yet somehow he still remained standing. Master Vale's flames surged around him cautiously now. Even the old man no longer dared approach recklessly. The servant slowly lifted his head. Then he looked directly at the third prince. At this point, the prince looked utterly miserable. Covered in dust. Bloodied. Trembling. The servant smiled. Then softly spoke with Michael's voice one final time. Wait for me. You can't run. The third prince's entire body stiffened instantly. Then the final servant exploded. Boom! The last explosion was the strongest yet. The remaining ground of the flying port completely collapsed inward. The final shockwave swept violently across the surroundings. Several nearby structures shattered outright. Even Master Vale was forced backward while coughing blood lightly from the accumulated damage. Silence slowly descended across the flying port afterward. Or at least what remained of it. The once grand docking grounds had almost completely collapsed inward from the repeated explosions. Cracks stretched across the earth like giant spiderwebs while burning debris and shattered ship fragments littered the surroundings everywhere. Several flying ships still burned in the distance. Smoke rose endlessly into the sky. Blood stained the broken stone ground dark red. Corpses and body parts were scattered throughout the ruined port, while the surviving guards stared around with pale expressions. Some still trembled uncontrollably. Others looked completely dazed. Even the surrounding protective formations of the capital continued flickering unstably from the aftereffects of the explosions. The atmosphere felt suffocatingly heavy. Meanwhile, the third prince remained collapsed upon the ground. His body trembled slightly. His luxurious robes were ruined beyond recognition. One arm remained twisted unnaturally while blood continuously dripped from the corner of his lips. At this point, the prince no longer looked elegant or noble, only miserable and terrified. Master Vale slowly landed nearby while suppressing the violent fluctuations inside his body. The old man's expression looked extremely ugly. This was humiliation, a complete humiliation. The Black Serpent Empire's prince had nearly been assassinated openly inside another kingdom's capital by controlled corpses. If news of this incident spread outward, the Empire would lose face completely. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 996. Aftermath 2. The old man's eyes slowly swept across the devastated surroundings. However, what nobody realized was that hidden deep within the third prince's sea of consciousness, a strange mark quietly rested there, a faint black imprint. Even if the third prince personally entered his own sea of consciousness, he still would not notice anything unusual. This was Michael's doing through one of Wisdom's skills, spatial mark. Michael truly had not lied earlier. Even if the prince ran away, he would never truly escape him. In fact, Michael secretly hoped the prince would flee. That would only make things easier later. What the surrounding people also failed to notice was that two individuals within the capital had quietly disappeared beneath everyone's noses. Or more accurately, one living person and one corpse. No one noticed their disappearance. After all, everyone's attention had been completely focused on the explosions and protecting the third prince. Someone hurriedly knelt beside the third prince. Healing potions were poured into his mouth one after another while a nearby mage who appeared skilled in healing magic quickly began casting spells. Pale green light continuously covered the prince's body. The healing energy slowly mended his twisted arm while sealing the wounds scattered across his body. After several minutes, the third prince finally regained a small amount of strength. His breathing was still ragged, and his face remained deathly pale, but at least the immediate danger had passed. Then, his eyes suddenly swept across the ruined flying port. At first, there was only fear inside his gaze. But soon he noticed something. The Imperial side had suffered horribly. Guards, servants, mages, attendants. Many had died while even more had been seriously injured. But the Lionheart side, there were casualties there as well, yet compared to the Imperial side, the losses were shockingly few. The third prince's eyes widened. Then his face twisted with both rage and fear as he suddenly pointed toward Princess Priscilla. "You! Why are so many of your people still alive?" Everyone's attention immediately shifted toward the princess. Only then did many people realize the same thing. Most of the Lionheart personnel near Princess Priscilla had survived. Although many looked pale and shaken, very few had actually died. Master Vale's frown deepened slightly as well. Earlier, he had been too focused on protecting the third prince to notice the details clearly. But now that the prince had pointed it out, the difference was indeed obvious. Princess Priscilla stood calmly among her people with a pale expression. Her mana still fluctuated slightly from maintaining the barrier earlier. Master Vale slowly looked toward her. "Princess Priscilla." His tone sounded calm, but there was a faint questioning pressure hidden beneath the surface. Princess Priscilla's expression remained cold. "What? Are you asking why more of my people did not die?" Master Vale did not answer immediately. Princess Priscilla smiled faintly, though there was no warmth within that smile. "Can it not simply be said that I protected my people from harm?" Her gaze briefly shifted toward the ruined surroundings. Besides, I was not the one being targeted. Her words were perfectly reasonable. The servants had clearly ignored her after glancing toward her only once. Every attack afterward had been directed toward the third prince and the imperial side. Even if she had wanted to interfere further, there had been no reason for her to abandon her own people in order to protect the imperial delegation. But the third prince was clearly no longer in a mental state capable of caring about reason. His face twisted fiercely. "Bitch!" The moment the word left his mouth, Princess Priscilla's eyes instantly turned cold. The third prince continued screaming hysterically. "You think I don't know? You and that little slut were both mix whores." The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze instantly. Several Lionheart guards immediately lowered their heads while pretending they had heard nothing. Master Vale's expression also darkened visibly. "Your Highness." His voice carried a heavy warning this time. The third prince ignored him completely. "You were all trying to kill me. All of you. That woman. You. That bastard Mike." Princess Priscilla stared at him silently for several seconds. Then she slowly shook her head. There was anger in her eyes. But even more than anger, there was exhaustion. This prince was finished. Even if he survived physically, his mind had already been badly shaken by Michael's actions. Princess Priscilla did not bother arguing with him further. She simply turned around and walked away from the ruined flying port. Her expression remained calm on the surface, but worry quietly filled her eyes. She understood very clearly that this matter could no longer be solved through apologies, compensation, or political negotiation. Michael had already shown his stance, and she was certain there would be a next time. Next time, he probably would not send mere servants. Master Vale silently watched Princess Priscilla's departing figure for several moments. Then the old man slowly turned back toward the third prince. At this moment, the prince still looked half-crazed from fear and humiliation. Even after receiving healing treatment, his body continued trembling slightly. Master Vale's expression remained extremely grim. "We need to leave immediately." The third prince looked up sharply. "I'll leave." Master Vale nodded coldly. "This place is no longer safe." The old man's sharp eyes swept across the ruined flying port around them. Master Vale did not know how far the other party's abilities extended. But after witnessing everything earlier, he no longer wished to remain within this kingdom any longer than necessary. One nearby Imperial guard hesitated briefly before speaking carefully. "But, Your Highness no longer has a flying ship." The moment those words fell, the surrounding Imperial personnel fell silent awkwardly. Because it was true. Most of their ships had either been destroyed or severely damaged during the explosions. Master Vale had naturally already noticed this fact. However, the old man simply frowned coldly. A ship is unnecessary. The next moment, boom, terrifying flames erupted briefly around his body. As a great stage existence, flight itself was already possible for him. Without waiting for further discussion, Master Vale directly grabbed the third prince by the shoulder. The prince barely even had time to react. Then the surrounding space distorted violently. Both figures instantly vanished like streaks of fire. Only scorched air remained behind. Silence descended briefly afterward. Then slowly, the remaining Imperial personnel began realizing something. Their expressions changed one after another. "They left. What about us? We've been abandoned." Fear and disbelief immediately spread among the surviving Imperial guards and attendants. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 997, Return. Meanwhile, back in Thornvale, Michael patiently waited for news from the capital to return. This was one of the major limitations of his current method of splitting consciousness. The process itself was still far too crude and incomplete. Giving commands outward was relatively simple, but receiving detailed information back across extremely long distances was far more troublesome than he originally expected. Right now, the little information Michael possessed mainly came from sensing when one of the split consciousness fragments disappeared completely. In simpler terms, when one of the bodies died. Currently, Michael could still faintly sense two remaining fragments of his consciousness. Coincidentally, those two happened to belong to the individuals he had assigned to retrieve Arian's corpse. Those two were also the strongest remaining people from the original flying ship. Both of them were rank 2 supernaturals. As rank 2 beings, their bodies were naturally capable of enduring far greater amounts of power compared to ordinary mortals. That was one of the main reasons Michael had specifically chosen them for the final task. Unlike the relatively ordinary servants he had sent to attack the third prince, these two could withstand much more stress before collapsing completely. The ordinary people had mainly functioned as disposable human bombs. At most, their explosions could severely injure or kill weaker opponents, but there was still a clear limit to what they could accomplish. Rank 2 supernaturals would most likely not survive such explosions if caught directly at the center. Early rank 3 supernaturals could also potentially be severely injured or even killed if they were weak enough. However, truly powerful rank 3 figures could still resist or survive without suffering fatal injuries. Michael understood this very clearly. That was precisely why he had never truly expected the third prince to die from the attack. Of course, he still hoped luck might favor him. But he also knew very well that the prince's surroundings likely contained strong protectors capable of shielding him from fatal danger. Still, even if the attack failed to kill the prince, Michael considered the result acceptable. At the very least, he had successfully planted a tracking mark on him. With that mark in place, no matter where the prince fled, Michael would eventually find him. In fact, part of him actually preferred if the prince returned directly to the Empire. That way, when the time finally came, Michael could settle everything properly in one place. Given the Empire's earlier attitude and actions, Michael was not naive enough to think they would simply let him go after this. Especially not after he had openly attempted to assassinate one of their princes. Even if they suspected his boldness stemmed from some powerful background, they would still investigate him thoroughly for the sake of imperial pride and reputation. And even if they eventually became convinced he truly possessed a terrifying backing, they still would not stop easily. After all, the Black Serpent Empire itself possessed multiple rank 4 existences. Several thoughts rapidly flashed through Michael's mind one after another. Though he still lacked detailed information regarding what exactly had happened inside the capital after the attack began, Michael was not particularly anxious. The truly important matter right now was not the third prince. It was Arian. The third prince could wait. He had nowhere left to run anyway. But Arian's soul and corpse could not be delayed indefinitely. Michael slowly closed his eyes while seated quietly inside the ruined office hall. Right now, he was simply waiting for two things. The first was wisdom's evolution finally coming to an end. The second was for the fragments of his consciousness to return with Arian's body. Based on what he could currently sense, both events seemed very close. And just as expected, roughly half an hour later, four figures suddenly appeared silently inside the ruined office. The surrounding air distorted briefly before stabilizing again. Michael slowly opened his eyes. Two of the figures were naturally familiar. One was Lyra. The dark elf silently lowered her head the moment she appeared. Her expression looked somewhat pale, and traces of exhaustion could still be seen on her face. The other was Ace. Compared to before, the young man's aura had clearly become much stronger. His body radiated a faint pressure that no ordinary rank 1 supernatural could possibly possess anymore. Beside those two stood another pair of figures with completely vacant expressions. Their eyes looked lifeless and hollow. These were naturally the final controlled puppets. Michael merely glanced toward them calmly. Then he lightly waved his hand. The next moment, both puppet figures disappeared instantly from inside the office. A second later, a deafening explosion echoed from somewhere far outside Thornvale. Boom! Even from this distance, everyone inside Thornvale could see a massive mushroom cloud rising toward the sky far away in the distance. Michael did not even bother paying attention to it afterward. Instead, his gaze focused fully toward the remaining figures before him. Or more accurately, the people they were carrying. Currently, both Ace and Lyra carried someone. In Lyra's arms was a dirty, headless corpse. The body was stained with blood and dirt. One of the arms was also bent unnaturally. Even so, Michael recognized her instantly. Ariane. Meanwhile, on Ace's back rested an unconscious old man covered in injuries. Duke Evermoon. Though Michael had not expected the old man to still be alive, seeing that he was at least still breathing could already count as good news. However, the Duke was obviously not in a good state at all. Yes, Michael had indeed sent the two stronger puppets to retrieve Ariane's corpse and rescue the Duke. However, for additional safety, he had also sent both Ace and Lyra afterward. One could somewhat ignore Lyra. Although Michael had not invested heavily into her over the past few months compared to the others, he still possessed more than enough resources to successfully push her into rank 2. But Ace was different. Ace was one of the very first humans reborn through Michael's blood. The changes within his body had already long surpassed ordinary humans. Combined with the cultivation methods, resources, bloodline enhancement, and techniques Michael personally provided him, Ace's growth speed became extremely terrifying. In only a few short months, he had not only entered rank 2 successfully, but had already progressed considerably within the realm itself. At this point, he was already approaching the middle stages of rank 2. Chapter 998 Trait. At this point, Ace was already approaching the middle stages of rank 2. This speed was absurdly fast. Of course, after Michael's blood had fundamentally transformed Ace's body beforehand, combined with resources like spirit crystals obtained from the academy being poured into him afterward, such growth no longer seemed entirely impossible. Still, it remained terrifyingly fast regardless. At the very least, within the cultivation world Li Yang originated from, Ace would absolutely be viewed as a monstrous genius capable of shocking countless sects and clans. And unlike ordinary supernaturals of the same rank, Ace was a cultivator. This profession naturally made him significantly stronger than what his realm alone suggested. Although he still might not be capable of defeating peak rank 2 opponents directly in battle, escaping safely from them would not be difficult at all. Most importantly, both Ace and Lyra currently housed fragments of Michael's consciousness as well. However, unlike the earlier servants inside the capital, those fragments of consciousness were currently dormant and inactive. If they had encountered any unexpected dangers or complications during their return journey, Michael's consciousness would have immediately awakened through them and resolved the issue personally. Fortunately, things never reached that level. The previous 2 controlled humans had successfully completed the mission and safely brought everyone back. Unfortunately, the moment those 2 ordinary humans used power far beyond what their bodies could naturally endure, their deaths had already become inevitable. Still, considering their final actions, this outcome could also be regarded as retribution for everything they had previously done. The first thing Michael did afterward was remove the fragments of consciousness residing inside Ace and Lyra. A faint ripple spread invisibly throughout the room. Both Ace and Lyra immediately stiffened briefly before their bodies visibly relaxed afterward. The change was subtle. However, Michael could clearly notice the difference almost instantly. Even so, he said nothing about it. Michael calmly looked toward the 2 of them for a brief moment before finally speaking. "You've done well. Go rest." "Yes, Master." "Yes, Lord Mike." The 2 answered immediately without hesitation. Soon afterward, Ace and Lyra quietly left the ruined office hall without asking any unnecessary questions. Once they were gone, silence gradually returned to the room once more. Michael's attention slowly shifted toward Ariane and Duke Evermoon. He stood up slowly before walking closer toward them. For several long seconds, Michael simply stared silently at the headless corpse lying upon the ground. The room became deathly silent. Then slowly Michael crouched down. A faint ripple spread through the surrounding space. The next moment, Ariane's corpse disappeared instantly from the ground before being transferred directly into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. After safely storing Ariane's body away, Michael finally turned his attention toward Duke Evermoon. The old man's condition looked terrible. Although Ace had stabilized him somewhat during the journey back, the Duke was still covered in injuries. His aura also appeared extremely weak and unstable. However, after checking briefly, Michael discovered the situation was not quite as terrible as it initially appeared. At the very least, the old man was still alive. That alone could already be considered fortunate. Without wasting any time, Michael slowly raised one hand. Soft green light immediately gathered around his palm. Among Michael's undead legion, there were naturally many creatures possessing healing-related abilities. Over time, through repeatedly copying abilities from countless undead and contracted creatures, Michael himself had also gained access to a frightening number of support and recovery skills. Soon, healing energy slowly covered Duke Evermoon's body completely. The old man's injuries visibly began improving. The bleeding gradually stopped. The damaged flesh slowly repaired itself. Even the chaotic fluctuations within his body stabilized somewhat under the effects of the healing spell. Unfortunately, though the Duke's physical condition improved considerably afterward, he still showed no signs of waking up. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Given his previous condition, it's obvious he was mentally tampered with somehow. I just don't know whether he's aware of his daughter's death or not. After remaining silent for a moment, Michael suddenly disappeared from the office together with the Duke's unconscious body. A moment later, Michael reappeared inside his personal room within the manor. Michael calmly walked toward the bed before gently laying Duke Evermoon's unconscious body down carefully. Michael stood silently beside the bed for several moments afterward. Then suddenly his body lightly shook. Michael's expression changed slightly. At the same moment, a strange fluctuation spread faintly throughout his body. The sensation itself was weak, but it still surprised Michael greatly because he had not expected to feel any noticeable feedback from a mere rank 3 advancement. Then again, why had he not felt anything from Jester's advancement previously? Was it because of the creature itself rather than the grade? Michael's thoughts moved rapidly. Yes. Finally, after 3 entire days, Wisdom had successfully advanced into rank 3 as an epic grade creature. Several notifications instantly flashed past Michael's vision. Spatial Void Raven Owl has successfully evolved into Abyssal Voidwing Owl. Species grade epic. Wisdom has leveled up to level 64. Then, before Michael could even fully process those notifications, another panel suddenly appeared before him. The epic creature Abyssal Voidwing Owl has gained a new trait. Trait acquired. Blessed by the Void. Blessed by the Void. A rare spatial blessing. Creatures possessing this trait naturally resonate with space itself, allowing them to interact with spatial energy with far greater efficiency and reduced strain. Effect: spatial abilities, spatial manipulation, spatial stability, spatial movement, and void-related skills gain 200% increased efficiency. Michael's pupils contracted slightly. Even he could not help feeling surprised after reading the final line. 200%. That was absolutely not a small increase. For creatures or abilities related to laws, percentages became increasingly terrifying the higher one climbed. After taking one final look toward Duke Evermoon, Michael instantly vanished from the room. Meanwhile, back within the Lionheart Kingdom's capital, a heavy atmosphere filled the royal meeting hall. Inside the massive throne room, several important figures of the kingdom sat silently on both sides of the enormous chamber. No one spoke casually. Even the servants standing quietly near the walls lowered their heads nervously, as if afraid breathing too loudly might attract unwanted attention. At the very center of the room sat a woman upon the throne. Princess Priscilla. Her complexion looked even paler after the earlier incident at the flying port, and traces of exhaustion could still clearly be seen within her eyes. However, despite that exhaustion, her expression remained cold and composed. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 999. Contemplation. Beside the throne sat an old man dressed in royal robes. His aura was restrained, yet every single person inside the room unconsciously avoided meeting his eyes for too long. The former king of the Lionheart Kingdom. Although he had only recently stepped down from the throne, no one within the kingdom dared ignore his presence. In many ways, his influence remained just as terrifying as before. On both sides of the meeting hall sat the kingdom's highest-ranking officials, nobles, generals, and powerful supernaturals. Mage Lien could naturally be seen seated toward the far left side of the chamber. The old mage's face looked unusually pale today. In truth, it was the same for everyone else within the meeting room because every single person present understood the same thing. The Lionheart Kingdom had stepped into dangerous waters. Very dangerous waters. Directly at the center of the hall, standing beneath countless gazes, were 3 trembling figures. The 9th Prince, the 10th Prince, and Count Holland. If Michael were present here, he would instantly recognize 2 of the 3, especially the 9th Prince, Ariane's former fiancé, and the 10th Prince, the root cause behind everything from the very beginning. Compared to the 2 princes, Count Holland looked significantly worse. Sweat continuously dripped down the man's face while his pale lips trembled slightly. The meeting hall remained silent for several long moments. No one spoke. No one even dared breathe too loudly. Everyone present had already received detailed reports regarding what happened at the flying port. The sheer absurdity of it all still felt unreal even now. Princess Priscilla slowly tapped one finger against the armrest of her chair. Tap, tap, tap. The quiet sound echoed heavily throughout the hall. Finally, she spoke. "Do the 3 of you understand what you've done?" Her voice sounded calm. Yet the moment those words fell, the atmosphere inside the meeting hall immediately became even heavier. The 9th Prince's face turned pale. Count Holland nearly collapsed completely. Even the 10th Prince, who had at least remained calmer than the other 2 until now, unconsciously lowered his head further. Princess Priscilla's cold gaze slowly swept across all 3 of them. "You've doomed this kingdom." The moment those words left her mouth, the 9th Prince immediately raised his head in panic. That cannot be true, right?" His voice carried both disbelief and fear. Although his body trembled slightly, he still hurriedly continued speaking. "Even if Mike Nor is strong, he would not dare openly oppose the Black Serpent Empire, right? Surely things have not reached that level yet." Boom! Before he could even finish speaking, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly exploded outward from Princess Priscilla. The 9th Prince's expression changed drastically. The next moment, his body was blown violently across the hall. Bang! He smashed directly into one of the massive stone walls before crashing heavily onto the floor. Blood immediately spilled from the corner of his mouth. The entire meeting hall instantly fell silent. No one dared speak. No one even dared move. The 9th Prince himself looked completely stunned. Meanwhile, Princess Priscilla slowly lowered her hand. Her face no longer carried exhaustion now. Only fury. Cold fury. "You still do not understand." Her voice echoed throughout the chamber. "Even now, you still do not understand." The 9th Prince's pupils trembled violently. Meanwhile, the 10th Prince swallowed hard before carefully speaking. "Ant." Boom! Another terrifying pressure erupted instantly. This time, the 10th Prince suffered the exact same fate. His body flew violently across the meeting hall before slamming harshly against the opposite wall. Crack! Several cracks immediately spread across the stone behind him. The 10th Prince coughed blood before collapsing onto the floor in terror. Silence descended once more. Absolute silence. Even Mage Lien remained quiet. No one present dared interfere. Everyone could feel it clearly. Princess Priscilla was truly furious. The former king silently watched everything without stopping her. One could call him the rightful ruler of the kingdom, but even he understood the Pioi who were primarily responsible for the kingdom's strong status. Princess Priscilla's cold eyes locked directly onto the 2 princes, especially the 10th Prince. Disappointment could clearly be seen within her gaze now. Deep disappointment. "You idiots!" Her voice sounded low and heavy. "Even if he chooses not to go against the empire itself." She slowly pointed toward the 2 princes. "Are you the empire?" Neither prince dared answer. Cold sweat continuously dripped down their faces. Princess Priscilla's voice suddenly rose sharply. "If he doesn't go after the empire, then why can't he come after you?" Her final words practically exploded throughout the entire meeting hall. The room fell deathly silent afterward. The 9th Prince's face turned ghostly pale. The 10th Prince's body visibly shook even harder. Because for the very first time, they truly realized something. Michael never actually needed to oppose the Black Serpent Empire directly if he lacked the ability to do so. He only needed to kill them. And after what happened at the flying port, no one present here truly believed he lacked that ability anymore. Princess Priscilla slowly exhaled afterward. Then her gaze slowly shifted toward Count Holland. The Count immediately crawled forward in panic. "Why, Your Highness?" His voice trembled violently. "I never intended for things to become this severe." Princess Priscilla stared at him coldly. "You intended to gain favor with the Empire." Count Holland's body froze instantly. "You intended to sacrifice Sir Mike in order to secure your own standing." Her voice became increasingly colder. "And now look at the result." Count Holland's lips trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to speak, wanted to defend himself, but no words came out. Even he understood by now that this matter had already spiraled far beyond anyone's control. The former king finally spoke calmly from beside the throne. "The problem now is no longer the Empire." Several expressions immediately changed. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "The problem is whether Mike Nor still considers himself part of this kingdom at all. From what I can tell, it is possible he never considered himself part of us from the very beginning." Those words instantly caused many hearts inside the hall to sink heavily. The former king continued calmly. "Given that we have truly angered him, the only thing we can do now is make sure we, or at least many of us, are still alive by the end of all this." His gaze slowly swept across everyone present. "So everyone, time is no longer on our side." The old king's voice became quieter afterward. "What do you think we should do? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much." Chapter 1000. It's still just wisdom. Meanwhile, Michael had absolutely no idea what the nobles inside the capital were currently discussing about him. And even if he somehow learned they were discussing him right now, he still would not have cared much. To Michael, things were actually very simple. The people he wanted would eventually be found. If they chose to run away from him, then that only proved they themselves understood they were guilty. And if someone attempted to protect or stop them from being punished, then that only proved those people were partners of the guilty as well. Michael did not consider himself some bloodthirsty madman. At least he genuinely did not think so. These people were not innocent. If he backed down now simply because he feared some unknown consequences, more people would suffer. Even if those people could never personally threaten him, they could still continue ruining countless other lives beneath them just like they always had. And was he truly supposed to simply let Ariane's death pass quietly like this? Michael genuinely could not understand that kind of thinking. "Oh, she's dead already, so everyone else should simply be forgiven." To him, that mindset made absolutely no sense whatsoever. If anything, Ariane's death only made certain things unavoidable. In any case, Michael's current attention was no longer focused on the capital for now. It was focused entirely on wisdom. Inside the Everlong forest, Michael stood silently while looking toward the massive creature floating before him. Or more accurately, the owl that could no longer truly be called an owl anymore. Compared to before, Wisdom's appearance had undergone enormous changes after evolving into the abyssal voidwing owl. Its body had become significantly larger. The feathers covering it no longer looked like ordinary feathers at all. Instead, they resembled layers of dark crystalline matter that reflected faint silver-purple light. Its eyes had also changed completely to pure white. Once again, though, even with Michael's blood mixed into its evolution, Wisdom still shared no particular resemblance to him whatsoever. Michael quietly observed everything. Then slowly, Wisdom opened its eyes fully. Boom! The surrounding space instantly distorted violently. Michael's pupils narrowed slightly. What terrifying spatial affinity! At the same time, Wisdom's gaze landed on Michael. For a brief moment, the enormous owl looked terrifyingly unfamiliar. Its pure white eyes seemed empty, almost like two silent holes opened directly into space itself. Combined with its crystalline feathers and the faint spatial cracks flickering around its body, it looked less like the pet Michael was familiar with and more like some strange, bizarre creature. Then Wisdom tilted its head. The intimidating atmosphere disappeared almost instantly. Michael stared at it for a few seconds before suddenly smiling faintly. It did not matter how much Wisdom changed. In the end, this was still his baby pet. Michael raised his hand and rubbed Wisdom's head heavily. Wisdom's eyes narrowed slightly in satisfaction as it leaned into his palm, its massive body shrinking slightly until it became a more manageable size. Though Michael paid more attention to its newly acquired trait, Wisdom had also gained several skills from its evolution as well. Manipulating its body size was one of them, something that greatly satisfied Michael. In fact, even if Wisdom had not naturally gained the ability, Michael would have eventually taught it somehow. Michael's mood eased slightly afterward. After several moments, he finally withdrew his hand. "It's time to visit the capital." His voice was calm, but the coldness hidden beneath it had not disappeared. At this point, Michael knew he could no longer participate in Aurora's attack on the demonic faction. At least not during the early stages. That was somewhat unfortunate. However, if he finished dealing with the Empire, Ariane, and the Lionheart Kingdom only to discover that the Federation and several academies were still locked in battle against the demonic faction, that would not be good news either. It would mean the situation had already entered a truly heated stage. Michael lightly rubbed Wisdom's head again. "For now, you'll be the main transporter on this journey." Wisdom blinked slowly. Michael looked toward the direction of the Lionheart capital. "Let's see how far you can go." The moment his words fell, Wisdom's wings spread slightly. Space around them folded inward. A silent ripple swallowed both Michael and Wisdom. In the next instant, the everlong forest disappeared from sight. Michael and Wisdom reappeared silently beneath a dark evening sky. A cold wind brushed past Michael's face. The surroundings looked somewhat familiar to him. Several seconds passed before Michael's eyes narrowed slightly in recollection. This place. He remembered it. This was one of the outer wasteland regions bordering the Lionheart Kingdom's central territory. Back then, when he had first traveled to the capital, he had crossed this exact area aboard a flying ship. At the time, even with the speed of the flying ship, crossing this region alone had still taken a considerable amount of time. Michael slowly looked around again. Then his expression changed slightly afterward. The distance was ridiculous. From Thornvale to this location alone was already estimated to be over 3,000 kilometers away. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly while looking toward Wisdom. Back on Earth, this distance alone was already comparable to crossing several smaller states entirely. Even he had not expected something this absurd. At rank 2, Wisdom's spatial movement abilities were already terrifying enough. But now, after evolving into an epic grade rank 3 creature and gaining the trait Blessed by the Void, its control over space had clearly undergone a qualitative transformation. Most terrifying of all, Michael could tell Wisdom had not even reached its limit yet. The owl itself did not even appear tired. Instead, Wisdom simply blinked innocently at him before letting out a soft hoot as if asking whether it had performed well. Michael stared at it for a few seconds. Then he suddenly laughed softly. "You little monster." Wisdom tilted its head proudly. "With this speed, we only need a few more jumps before we reach the capital." After giving Wisdom another direction, the two disappeared once more. */n. Thank you, Blair_Thomas and _Northern Service, for the massive support. I truly appreciate the continued support from every single reader, and happy 1,000 chapters. More chapters tomorrow. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much.